Apartment 401. Written by Boris Bacic. Narrated by Christopher Gatterdam. Prologue. Stephen fished the keychain out of the pocket of his jeans. The key ring jingled jovially in his hand while he fiddled with it, looking for the right one. "Hey, Steve. Busy day?" Marty asked in passing, flashing a pearly grin and winking playfully. He was a man in his 40s, with a balding head and thick-rimmed glasses. He wore a white shirt and red tie, along with beige dress pants and shiny shoes, just like every real estate employee had to in the company. Stephen hated the red tie, so he at least tried to hide it partially with a blue jacket over the white shirt. "Yep, you know it," he said to Marty with a cock of the head. Stephen would have shot him a finger gun had he not been holding a folder full of papers under his left arm. As he strode down the corridor and past one of the cubicle offices on the 4th floor, the murmurs of the busy employees intensified. They faded only a moment later when Stephen turned right and entered through the glass door with a sign next to it that said, "Live Better." The floor in his company's office had a red Belgian carpet that muffled the employees' footsteps. This emphasized all the more that people needed to be quiet because, with the absence of the loud thudding on the tiled floor, voices and low shuffling of the papers and seats became the only discernible noise. It was like a library. Stephen clutched the keyring tighter in his hand to prevent it from jingling. Luckily, this was just the waiting room where only the receptionist, Claudia, sat. Sometimes, one or two people were waiting for an appointment with one of the realtors. Right now, the seats for the clients were empty. "Afternoon, Claudia." Stephen nodded politely. Claudia looked up from her phone behind the reception desk, flashing her white grin to Stephen. "Hi, Stephen. Working hard?" "No, hardly working," Stephen retorted. Claudia guffawed at his remark. It was an exaggerated laugh, but he knew about Claudia. She was just a receptionist, and he was the top real estate agent for the company. Everyone knew how much he earned, and since the company wasn't big, the news spread quickly. When Claudia first started working for Live Better, she barely even dignified Stephen with a greeting. And then, around 2 months later, when the CEO of the company personally congratulated Stephen for his hard work for the company, in front of Claudia, things changed. She began smiling at him more often, tossing flirtatious comments about him looking good in his pants, casually mentioning that she didn't have any plans for the weekend, etc. Stephen ignored her and maintained a professional relationship. He'd already heard about her from the other co-workers. Claudia was apparently one of those bimbos that I only saw in movies who made their way to everything in life over a bed. She definitely fit the description with her pumped-up lips, powdered-up face, 1-inch-long nails that made Stephen wonder how she was able to hold anything in her hand, and tight and skimpy clothes that she posted on social media. He skimmed through her profile on Instagram. She probably would have worn the same kind of clothes in the office had it not been for the company's dress code policy. The word was that Claudia slept, or did something sexual, with the HR manager, and that was how she got her receptionist role. There were talks from other employees that she was a real slut, and that made her all the more repulsive to Stephen. The last thing he needed was to catch some STDs, or become the talk of the office, and potentially lose his job over it. And to think that could happen over some lowlife like Claudia. No fucking way. He had hoped that Claudia would take the hint and back off, but she was persistent, flirting with Stephen every chance she got, and with others when he wasn't around. He even tried lying to her about having a girlfriend, but she wouldn't let up. Instead, she seemed even more interested in him afterward, becoming more direct by briefly talking about her lesbian and threesome experiences, etc. Stephen silently prayed that she would fuck another higher-up soon so that she could get transferred to a different department, because having to stop and make small talk with her out of courtesy every single working day was exhausting. Making small talk meaning listening to her talking about shallow nonsense and throwing pathetic compliments at Stephen. "Off so soon?" Claudia teased Stephen when he loped his way past her without stopping more than to briefly exchange pleasantries. "Yeah, got something to take care of in the office." He stopped in his tracks and turned to face Claudia. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them to wait here and let me know about it." He gave her a courteous smile. "You've got it, busy man," Claudia said with a wide grin. Stephen couldn't help but notice how she looked all plasticized, like a life-sized Barbie doll, more so than usual. He thanked her and turned around before she could start a conversation about something else with him. Stephen found the key to his office once more, allowing the key ring to jingle loudly now that he was away from the waiting room. As he stopped in front of the door with a thick, opaque glass pane that had plastered gray letters "Realtor Steve Hicks" on it, he inserted the key into the keyhole. "Hi, Steve. Did you find someone for the apartment we talked about?" The voice came so abruptly from his left that Stephen nearly jumped. "Jesus, Charlie!" Stephen chuckled at his silly reaction. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I guess it's easy to do in a quiet place like this one," Charlie said as he glanced down at the waiting room. "Yeah. Anyway, I was just about to sit down and look at all the candidates for the apartment. I'll give them a call as soon as I look over their info." "Good man. Keep up the good work. Just don't overdo it. You know what it means if you do." "Yep, we get another increase in the required norms. I'll make sure to take it easy." Charlie gently patted Stephen on the shoulder before making his way toward the exit. Stephen made sure to follow him with his gaze until he was through the glass doors and out of sight. Only then did he turn the key, slowly. The lock clicked much louder than he wanted it to, but then he realized that doing things slowly would make him look all the more suspicious. He pulled the key out and opened the door, stepping inside the dark office. He flipped the switch, already familiar with its location, and the room was immediately bathed in bright, yellow light. The office was small, but cozy. Stephen wished he had more space, but he appreciated having his own privacy and silence. He couldn't imagine working in a cubicle like the IT guys on the same floor. His introverted personality contradicted his job description, where he needed to communicate with clients daily. And Stephen himself was surprised at his ability to speak with clients for hours without feeling fatigued. However, 5 minutes of small talk unrelated to work caused him to burn out pretty quickly. Stephen locked his office, leaving the key in the keyhole, made his way around the desk, and slumped into the rotating chair. He tossed the thick, heavy folder on top of the desk, feeling the immense stress slowly leaving his body. He had been buzzing from place to place all day long, and the seat came as a haven for him. He leaned back in the chair, groaning in relief and massaging his painful neck. Stephen closed his eyes and allowed himself to enjoy the moment of respite. "Stephen," someone softly whispered into his ear. It didn't startle him, but rather reminded him that he had work to do. As he opened his eyes and turned his head in the direction of the sound, he saw no one. All right. Can't a guy get a moment of rest?" Stephen jokingly asked aloud. He rubbed his eyes and leaned forward with a groan, opening the folder and sifting through the papers. He took out one document that had a picture of a young man attached to it with a clip and placed it on the desk, all the way in the upper left corner. He then pulled out the next paper, also one with a picture of a person attached to it, this one of a middle-aged woman. Stephen neatly placed the paper next to the one of the young man and continued rummaging through the folder. Since a lot of the people there were not adequate candidates, Stephen put those people's documents aside while sifting through the rest. The entire desk was soon cluttered with documents that had various photos attached to them. In fact, he had to overlap some of the documents since he didn't have enough room, but by the time he was done, the previously heavy folder was much lighter as it lay in his lap. Stephen tossed the folder onto the floor next to him and leaned with his hands on his knees, staring at the bevy of papers in front of him. He scrutinized each photograph, trying to understand what kind of person he was looking at. He had met with all those people, of course, but most of them were nice, for the most part. They always were. It was the face they put on when they wanted to buy a property. Even after all these years of working as a realtor, Stephen was horrible at reading people. He was great at convincing them to buy things, yes, but he was never able to get past that underlying smile and first impressions personality where everyone portrayed themselves in the nicest possible way. He glanced at the photograph of Andrew Wasden. He was a 50-year-old Marine Corps veteran who wanted to buy the apartment, and Stephen didn't like him one bit. Not only was he bulky and intrusive when it came to personal space, but he wouldn't shut up about his stories from the army days. Stephen tried to be polite for the most part, but He accidentally let out a chuckle when Wasden told him about the time he and his 5 buddies beat up 50 police officers before getting arrested. Wasden shot Stephen an angry look when he saw him chuckling, and for a moment, Stephen thought he was going to call him out on it, but he instead turned into the living room and asked some questions about the apartment. If anyone from the list of people was the best candidate for apartment 401, it was Wasden, Stephen thought, but that was not for him to decide, and as previous experiences showed, first impressions could easily be deceiving. He leaned back in the chair. It didn't squeak, a testament to how rarely it was used. Stephen placed his hands on the armrest and took a deep breath. "All right, show me," he said as he stared down at the document-littered desk. He tapped his right hand on the armrest, averting his gaze from the papers and darting his eyes around the room. It was silent. So silent that he heard the calm, steady beating of his own heart. He swallowed, and at that moment, it sounded annoyingly loud even to himself. He continued, glancing around the room, waiting for something. For what, exactly? He already knew. He just needed to be patient. Stephen looked down at his lap, starting to feel his eyelids getting heavy. He closed his eyes for a moment, just to rest them briefly. He wished he could be in his apartment right now, on his sofa, next to the electric fireplace, with some soft classical music playing, while his cat, Mr. Pickles, rested on his lap. He would be purring, sending low vibrations along. The sound of the wind's gust startled Stephen out of his daze so suddenly that he jerked his head up. The whistle sounded more like a person's voice trying to mimic the whooshing sound. Instantly, the papers on the desk scattered and flew around the room, gyrating in the air before dropping onto the floor. Stephen made no effort to catch them. He looked around the room, but saw no one inside. Of course not. If he had a window in the office, he would have glanced at it to see if he had left it open, but the office had no windows. Therefore, no breeze could have blown the pages. Only 5 pages remained in front of Stephen on the desk, scattered out of their neat order. And then another whoosh came from somewhere in the room, maybe from behind Stephen. And this time, he did jump, because it felt like someone was blowing an icy breath into the nape of his neck, causing his hairs to stand on end. More papers scattered off the desk, flying around the room before joining their fallen brethren on the floor. Stephen looked at the desk and saw that only one piece of paper remained on top of it. 2 photographs were attached in the upper right corner, a young married couple. He remembered them, Brad and Julia Napier. They went to see apartment 401 just a week ago. Nice couple, very polite. Stephen tentatively approached the desk and picked up the paper, staring at the photographs. Brad was grinning at the camera. He had a clean-shaven face and a perfect pretty boy smile. This was complemented with lush hazel hair that made him look all the better. Stephen remembered speaking to him a week ago. He was down to earth, polite, and considerate. He even asked Stephen if he needed to reschedule their appointment since the realtor complained about having a busy day. And then there was Julia. She was a brunette with curly hair, and although in the photograph she looked beautiful with blue eyes and an enchanting smile, Stephen considered her to be a little above average in person, which was refreshing, especially since he expected her to look like a model, like in the photo. She was friendly, but she and Stephen didn't talk much. She spent most of the time following him and her husband around while the 2 men talked about the apartment. You want them? You want me to give the apartment to them? Stephen asked, looking around the room. He was met with silence. The lights flickered, briefly and intermittently engulfing the room in total darkness before they stopped working altogether. It took Stephen's eyes a moment to become adjusted to the dark, and then he started to make out shapes in the blackness of the room. Just in front of him, in the corner of his office, stood a figure, unmoving and staring somewhere to Stephen's right. Stephen felt a lump forming in his throat as he looked at the figure. He started to discern more and more details on it. A featureless face, slick hair tied into a ponytail, a tight, dark dress against a slim, feminine body. Stephen couldn't force himself to look away. After what felt like an eternity of staring at it, his eyes burned from the lack of blinking. They unwillingly closed and opened, and the figure's head was now facing him. Or was it? Was he just imagining it? No, he wasn't. Stephen blinked again, and the figure was now facing him, not just with its head, but its entire body, too. The lights came on, and Stephen stared at nothing. There was nothing in front of him, just an old coat hanger with his jacket hanging on it and a red baseball cap perched on top of it. Stephen felt his heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. and as he looked down, he realized that he was still clutching the paper with Brad's and Julia's documents so firmly that he slightly crumpled them near the edges. He gasped when he saw the crude, red letters on the paper that weren't there just a minute ago. It said, "Them." Chapter 1. You think the kitchen is spacious enough to hold the waffle maker, toaster, air fryer, and blender? I don't think the kitchen is spacious enough for everything, Julia worriedly said from the passenger seat. She was staring out the window at the rows of tall buildings that decorated the neighborhood. They were visibly new, and Julia swore that she saw more buildings being constructed every time she drove past the place. They did it so fast, too. Just a few months ago, back when she and Brad went apartment hunting in the nearby area, she saw at least a couple of construction yards with gigantic cranes and other machinery. Now they were all gone, and what stood in their stead was a tall, beautiful building, not unlike the rest of them. Julia noticed that most of the buildings looked similar, and she wondered if she'd end up walking into the wrong one or even turn into the wrong street after grocery shopping. It wasn't the beauty of the building that caught her attention so much, though. It was the apartment itself that she fell in love with immediately. As soon as Julia stepped inside it, she could envision her life in it. "Relax, Jules. It's a pretty big kitchen. I mean, did you see how much counter space it has?" Brad asked. He briefly glanced at her before facing the road once more. He was driving slowly, and Julia wasn't sure if he was admiring the neighborhood himself or if he was doing it so that she could enjoy the view. "Yeah, but I wanted to add some more things there, like one of those cereal dispensers." "You mean like the one we had last time that crumbled everything up and made a mess all over the kitchen floor?" Julia continued staring out the window but grimaced. It'll be better this time. I'll make sure to get a better one," she said. "Mm-hmm," Brad patronizingly agreed. "You think the neighbors are going to be friendly?" Brad shrugged. "Who cares? We have our lives, they have theirs. Well, as long as we don't get one like in our old apartment." "I don't think we'll ever get anyone like that again," Brad chuckled. They were talking about the deaf lady who lived in the apartment above them. She would often have the TV on, blasting at maximum volume, making it impossible to sleep, or sometimes even talk with each other. Julia and Brad tried complaining about the lady, but she didn't hear knocking on the door or ringing of the doorbell since she was deaf, obviously. And soon, the entire building decided to do something about it. They had to call the deaf lady's son, who turned down the volume for her and taped the buttons on the remote so that she couldn't accidentally turn it up again. The strange thing about the whole ordeal was that Julia and Brad never actually saw the woman, and it made her seem even more mysterious. Julia was a little apprehensive. She wasn't sure if choosing this apartment was the right call despite liking it so much, and the fact that there was no turning back now made her feel particularly nervous. Brad must have sensed it because he put a hand on her thigh the next moment and softly said, "Everything will be fine. Don't worry about it, babe." She smiled at him and gently rubbed his forearm. "What if we end up not liking it here, and we've got nowhere to go?" she asked. Brad continued staring at the road for a moment before saying, "We'll like it, and if we don't, we'll just find another place to live. We can't simply pick up and leave just like that, and we don't have a lot of money left right now, so I'm sure we'll like it here. We're starting our new life in our new home. Be more enthusiastic about it," he jovially chirped as he removed his hand from Julia's thigh and scratched his neck. "I thought you were against this apartment when we first wanted to get it. Is it starting to grow on you?" Julia teasingly prodded him. "I may not hate it that much," Brad shrugged. "Besides, we've got to look at the positive sides over here. We finally have our own apartment." Brad never told Julia why exactly he didn't like the apartment. When they first visited it with the realtor, Julia was so thrilled that if she could have, she would have taken the keys right on the spot. Brad, on the other hand, seemed skeptical since the moment they entered the building. He wasn't as chatty as usual, however. Julia noticed that he was doing his best to hide it by making small talk with the realtor and making comments about the apartment itself. When Julia took him aside to ask him what he thought about the apartment, she expected him to say something along the lines of it not being bad since Brad never showed expressive enthusiasm over anything. The way he grimaced and told her that he needed to think about it made Julia believe that he was being careful about such a big choice. But then, on the ride back, when he told her he wasn't feeling it with this apartment, She realized that he didn't just not like it. He hated it. They got into a heated argument that lasted for a couple of days, and Julia started feeling guilty over the way she reacted. She made Brad dinner to make it up to him, but then he came with a reaction that surprised her. He said he thought about it and concluded that they should buy the apartment, provided the realtor even decided to contact them. Julia was ecstatic. Ever since she and Brad got married 3 years ago, they lived in 3 different rented apartments, and although not all of them were horrible, Julia wanted to have a place where they could settle down and have a family. Having their own property would give her the sense of security she yearned for, especially now that she and Brad were expecting a child. "All right, we're here," Brad said as he turned right and parked on the narrow street behind the building. There were a lot of cars parked in designated parking spots, but there were also cars parked on the side of the road. Julia wondered if copying them and parking behind one of them was going to earn Brad a parking ticket, but he only needed to grab the keys from the realtor, and he could then repark the car in the garage under the building. Brad significantly slowed down while he looked around for a place to leave his car, and being the ever-helpful spouse that she was, Julia did the same. She was terrible at parking, and she absolutely hated driving, so she used the car only when she had to. After a minute of driving, narrowly avoiding scratching other cars in the cluttered alley, Brad found a spot on the right side between a red and a blue car. That was generally how Julia differentiated cars, by color. "Okay, let's see our new home then," Brad grinned as he killed the engine. "Mr. and Mrs. Napier, a pleasure to see you again," Stephen Hicks, the real estate agent, said. He was standing in front of the building's entrance, dressed as finely as last time, Julia noticed. She wasn't sure if the employees of his company were forced to dress that way, or if it was his own way of giving a good first impression. But she found herself secretly wishing that Brad would dress like that more often. Stephen looked okay with that formal attire, professional, but Brad would look hot. "Mr. Hicks, thank you so much for agreeing to meet us." Brad shook his hand with an aloof smile. "Please, call me Stephen, or Steve. Most people just call me Steve," the realtor said. He turned to Julia and politely shook her hand as well. As he pulled back, a moment of silence stretched between them. Brad took the initiative, opening his mouth to say something, but Stephen was faster. He was a professional, dealing with clients after all. "It's getting a little cold out here. How about we just go straight inside and take care of everything in the apartment?" he asked. He pulled out a keychain that jingled in his hand and swiped it across a panel next to the door. A loud beep resounded, and the red light on the panel turned green while the lock on the door clicked. Stephen opened the door and stepped aside, giving free passage to Julia and Brad. Now that he'd mentioned it, Julia suddenly became aware of it as well. It was mid-November, and it was indeed getting cold, even though it was only 3 p.m. Brad gestured for Julia to go first, and she did so, entering the immediate, comforting warmth of the building's interior. She assumed that Stephen would be showing them around the building, including which key was used for what, and she was starting to get a little impatient. She wanted to be able to slump onto the enormous bed in the bedroom without even bothering to take her shoes off, without worrying about facing judgment from a third party that could decide if she should do it or not. In this case, Stephen. Just a little longer now. "Right this way," Stephen said as he hurriedly strode past Julia and Brad, the keys still jingling in his hand. He led them past the letterbox on the left and to the 2 elevators around the corner. The numbers above the elevators said 3 and 6. Stephen pushed the arrow button next to the elevator on the left and waited patiently while it descended. An uncomfortably long silence filled the air, with Julia clearing her throat and Brad breathing overly loudly before the doors of the elevator parted ways. Stephen motioned for the couple to step inside. Julia admired the spaciousness of the elevator, remembering how the one they had in their old building was barely big enough to fit 3 people at once if they squeezed inside like sardines. This one was big enough to be called a cargo elevator. Steve stepped inside and pressed the button with the number 4. The outline of the number glowed in red, and in moments the doors closed, and the elevator began ascending, so smoothly that Julia felt almost no lurching in her stomach, like she usually did. "The elevator is maintained and fixed by this company here." Stephen pointed to a tiny label in one of the corners of the elevator. It said, "This elevator is maintained and repaired by Handyman Company. For inquiries, call the number," and below was a phone number. "You can call them in case you ever notice any issues with the elevator," Stephen continued, "but Handyman and their crew are the best in town, so I don't expect any problems." "I heard one of the nearby buildings had an elevator collapse," Brad added. Stephen chuckled, and it was difficult for Julia to determine if he was chuckling to buy himself some time for an excuse or because he genuinely found accidents like those funny. You're talking about the one where the entire first floor collapsed, and then the elevator a year later, right? Stephen asked. Brad nodded. Steve snapped his fingers and continued. Right. Well, we all know about that rumor in the real estate industry very well. Apparently, the investors for the building thought they could get away with paying for cheaper materials and save on some cash. What happened in reality, however, was that they not only cut corners on the materials, but on the workers as well. They hired cheap labor, and poor architecture is what caused the entire floor to collapse. It's tragic, really. One person died in the accident. Oh my gosh, that's horrible, Julia retorted. She suddenly thought about an average Joe, working in construction, waiting for the day to be over so that he could go home to his wife and kids, and then she hoped that it was at least over for the employee fast enough for him that he didn't have an agonizing death. It sure is, Steve nodded. The family of the employee pressed charges against the investors. So if there's any justice in the American system, we'll see the ones in charge behind bars in the near future. And if there isn't any in court, then the big guy upstairs is sure to give them some karmic justice. Julia silently furrowed her nose at that, disagreeing with Stephen in her mind. To say that she wasn't religious was an understatement. She was raised by parents who didn't force her to practice any religious beliefs, but she grew to detest religions and any dogmatic systems as she got older. Looking back, she couldn't remember when her resentment toward churches started. She remembered feeling it for as long as she was alive. The elevator doors opened, revealing a pristine corridor with a stairwell on the right. Steve stepped aside, leading the way. You don't need to worry about any of those hazards in this building. No, sir, he said, and it took Julia a moment to recall what he was talking about. This building was made only from the best materials and by the finest employees. He knocked on the wall next to him, causing a muffled thud-thud to reverberate. Perfect place to settle down if you want to have a family someday. He turned around and stepped backward as he grinned at the couple. Julia gave him a courteous smile and looked down, avoiding his gaze. Actually, we already have a baby on the way, Brad said as he put his arm around Julia's shoulders. Stephen stopped walking backward and raised his eyebrows, smiling from ear to ear. Wow! Congratulations! You'll find that this place is perfect for raising a kid. He turned around again and continued walking forward. Once they reached the door at the far end of the corridor, Steve put the keys inside the keyhole. Julia looked left where the corridor continued and where it was noticeably much darker. There were 4 more apartments on that side, and she wondered what kind of people lived in them. Click. The lock of the apartment sounded, and Stephen stepped aside, majestically presenting the door with his hand. You do the honors, he said with a grin. Julia stared at the copper 401 hanging on the door just above the peephole, feeling a sudden euphoria overwhelming her. Apartment 401 was about to become their home. Brad nodded in approval and grabbed the doorknob, pushing the door open and releasing the knob. The door swung without a sound, revealing the dark interior. Tentatively, he stepped inside and fumbled for the light switch. As soon as he flipped it, the foyer was illuminated by a bright light that showed off the recently painted white walls and the shiny laminate flooring. Just then, Julia noticed Steve staring at her with an expectant smile on his face, and she took it as a sign that she could go inside. Although it was technically already her apartment, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with the realtor around. A moment later, she dismissed that thought. It's your apartment. Why would you feel uncomfortable? The foyer led left, where it turned into a hallway with 2 doors on the left side, leading to the bathroom and pantry, and 2 on the right, opening to a bedroom and a room that looked like a meeting room. However, Brad and Julia immediately decided that they would rearrange it, most likely into a nursery. Further ahead sat the kitchen and the living room. Brad flipped 2 switches near the kitchen counter on the left and 2 switches on the right. Immediately, the kitchen counter lit up with under-cabinet violet lights, the same as the living room. Julia wasted no time going around the corner and into the kitchen, flipping some switches there as well, fiddling with the under-cabinet and above-counter lights. She gasped in sheer excitement at how fancy it looked. She looked toward the living room, the most spacious area in the apartment. A white coffee table with a spinnable top rested before a couch and 2 sofas. A large TV was mounted on the wall in front of them, and cabinets with shelves sat under it. The cabinets had their own fancy sets of lights, and Julia couldn't wait to clutter the shelves with books and other decorations. Underneath the coffee table was a black gray-white tiled area rug, giving a somewhat complete feel to the apartment. Between the kitchen and living room sat a dining room table, surrounded by 4 chairs. "Now, I won't be holding you off any longer than necessary," Stephen said as he entered the living room. Brad stared in awe at the apartment's decorations and design, still unconvinced that it belonged to him and Julia. He had mixed feelings about it. He was overwhelmed with a sense of joy, but at the same time, he couldn't help but still feel skeptical. He had the exact same feeling when they first visited the apartment weeks ago. He chalked it up to his own paranoia and apprehension, but the feeling was still here. "I guess I just need time to get used to it. The feeling will be gone soon, I'm sure of it," he told himself with hopefulness. "Is there anything we need to know?" he asked Stephen, who stood between the hallway and the living room, one hand in a pocket and the other one holding a briefcase. "Just a couple of things," he said, and laid the suitcase on the kitchen counter. Brad noticed Julia giving Stephen a contemptuous glance, but the realtor didn't notice it. He approached Brad and held out the keyring before saying, "This one is for the apartment, this one is for the letterbox, and this blue plastic is for unlocking the entrance. In case you don't have it, the code is 3355, enter." He raised the smallest key. "The remote here is for the garage. Your garage space is the first one on the left. This big button here opens the garage. The opposite one opens the shutter for your parking space, or, as I like to call it, mini garage." Stephen handed the keys to Brad, who took them with a nod. "Do I need to show you your parking spot?" Stephen asked. Brad was entranced, looking at the keys, so he belatedly responded with no. Stephen grinned at that before saying, "Good. In that case, I'll let you get settled in. My job here is done, so please feel free to contact the super if you have any questions. His number is downstairs on the notice board. Welcome to your new home, Mr. and Mrs. Napier." He shook hands with Brad before turning to Julia and giving her an aloof squeeze of the hand as well, and then picking up his briefcase. He gave Brad one final nod and turned to leave. In that split second, before he disappeared around the corner, Brad saw the smile on his face disappearing like an anchor thrown in the water, leaving visible creases on his face that probably formed from too much forced smiling in the first place. The sound of the front door gently shutting echoed from the foyer, and then silence filled the air. Brad and Julia locked eyes for a moment. Julia's lips contorted into an uncontrollable grin before she let out a squeal of excitement. "Oh my gosh!" She ran toward Brad, and he embraced her in a hug. "We actually have our own apartment!" Although he wasn't as excited as she was about the new apartment, he was happy to see her happy. "Did you see the under-cabinet lights in the kitchen?" Julia asked, and, without waiting for his response, said, "Come quick, come, check it out." Brad saw the lights already, but refused to say anything that would put a damper on Julia's mood. She gestured to the glowing lights on the floor, and for a moment, Brad felt a strong urge to say something about the specks of dust and crumbs of food being way more visible on the floor. "That's awesome, Jules," he retorted instead. "Let's see the bedroom," Julia excitedly remarked as she made her way past Brad and toward the hallway. Brad followed closely behind, stopping only long enough to open the door on his left, revealing the so-called meeting room. It was a relatively small and depressing room with one white table in the middle and 4 leather-cushioned chairs positioned around it. There was a window on the other side, but other than that, nothing else. Brad tried to imagine the room as a nursery with blue or pink walls, a crib on one side and toys scattered on the floor, but they had time to decide on the decorations later. "Come on!" Julia called out from in front of the bedroom door. They stepped inside, and Julia flipped various light switches on, checking out the way the room would look under different lights. There was a variety of colors, including purple, orange, dimmed blue, and a regular bright white. Julia kept the purple one on and slumped onto the huge bed, letting out a sigh of relief. Brad joined her, allowing himself to fall next to her. The mattress felt less soft than he expected, but he assumed that it would make sleeping easier. At least, that was what his chiropractor said once. As they lay in silence, Brad looked left toward Julia. Her hair fanned in all directions on her head, and her eyes were closed. Brad reached toward her with one hand and gently caressed her forehead. She turned her head to face him and slowly opened her eyes, giving him a warm smile. She pushed herself toward him and leaned her head on his chest, sighing deeply. This was their safe zone, as they called it. Fate would make sure that it wouldn't last, because a moment later, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 2. "Hi," the woman at the door perkily said with a smile. Julia expected it to be Stephen when she heard the knocking, thinking he forgot something, so this came to her as a surprise. Hi," Julia returned the greeting, somewhat taken aback. The woman was around her age, and despite the PR grin on her face, the heavy bags under her eyes were a testament to her visible exhaustion. "I'm Raquel. I live in apartment 402 right next to you," the woman said, tilting her head and shifting weight onto one leg. "Nice to meet you, neighbor," Brad interjected, stepping forward to shake hands with Raquel, and for that, Julia was grateful. She had no idea what to say to her neighbor. Should she invite her inside and offer her something to eat or drink? The apartment still wasn't ideally prepared for guests, and they had no snacks or beverages inside. On top of that, in the shock of the moment, Julia's brain froze, and she had no idea how to properly talk to a person she just met. Environmental conversation, Brad would always tell her. It meant looking at the situation you and the other person were in, and then making small talk based on that. Waiting in line at the DMV, mention something about the long waiting time. Having lunch together in the cafeteria, talk about the food, and so on. "My name's Brad," Brad introduced himself. "A pleasure to meet you." "This is my wife Julia," he introduced her. The woman shook hands. Raquel stared at Julia a little too intensely, so Julia felt compelled to move her gaze down briefly, just to break the staring contest. "So you guys just moved in, huh?" "Oh, I'm sorry, am I intruding right now?" Raquel prudently asked. No, not at all, Raquel. We'll be moving things into the apartment later, so we aren't busy right now. But we can't invite you in just yet since the place is still somewhat of a mess." That was the one thing that gave Julia and Brad a nice balance as a couple. Brad never had trouble saying no to people or being somewhat direct, while Julia tried being polite or finding excuses when she wanted to avoid doing something. "Totally understandable," Raquel said. "Well, if you want to stop by later, I'll be happy to welcome you to some homemade cookies. My son Cody absolutely loves those, so I'm sure you will too." She looked to her left and craned her neck as she said, "Speaking of that, where is the little rascal? Cody?" Julia and Brad peeked outside in the direction Raquel was facing. At first, Julia saw nothing, but then a small head with lush, brown hair came into view, peeking from inside the apartment next door. "Cody, come meet our new neighbors." Raquel motioned for him to come. Cody continued staring timorously from within the comfort of his home. He locked eyes with Julia, not uttering a single word. "Hi, Cody. I'm Julia." She introduced herself and waved to him. He still didn't budge. "Don't be shy, little guy. We don't bite," Brad added. Cody's head retreated out of sight like a turtle retracting into its shell. Raquel looked obviously embarrassed by his behavior, so she nervously chuckled and said, Don't mind him. He's very shy around strangers. Ever since his dad left, he's been having trouble socializing." "Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that," Julia said. She suddenly felt profound sadness at the thought of Brad leaving her all alone to raise her kid as a single mother. She wasn't sure if she could keep the child if that happened. She and Brad weren't even planning a baby in the first place. It just happened. Feeling ashamed of that, she dismissed it. "Well, that's life, unfortunately," Raquel said with an optimistic smile. "Anyway, if you happen to have any questions or need anything, feel free to knock on my door. The people living in apartments 403, 404, and 405 are elderly people, so you won't be having problems with anyone around here." "Thanks, Raquel. We appreciate it," Brad said. "How long have you been living here?" "This building is pretty new, I believe. I think it was built less than a year ago, and Cody and I have been living here for about 5 months now. It's much closer to my parents, and it's generally a convenient spot in the city." "Sure is." "So, how old is Cody?" Julie interjected after a moment of awkward silence. 5. You're probably going to see him playing on the stairs sometimes, so don't let that bother you. If he blocks the stairs, just ask him to move, and he'll do it, no questions asked. If he does happen to give you trouble, but again I'm sure he won't, feel free to let me know, and I'll have a talk with him. I work from 8 to 4, but I mostly work from home, so after that time, I'm usually available. "I'm sure we'll get along just fine," Julia smiled. "Where do you work, by the way? If you don't mind me asking," she added quickly, unsure if she sounded intrusive with the question. "I work as a marketing consultant for a small company nearby. It's a pain sometimes dealing with clients, but it pays well, so—" "Is your company hiring right now?" Brad asked. "Brad!" Julia scolded him. "What? I'm just asking." Raquel's mouth turned into a rictus. "Do you guys know someone who needs a job?" she asked. Julia looked at Brad with a frown. He furtively jutted his head toward Raquel, which caused Julia to concede reluctantly. Actually, I'm in need of a job, Julia said. The last company I worked for let me go recently, so I'm currently looking for, well, anything that isn't too physically exerting. I think there may be a job opening soon for a receptionist. I can check with my boss and refer you for the position if you'd like, Raquel said with a wide grin. Receptionist. Julia hadn't thought about it until now, but that was the reality. She would probably have to work lower-paying jobs that she hadn't done in a long time until she got back on her feet. After what happened in her last company, she'd be lucky to even get a job like the one Raquel was offering. Sure, if you find anything out, let me know, Julia said patronizingly, trying to hide the sour smile on her face. Raquel clapped her hands together and said, Well, it was a pleasure meeting you two. I hope you get settled in well, and if you happen to need any assistance, feel free to let me or any of the other neighbors know. People here are very friendly and always willing to help. Thanks, Raquel. We'll be sure to invite you over as soon as we have our place nice and clean, Brad said. This was another thing Brad was naturally good at. He seemed to have this sort of charisma that somehow got people to always like him at first glance, or any glance. It was his mask behavior, as Julia called it, and it included compliments, being unnaturally polite, but, at the same time, assertive to an extent. It worked wonders when it came to haggling, being pulled over by the cops, getting favors done, etc. He was the team manager in his company, after all, and Julia was sure that the company chose him because of his natural ability to motivate people and get them to become loyal. Raquel said goodbye, and Brad slowly closed the apartment door. She seems nice, he said. Yeah, maybe, Julia shrugged as she turned to go toward the kitchen. Hey, what's wrong, Jules? Brad followed her. Nothing, she lied. The truth was, everything was wrong. Ever since she got fired from her job, things started going downhill for her, job-wise, and it depressed her beyond words. Julia changed her mind on the way and, instead of entering the kitchen to scavenge some sweets they didn't have, went into the living room. She slumped onto a sofa, but Brad didn't relent. Is the job thing bothering you? He asked. Wouldn't it bother you? He sat on the armrest of the sofa and pulled her closer so that her head rested on his stomach. He gently caressed her cheek, and slowly, all of the worries of the world seemed to dissipate from Julia with each passing second. It'll be all right, honey, he said. I already told you. You don't need to go job hunting now. You can do it after the baby is born. No, I'd have to wait almost 8 months for that, and then a few more while I took care of the baby. I can't afford to be jobless for that long. Well, let's just take it one step at a time, Brad whispered. You'll find something, I'm sure of it. But none of the other companies that I interviewed with called me back. So, there are plenty of companies out there. Here's what I'm thinking. He gently pushed her away and put one hand under her chin, raising her head. You want to work as a copywriter. You have the necessary experience. Why not start your own copywriting as a freelancer while also looking for a job? As a freelancer, you could charge your own rates, and if it kicks off, you can stick to freelancing indefinitely. Julia shook her head. No, that'd be too much effort for too little money. I'd have no stability. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel somewhat intrigued by the idea. A prosperous future raced through her mind, where she imagined earning 7-figure salaries, being her own boss, and eventually maybe even starting her own company. But that was just wishful thinking. How realistic would it be for a freelance copywriter to earn that much? It'd be more common to struggle to find enough clients that paid well and didn't complain too much, let alone having a waterfall-like flow of cash. She knew only a little about how difficult clients could be from her experience working in her old company, and luckily, she didn't need to communicate directly with them too much. As a freelancer, she'd take the brunt of the clients' complaints and would have to be the one doing the convincing, going back and forth to see if everything worked for them, etc. But she wouldn't have to take their shit. That was the difference about being a freelancer. If the client happened to be someone who milked the people they pay to the last penny, she could just decline working with them. Suddenly, she became really excited about the whole idea. You'd have the freedom to work as much as you wanted. Brad completed her thoughts for her. And you don't need to do it full-time anyway. For now, just part-time would do fine. She looked down and pretended to think, but in reality, she was bursting at the seams to hop around with this newfound hope. A moment later, she shrugged and said, I guess I could give it a go. Why not? She looked up at Brad to see him grinning. "What?" she asked. "You're so totally excited for this." "What? I'm not. Shut up." She playfully slapped his forearm. "You are," he said, and threw himself on top of her. Julia screamed and then giggled before Brad shushed her, warning her that Cody and Raquel, or some other neighbors, could hear them and get the wrong impression about the new couple. They began kissing, and things soon heated up, but they would need to wait, since they had to move the things from the old apartment to their new home. It was 8 p.m., and a bunch of opened and unopened boxes were scattered around the apartment. It was difficult to maneuver through the place without bumping a shin or stubbing a toe against something, but Brad did his best to be careful. Ever since the incident, when they were moving into their last apartment, when Julia had mopped the floor and he slipped and spilled the entire box of ordered sushi, along with the soy sauce, all over the white wall and the kitchen floor, breaking his toenail in the process, Brad tried to be more careful. Brad had driven back to the old apartment 2 hours earlier and transported all of the label boxes with the items they needed to bring to their new home. Julia insisted on helping him, but he wouldn't hear of it. Now that she was pregnant, he would not have her doing anything physically exhausting. He even contemplated letting her do all the cooking and cleaning she usually did, but he knew that she wouldn't be able to calm down until the apartment was spotless and enough food for at least 2 days ahead was served. "Why didn't you let me help you with the boxes?" Julia asked. She was standing behind the kitchen counter, her hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a marine tank top. A wine glass full of blueberry juice sat on the counter next to her. The savory smell of KFC chicken filled the air, causing Brad's stomach to rumble. He bought some food on the way back to the apartment since Julia had been talking about craving junk food all day. Although he didn't want her to have an unhealthy lifestyle while she was pregnant, he figured that she'd be eating a lot of food, so moderate fast food was okay. "You know why. You could lose your baby if you work too hard." "I wouldn't be working too hard with those boxes, though. It wouldn't be hard at all." "Oh, yeah? Tell that to the lady who lost her kid in the Vikings. One moment, she was preparing defenses in the town against the Rus, and in the next moment, her baby was gone." Julia grimaced and huffed a "what?" to vocalize her confusion with the lack of logic and context in Brad's statement. "Well, you could have at least called Damien to help you. It's really no big deal, babe. Plus, I need my workout." 10 minutes later, most of the things that they brought were unpacked. Most of the things they had unpacked were items they need in the new place like silverware, hygiene products, etc. But there were also items with sentimental value, like some books, gifts that Julia and Brad bought for each other, and such. Brad and Julia decided to take a break and dig into their chicken boxes. They were eating at the dining table, using their fingers like savages, and not caring about getting their hands and mouths oily. Brad had just bitten into a chicken drum when he heard something that made him stop chewing the crunchy food. Music. It was coming from another apartment, somewhat muffled, but loud enough for the song and lyrics to be discernible. He immediately recognized it as Frank Sinatra's "Strangers in the Night." Julia raised both hands slightly and comically began dancing left and right in her seat. Brad wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and then wiped his fingers on his already dirty jeans before standing up. He offered his hand to Julia. Julia took his hand and he gently helped her stand up. Without a word, they got into a layman dancing position, where Brad put both hands on Julia's hips, and she laid her arms on top of his shoulders. They leaned their foreheads against each other and slowly gyrated around the living room to the quiet music. Julia looked like she couldn't contain her smile, but it wasn't a smile where she wanted to burst out laughing. It was a smile she had when she was staring at Brad, with love. The singer's voice soon approached the end of the song, and only muffled music remained until it, too, ceased entirely. "I know," Brad said softly. "You know what?" she asked. "You wanted to say that you love me." Julia shook her head, uttering "smartass" under her breath, before leaning in to kiss him. Chapter 3. It was Thursday, but Brad had the day off, much to Julia's delight. She had been feeling somewhat emotional the last couple of weeks, due to her hormones, she assumed, and wanted to have him closer. Since the apartment still needed some heavy cleaning and supplying, she decided she would spend the day taking care of that, and tomorrow she would start investigating what she needed to do to begin her freelancing career, and if it was even worth starting it. She made some eggs for breakfast for her and Brad, and they ate together at the dining table, which she made sure to make look more appropriate this time by setting it with plates and silverware, as well as napkins. Brad thought it was a little over the top, but she wanted their first official meal to be memorable. "We ate KFC last night," Brad reminded her. We still had the boxes out, so that doesn't count. Julia dismissively waved her hand in his direction from the kitchen. Yeah, but that... Before Brad could finish his counter-argument, Julia turned on the blender full of frozen fruits, which caused it to roar loudly, deafening her but also silencing Brad. He didn't try to finish what he'd started. Just a few minutes later, they heard a frantic knock on the door. Julia and Brad exchanged a confused glance with each other. It was only 9 a.m. You've gone and done it now, Jules. You done angered the neighbors, Brad dramatically exclaimed as he stood up from the dining table and rushed toward the door. For a moment, Julia believed him, and she braced herself for one of the neighbors to ask them to keep it down. She then heard Brad's voice coming from the foyer. Hi there. Good morning, a deep, coarse voice replied from the hallway outside. Name's Travis. I live in apartment 405, right there. Julia raced to the front door and stopped just behind Brad, peeking over his shoulder. She saw a tall, old man with receding, gray hair, standing at the door with his hands on his hips. He was taller than Brad, and Brad was pretty tall himself. The man looked angry, and it made him seem a bit scary. His eyes locked with Julia's, and she thought, oh no, to herself. But then the man smiled widely, showing off rows of white teeth too perfect not to be dentures, and said, Mornin'. Name's Travis. I live in apartment 405, just over there. He pointed with his thumb to his left, unaware that Julia had heard him earlier. He spoke with a deep, southern accent and stretched his words. Hi. I'm Julia, and this is my husband, Brad. Julia took the initiative this time. She shook hands with Travis, assessing his rough palm was undoubtedly from physical labor, and wasn't surprised by the vice-like grip when he squeezed her hand. He then shook hands with Brad before saying, I heard we had new neighbors, so I just had to come here to meet you, Travis said with a polite smile. Y'all have everything you need? Need some help, maybe? No, we're good, thanks, Travis, Brad interjected. We got everything ready yesterday, and today we're just relaxing. That's so. Travis rubbed his chin, causing the 5 o'clock stubble to produce a scratching sound. Well, I am myself retired, so I got nothing better to do. Y'all want to come by for a beer or two? Brad looked at Julia as if asking for approval. Julia put a hand on his shoulder and looked at Travis before saying, Well, I have to go grocery shopping since we're missing a lot of things. Do you have any work to do, honey? She looked back at Brad. She knew Brad had no work to do, but she didn't want to put him in a situation where he was thrown under the bus while she saves herself. No, actually, I don't. I'd love to share a beer, Travis, Brad said, giving his famous PR grin to Travis. Great. Travis snapped his fingers. You take the keys and lock the door, honey, Julia said. Oh, no need to worry about that, ma'am. This building is as safe gets. Ain't nobody getting inside, and the people living here are God-fearing individuals. Julia's mouth contorted into a fake rictus. Brad must have seen her reaction. I appreciate that, Travis, he said, giving the neighbor a nod of approval. I'd still prefer we lock the doors since we just moved in. Sense of security, you know. Course, I get it. My late wife Adrian was exactly like that. We couldn't leave our old house once without her wondering if she left the stove on or locked the doors. Both Brad and Julia chuckled, more out of courtesy than because his remark was funny. But Julia already liked Travis. He looked intimidating at first glance, but as soon as he spoke up, his gentle side and positivity seeped out of him like water from a leaking pipe. So, you said you're retired? Brad asked once he popped open the cold can of beer that Travis gave him. The beer produced a fizzy sound for a moment. The surface of the can had condensation on it, and sipping the cold beer felt good, despite it being the early morning. Yep, I worked in the old quarry at the edge of town for 40 years. The old man sat on the sofa opposite Brad before opening his own can and taking a big, loud gulp. Brad was amazed at how Travis's place looked. He half expected old furniture from the 70s, ugly wallpapers with unsavory, faded colors, black and white photographs, and one of those thick, old TVs with rabbit ears. Then, he remembered that this building was pretty new, and it was only normal that his apartment would look as new as the rest in the building. In fact, he was somewhat jealous of the way Travis arranged his furniture, making his apartment look more spacious than it really was, despite having one room less than Brad's and Julia's place. You were a miner? Brad asked. Hell no, son, Travis guffawed. I was the site supervisor, although I did have to do my own share of mining back in the day. Not too much, though. I thought the quarry shut down years ago, Brad interjected. Sure did. You probably heard about that accident that happened in '98, and they had to move their operations elsewhere. Oh yeah, I was still a kid back then, but I remember it being on the news. 12 people dying in a terrible accident. My dad even used to know one of the guys. I think his name was Roger. He would come by with his wife and son, and while the adults talked in the living room, I played with his son. I never saw him again after the incident. It was a terrible thing to happen. I've worked in quarries in Mauritania, Argentina, even Serbia, and I've never experienced any deaths on site. We never really think that it could happen to us, and then when it does, he shrugged forlornly before taking another sip of his beer. Brad mimicked his gesture. So, were you retired when the accident happened, he asked. Travis took another sip and shook his head with his mouth full before swallowing. Do I really look that old, Brad? Brad chuckled. No, sir. In fact, you look like you're fit to work in the mines for another 10 or so years. Travis slapped his knee, threw his head back, and cackled. Not in a million years would I go back, he said, taking another sip of the beer. They sat quietly for a while, before Brad broke the silence. So you live here alone, Travis? Travis nodded, and his facial expression changed to a somewhat somber one. I do. My dear wife Adrian died 5 years ago. That's her, right there. He pointed to the shelf behind Brad, where a framed photograph of a beautiful young woman with curly hair rested. My son Dominic bought me this apartment and insisted that I move in. He's a soccer player in Hong Kong, Travis said. It's a long way from home. Sure is. But he loves living there. Plus, he earns a ton of money. He bought a few apartments that he rents out in Aspen and wanted to get me out of the dilapidated shit of an excuse I called home. Really nice of your son to do that. Yeah, I just wish he and his family could come visit me more often. He's in Hong Kong with a wife and 2 daughters all year round and only comes back once a year for Christmas. Brad nodded with a grimace, feeling sorry for the old man. He'd never thought about it, but now that he was about to become a father, he had to think about what would happen in the future. What would happen when his son or daughter moved out one day or got a job like Travis's son? Are those also the famous joys of parenting that everyone talks about? He didn't respond to Travis at first, since he didn't know what to say. And then he spoke up. My wife, Julia, is pregnant, he said calmly. Travis nodded but showed no exaggerated emotions like other people always did by prancing up and down and pretending to be really happy for them, despite not even knowing them. So, he simply asked, how far along is she? 6 weeks. Congrats. Travis raised his beer can in a salute and imbibed. So, I suppose you decided to start new lives with your addition by moving into a new place, huh? That's the plan. We got lucky with this apartment, too. Travis gave him a reserved smile before looking down at the can he held on his thigh. So, what do you and your wife do, Brad? He asked. I'm a manager in an IT company, he said, hoping that Travis at least knew what IT was. And Julia? She normally works as a copywriter, but unfortunately, she got fired from her last job, so now she's just kind of floating around, looking for something new. Darn shame. What kind of writing does she do? She worked for a company that partnered with other companies that wanted to advertise their products, so whatever she got a hold of, really. Company slogans, rhymes for commercials, text for advertising videos, you name it. Sounds stressful. Brad chuckled. She doesn't seem to think so. She only hates working with people from countries that pay peanuts, like Pakistani, Filipinos, and such. Don't even get me started on that, Travis retorted loudly. He went off on a tangent, talking about his time in Serbia and how he'd never seen investors and employers who cut corners as much as they do. He went on to explain how they tried loading up as much work as they could on one person. So instead of being just a miner, that person ended up being a miner, safety conductor, site inspector, rig operator, and many other things that he could fit within his working hours. Travis got really worked up talking about it, and Brad found that he could somewhat empathize with that based on his brief experience when he worked in the movie theater one summer. Travis continued talking, raising his tone, asking Brad rhetorical questions along the way, and continuing to talk shit about the employers in Serbia. Eventually, he calmed down and apologized for getting so upset. Brad told him that there was no need to apologize since he totally understood what Travis meant. They spent some more time discussing various topics like work in the mining and IT industries, politics and world events, family-related things, etc. They spent almost 2 whole hours speaking and watching TV until Brad suddenly grew worried about Julia being gone for so long. He had already finished 2 cans of beer, so he thanked Travis for his hospitality and told him he had to get going. Travis was understanding, not like Brad's friend Damien, who always tried persuading Brad to stay longer and longer and longer. He hated that. "You feel free to drop by any time, both you and your wife, you hear?" Travis said when Brad exited the apartment. "And if you need anything, feel free to knock on my door. Don't matter what time of the day or night it is." "You're too kind, Travis." Brad shook Travis's hand. "Tell you what, how about you join us for dinner Saturday night? We hadn't planned on having any housewarming parties, but with neighbors like these, we won't be able to pass up on that." "Sounds good, Brad. Sounds good. If y'all ain't too busy, I'd love to come. I appreciate y'all inviting me. Don't mention it. See you later, Travis." Brad gave him a nod of goodbye, and Travis waved his gigantic hand before closing the door of his apartment. Brad whipped out his phone and checked to see if he had any notifications. He had checked his phone a few times while he was with Travis, just to make sure he didn't miss a call or message from Julia. There were only notifications from social media, so he instead dialed Julia's number. "Hello?" She picked up after the 3rd ring. He heard the sound of a car passing by in the background, slight relief instantly washing over him. "Hey, Jules, where are you?" he asked. "I'm close to the building. I'll be there in 5 minutes." "You've been gone a long time. You okay?" "Yeah, I just got distracted and visited some other places along the way." Brad frowned. "What kind of places?" "Some souvenir shop, a makeup shop, a shop for organic food, a restaurant with—" All right, I get it," Brad interrupted her. "Do you need help with the groceries?" "Nah, I'm good, honey. See you in a bit." "All right, love you. Bye." Brad unlocked the apartment and stepped inside, feeling his stomach rumbling. Although he had eaten 2 hours earlier, it was a small meal. He hoped that Julia would be bringing something to munch on. Julia had 2 large grocery bags in her hands. Although the supermarket was nearby, she already felt her shoulders crying in pain. That was why she was relieved to hear her phone ringing. Upon answering it, she realized it was Brad. She told him she would be home in a bit, and lied about not needing help with the bags, despite wishing he was there to save her by effortlessly picking up the bags and carrying them home. Home. A warm feeling enveloped her when that thought occurred to her. She and Brad finally had their own home, in which to raise their child, without worrying about paying for the rent. She chugged the remaining path to the building, and with relief, placed one of the bags on the floor while she input the code on the entrance panel. For a moment, she couldn't remember what the code was, until she retraced her steps from yesterday. 3355, enter. That was what Stephen said. The control panel beeped, and the red light turned green. A click echoed, and she quickly opened the door and then held it open with her ass while she grabbed the other grocery bag. She entered the building, went past the letterbox, and stopped in the front of the elevators. They were both on the 9th floor, causing Julia to groan in annoyance. It was only 4 floors, plus she could use the exercise to burn the extra calories. She decided to take the stairs. The building had motion-based lights, so she didn't need to worry, like in the old apartment, about turning on the lights and then rushing up the stairs before it went dark again. Countless times she almost missed a step like that. When she climbed up to the 2nd floor, she heard a quiet, childlike voice. And that must be Cody, she thought. She continued around the stairwell, and when she got in front of the stairs leading to the 4th floor, sure enough, Cody was there, sitting in the middle of the stairs with an action figure of a soldier in his hand, and another one of a werewolf set combatively on the step next to him. He was moving the soldier toward the werewolf, saying something about not letting any enemies pass through the lines. When he heard Julia's footsteps, he jerkily turned his head to face her with wide eyes. "Hi, Cody. I'm Julia. We met yesterday, remember?" Julia smiled widely and spoke in a soft tone. Cody didn't respond, but instead continued staring at her like an animal that wasn't sure if it was in danger by the mysterious creature in front of it. "Don't let me interrupt you. Is it okay if I pass?" Cody looked at the toys but said nothing. She laughed and said, "I'm not an enemy, I promise. In fact, I'm a scout who just came back from hostile territories, and I have valuable information to share about the tactics our enemies plan to use. I ask permission to speak to General Cody." Cody looked down, and Julia realized she would need another strategy to befriend the kid. But then, Cody looked at her and said, "It's Lieutenant Cody, and we didn't send any scouts." "Well, I'm a scout from a different unit." Her shoulders were burning, but she didn't even care anymore. She was having fun, speaking to Cody. "Okay, you may pass." Cody finally retorted, with sudden and theatrical confidence in his voice. He scooted to the side and moved the toys out of the way for Julia to pass. She climbed the steps and placed the grocery bags on the side before sitting next to Cody. At that moment, he was fiddling with a toy soldier in his lap. "Well, if you're going to war, you're going to need allies," she said. "I already have allies. And friends," Cody coldly responded. "Oh yeah? Who are they?" Cody paused momentarily. "You can't see them," he finally said. "Mm-hmm." Julia nodded before leaning closer and saying in a softer tone, "Are your friends here now?" Cody looked up at her, but kept his chin down. He nodded timidly and looked back down at his toy. "Can you introduce me to them?" Julia asked. Cody looked up the stairs, as if checking to see if something was there. Julia followed his gaze, but, unsurprisingly, saw no one there. Cody looked down the stairs, and then back down at his toy. "They don't like adults," he said. "Okay, I understand. You guys have your own club. I won't interfere. But if you and your friends need to replenish your energy before or after the war, I have chocolate chip cookies in my apartment." She whispered the last part of the sentence before giving Cody a wink and a smile. Cody looked at her with an apprehensive half-rictus on his face. Julia stood up and picked up the grocery bags, making her way up the stairs. "They said you should take care of your baby." Julia was at the top of the stairs when she heard Cody say that, and she stopped dead in her tracks. She pivoted around and looked down at Cody with bafflement. He was looking up at her, with a serious expression on his face, and suddenly, Julia found herself feeling a little creeped out. "What?" she asked with a slightly quivering breath. Cody looked down and continued playing with his toys. "Your baby. Take care of it," he said, without looking at her. Julia waited a moment longer to see if Cody had anything else to say, but he simply continued playing, as if she weren't even there anymore. Julia slowly turned around, but kept her gaze fixated on Cody, before finally getting inside the apartment with hurried steps. "I'm just saying, how did he know that I'm pregnant, if you haven't told him?" Julia asked. It was almost 9 in the evening, and she was sitting on the couch with her laptop in front of her. She wanted to watch a movie, but suddenly she realized that she wasn't in the mood for movies. Brad was in the kitchen washing the dishes. The sound of water running and the occasional clattering of plates and clinking of silverware filled the air. "He probably heard us talking about it," Brad shrugged, not bothering to turn around and face Julia. "We didn't talk to anyone about it since we moved." "Did you mention anything to Raquel in front of him?" Julia asked. "Nope. I didn't speak to Raquel at all since yesterday." "Then how did he know?" Brad turned off the water and wiped his hands on the nearby rag. He spun around, rolled his sleeves down, and leaned on the counter, finally making eye contact with Julia. "I don't know, Jules. He's only 5. Kids at that age are like sponges. They hear something, they just soak it up." "I know, but—" She stopped mid-sentence and averted her gaze from Brad down to her now-black laptop screen. Now that she actually spoke to Brad about it, she started to feel like she was being misunderstood. Why couldn't Brad agree with her and see what she was trying to tell him? As if reading her mind, Brad sat next to her and said, "Look, he probably just heard us talking about it somewhere. Maybe when we were out in the hallway with Steven, or maybe he just knew." "What do you mean, just knew?" "I don't know," he shrugged. "Kids have really keen senses at that age. Maybe he somehow knew, based on your behavior, that you're pregnant." "You think that's possible?" "Sure, why not? Some animals can actually sense that in people, so they become protective of them." "That's stupid," Brad laughed. He gently placed his hand on her stomach and leaned in to kiss her. As their lips touched, they heard a loud thud coming from upstairs. Julia instinctively looked up, expecting the ceiling to collapse. Thud. 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 Soft and rapid footsteps padded across the ceiling like a child running from one end of the apartment to the other. Deafening silence ensued, and then Frank Sinatra's "Strangers in the Night" began playing, startling Julia and making her gasp. It was much louder than yesterday with clearer lyrics. Both Brad and Julia laughed, but Brad stood up and froze in place of the middle of the living room, squinting. "What are you doing?" Julia asked. Brad raised one finger before moving to the wall next to the dining room and assuming the same frozen stance. He was trying to determine where the music was coming from. "Who the hell is playing this?" he asked. "It doesn't matter. Come on. It's a nice song. They really ought to be more considerate about playing music this late." "Maybe," But let's not be the grumpy new neighbors who will complain less than a day after moving in. Besides, it's only one song, Julia said. Brad looked irritated by the song, but Julia didn't mind it. Not yet, anyway. When the baby was born, things would need to change. Brad frowned and said, "All right, but if this continues, I'll complain about it tomorrow." Chapter 4. The morning was hectic, and the entire time, Brad wondered why, of all days, he didn't include Friday in his days off. He had already woken up later than usual, confident that he would easily make it in time. The GPS said so when he checked, but the GPS didn't include him preparing for work, eating, waiting for the elevator to take him down, and getting his car out of the garage. "Honey, slow down. It's not like the company will go bankrupt because you are a little late," Julia said. She was in the kitchen, making a ham sandwich for him, not as hastily as she probably should have been. "I know, but I have a lot of back-to-back meetings today," he said, as he slid his socks on. Being late for one meeting when he had a lot of them meant he'd be late for all of the subsequent ones, and that is not how he wanted to start his day today. "Here's your breakfast, and here's your lunch." Julia pointed to the ham sandwich and the enormous ham sandwich next to it. They were wrapped in parchment paper, and Brad was sure that Julia put in some extra effort to make his lunch as delicious as possible. He wasn't happy about her prioritizing taste over speed, but he didn't want to voice that thought. "Thanks," he said, and tossed the sandwiches in his backpack. He looked around the counter, and then peeked inside the fruitless fruit bowl, rummaging through the pencils, post-it notes, batteries, and other items that were randomly in there. "Fuck! Where are my car keys?" he asked in frustration. The question was more to himself than his wife, but Julia immediately began looking around the apartment as well. Brad strode to the foyer and checked the narrow shelf next to the door. His earphones were there, but not the keys. He fished around the pockets of the jackets hanging above. Nothing. "Jules, have you seen my car keys?" he shouted, now starting to sweat from the frustration. "No, you're the last one who used them, remember?" Julia shouted back from the living room. "Yeah, but I put them on the kitchen counter, and they're not there. Did you move them somewhere?" He went back to the fruit bowl on the counter and, out of sheer anger, started taking out items one by one, hoping against hope that the keys were somewhere near the bottom. He wanted to flip over the bowl and empty all of its contents right away, but he would make a mess, and then Julia would flip out. "No, I didn't touch them," Julia said. "Are you sure? You're the one who cleaned the kitchen." He removed the final 3 items from the fruit bowl in a heap, tossing them on the top of the rest of the things. "Fuck!" he shouted, no longer able to contain his anger. He turned to face Julia and raised a hand to his temple, doing his best not to raise his tone. "Julia, I told you 1,000,000 times. Don't fucking touch my things. I never know where you put them. I told you I didn't touch your keys. And if I find anything stray, I always put it in the bowl. Well, the keys aren't in the bowl right now, are they? I told you. I didn't touch your stupid keys." Brad raised a hand in a stop sign and forced a smile before saying, "You know what? I'll just call an Uber today, all right? Unbelievable." He muttered the last word under his breath before whipping the phone out of his pocket and turning around. Once his Uber ride was confirmed, he coldly said goodbye to Julia and gave her a brisk kiss on the lips before heading out. He was extremely angry, but by the time the Uber arrived, he was finally starting to calm down. He wouldn't let himself get worked up so early in the morning. Julia had finished eating her cereal, even though she wasn't too hungry. She felt hurt that Brad blamed her for misplacing his keys. In some cases, he was right. She'd unconsciously move items while cleaning, but many more times, Brad simply forgot where he left his items. It was either the keys or the wallet left in the car or in the pocket of his pants, which he just kicked on the floor. One time, he even raised the alarm, thinking that he'd lost his wallet with all of the important documents inside, until he realized he actually left it in his jacket's chest pocket. Her ex, Keith, never did that to her, Julia remembered. He was never quick to blame Julia, and even when it was her fault, he never snapped like that. Julia wondered how Keith was doing nowadays. Last she'd heard, he was engaged. Even to this day, she wasn't indifferent to the news about Keith. When they were together, she firmly believed she could never love someone as much as she loved him. Even now, she still believed in the same thing. She loved Brad with all of her heart, but after Keith, she lost that spark that she had while she was with him. She decided she would look for Brad's car keys a bit later, and once she found them in the place where he left them and forgot about them, she would make him see how wrong he was to get upset with her. She wouldn't guilt-trip him, but she would get him to see that directing his anger toward her was wrong. Brad was never violent, but he did often get angry about minor things. His fuse was really short for someone who worked as a manager. But before Julia began her search for the keys, she would sit down and apply to some companies, and then she would research freelancing as a copywriter. Maybe she could start by looking up other people's experiences, join some group discussions, etc. She had the necessary experience, so now she just needed to find the right way to cash in her skills. She sat on a sofa, in front of the coffee table where she placed her laptop, and began by looking up Facebook groups related to copywriting and freelancing, where she promptly searched for threads related to the information she needed or asked her own questions. Many of the answers she found were optimistic, but there was an equal number of people who claimed it was impossible to earn a proper living with freelance copywriting unless you were really, really good. That discouraged Julia a bit, but she figured that Brad was right. She didn't need to earn a full-time salary right away. Just part-time would be great for starters, and then from there she could build something big. It wouldn't be the first time she did something people considered impossible. She applied to a few companies and registered on a couple of free freelancing and copywriting websites. It was overwhelming, and there was too much to do. Adding documents, confirming her identity, selecting the areas of her expertise, etc. By the time she was done, Julia had already spent almost 2 hours actively working. She decided to take a break and treat herself to a chocolate bar before looking for the car keys. Since the keys were most likely in a very obvious place, she started with the common spots. She checked out the fruit bowl again and rearranged the items that Brad had messily strewn about, then went through all of the pockets of the jackets and the pants that were in the bin for dirty clothes. The keys weren't there, but she did find $20 in a pair of Brad's jeans. She then continued, looking in more inconspicuous places like behind and under the couch, in the drawers, in the bathroom, etc. No dice. Exhausted, she slumped onto the sofa, sighing in exasperation. She leaned her head on the back of the sofa and closed her eyes, suddenly feeling really sleepy. She ran through the places in her mind that she potentially may have missed, but those were pretty scarce. Maybe it was in one of the tiny boxes that she moved into the wardrobes, the ones with electric wires, and thud, thud, thud. Julia's eyes popped open. The footsteps were coming from upstairs again, briefly, before they stopped entirely. Probably the kids upstairs playing again, no big deal. Her eyelids felt heavy again, so she allowed them to close. She continued thinking about more potential hiding spots for the keys and soon began drifting between reality and sleep. She imagined herself sifting through the boxes in the wardrobes, rummaging through the wires and grabbing the keys. That's it! She'd found them! But then she remembered that it was just a dream, and the keys would be gone as soon as she woke up. She felt a breeze on her face, soft and mildly cold. No, not a breeze. It was like something swaying back and forth in front of her face, sending gusts of cold air toward her. Julia opened her eyes and saw no one in front of her. She felt her heart beating at a slightly faster rate, and she had no idea why. Once, she darted her eyes around and realized that she was in fact dreaming. She closed them again. After what felt like only a few minutes later, the breeze came again. Julia opened her eyes once more, but she was a little more apprehensive this time. She could swear that she felt the cold on her face from the air, that it felt like someone swaying a hand back and forth in front of her face with rapid motions. No, that was stupid. No one was with her inside her apartment. She scanned the room once more, this time even raising her head to check whether something was maybe standing behind her before she lay her head down and closed her eyes once again. As her thoughts returned to the missing keys, she slowly drifted into dreamland, floating through various places but not remaining anywhere in particular. And then she felt the gust of air on her face again. She stopped and waited this time. The wafts of the cold air were definitely here. She could feel them with each swing of the hand the person was making in front of her face. But this time, she had a plan. Julia raised her arms and grabbed the person by the arms, firmly gripping the wrists. They immediately stopped swaying back and forth as she realized what she was holding in her grip were baby hands, tiny and soft, fragile under Julia's adult grip. Julia opened her eyes. She was holding her hands up, fist clenched tightly in front of her face, but there was nothing in them. She sat upright with a jolt, swiveling her head left and right. Her heart was beating rapidly, thudding against her chest. She stood up and prudently checked around the sofas and behind the couch, in case someone happened to be lurking there. She expected any moment to see a baby or toddler caked in dirt, like in Pet Sematary, with a snarl on its face. Once she checked every possible hiding spot in the apartment, she felt somewhat relieved. The paranoia began to subside, and she reprimanded herself for being so silly. Of course, no one was inside the apartment. How would they get in the first place? It was just a realistic dream, that was all. She turned on the TV to feel less paranoid and alone. It was only a little past noon, but she already couldn't wait for Brad to come home. Brad was exhausted by the time he returned home at 6 p.m. He hated going back to work after taking any days off. The work just kept piling up, and then the first few days were always hectic. Good thing it was Friday, though. He didn't care if he got messaged or emailed by his coworkers. There was no way he'd be replying during the weekend. He messed up his work-life balance when he started working as a manager by constantly being at other people's beck and call, and it took him a long time to get used to not always working, and to get other people used to him not being available 24/7. As he entered the apartment, he dropped the backpack into the wardrobe in the foyer and strode into the living room. A pungent, mouth-watering smell filled the air. A sizzling noise reached him from the kitchen, and he found Julia standing in front of the stove, adding spices to the chicken in the pan. When she turned around, she screamed and put her hand on her chest. "Jesus, Brad, you scared the hell out of me," she said. "Sorry, hun." He strode around the counter and gave her a kiss. He told her about his day and asked her about hers. She told him about looking up ways of freelancing as a copywriter, and generally seemed enthusiastic about it. It made him happy to see her motivated about something work-related for the first time since she'd been fired. Brad half believed that Julia didn't find any new jobs because she just wasn't motivated enough, and didn't give 100% because of that. But if she started freelancing, she would be more motivated, and working would be easier. Hell, she could even stay at home and take care of the baby while working as a copywriter. Not that Brad would ask that of her, but he was sure it was something she would have wanted. "Anything else interesting happen while I was gone?" Julia pondered for a moment. "Nothing that I can think of," she said finally. "They ate dinner and played a game of Among Us. It was a popular video game where a crew of space members had to find out who the imposter was, and vote him out before he killed them all. Whenever Brad was the imposter, he always avoided killing Julia, and if Julia was the imposter, he'd never tell the crew he saw her killing someone. She was a terrible killer, and would usually end up getting ejected from the spaceship, but Brad protected her whenever he could by blaming someone else. By around 9 p.m., they were unwinding in their own spaces. Julia was half sitting, half lying on the sofa, reading one of those romance novels with the cringy covers of a shirtless, muscular man with rock-hard abs. Brad never understood the charm in those books, but he knew that women went crazy for them, so he never judged Julia for it. In fact, it worked well for him, because sometimes Julia would come up with new sexual ideas she read in the book, and many of them would be intriguing. Brad was watching a TED Talk on his laptop with the earphones on so as not to disturb Julia. The talk was about persuading people in work-related situations. And then he heard it, even through the headphones, clear as day. An all-too-familiar song that boomed throughout the apartment. "Oh, come on. Again?" Brad asked no one in frustration as he paused the TED Talk and took off his headphones. Sinatra's voice came through clearly. Brad's ears perked as he listened. He could not, for the life of him, determine where the music was coming from. When he sat on the couch, he thought it was coming from Raquel's apartment. Then he turned his head and think it was coming from outside the building. He'd go into the bathroom and hear it transferred through the pipes in a metallic sound. He'd go to the bedroom and think he heard it from the apartment upstairs. But then he stopped next to the TV and listened to the wall. "It's coming from somewhere around here. You hear it?" he asked. "Oh, let them be, babe. Maybe it's a routine or something they have, like a bedtime ritual or something," Julia said, not looking up from the book. She flipped to the next page, allowing the leg that dangled off the side of the sofa to sway up and down. Brad put the headphones back on and increased the volume of the speech, continuing to watch it. 10 minutes later, the speech was done, but Strangers in the Night was still playing. Julia didn't seem to mind it one bit. "This is getting ridiculous. I'm going to find out who's playing this every goddamn night." Brad stood up. "Brad, no!" Julia suddenly jerked her head up and grabbed him by the hand. She was facing away from him a moment ago, but now she was looking up at him. "Julia, we can't just let them— It's only 9 p.m. Come on, don't be a grumpy grandpa." "I'm not a grumpy grandpa." "Grandpa, take it easy. Your blood pressure is going to jump again," Julia teased him. "You take that back," he said. "Grandpa, take it back. You're a grandpa." Brad lunged at her, and Julia playfully screamed, dropping her book on the floor. She giggled at Brad, trying to tickle her, and then screamed again, louder this time. "Quiet! The neighbors are going to think I'm abusing you," Brad shushed her. "Well, they wouldn't be wrong." She winked. They'd usually have a playful wrestling match where she tried to wrestle him to the ground, and he'd sometimes let her win, but ever since she got pregnant, he tried being as careful as possible, especially avoiding touching her around the abdominal area. They kissed a few times before Brad went to the kitchen to eat some protein pudding, while Julia continued to read. When he was done, he tossed the plastic cup into the trash bag under the kitchen counter, but ended up missing it. The plastic cup clunked on the kitchen floor, and Brad muttered, "Shit," under his breath. "Just clean it up," Julia said without even looking up from her book to see what he'd done. Brad picked up the cup and tossed it in the trash bag, successfully this time. He was about to straighten his back when he saw it. The car keys, sitting right on top of the discarded food cases in the bag. Tentatively, he reached for the keys and pinched them between his thumb and forefinger, slowly raising them up. Jules? What did you do now?" Brad straightened his back and raised the keys so that Julia could see them. "What are the car keys doing in the trash bag?" Julia looked at him with a frown, continuing to stare in bafflement. "I don't know," she said. "Did you happen to maybe throw them accidentally in there?" "I don't know. I mean, I don't see myself doing that. Why would I throw the car keys inside the trash? Maybe you just unconsciously did it. Or maybe you threw them in with the other trash without realizing it." "No. No way." Julia sat upright, focusing her full attention on Brad. "Brad, there's no way I'd do that. I'm not that crazy." Sinatra's song ended, and silence ensued. For the first time tonight, the silence felt awkward. Brad looked at the keys before clutching them firmly in his hand. "Doesn't matter. I'll put them on the foyer shelf, and please, just please, don't touch them. Just leave them there, okay?" He wasn't angry, but he still wanted to avoid saying anything that Julia could perceive as a personal attack. He placed the keys on the foyer shelf, happy that they were at least found. "I swear, I didn't throw them in the trash, Brad," Julia justified herself. Brad gave her a reassuring smile. "No, it's okay, babe. I believe you." He didn't. Chapter 5. Cody was playing in his room. Splayed on the floor in front of him were a plethora of toys. There was Colonel Winters, who was the good guy, and in charge of saving the world. His arch-enemy, Werewolf Maximus, led the horde of the undead against humans to destroy the planet. Colonel Winters wasn't alone, though. He had an entire company of friends who would be helping him overthrow the evil werewolf and his lieutenants. Colonel Winters and his friends would need to venture through the dangerous lands of the undead and fight their way to Maximus's castle, where they would need to climb to the highest floor and defeat him. Maximus always managed to either escape and return later on, or would somehow come back despite the heroes thinking they killed him. Cody had already set up the land of the undead in his room by placing walls made out of cardboard boxes and Legos, where various monsters patrolled around the perimeter: zombies, vampires, trolls, etc. The bookshelf behind the land of the undead was Maximus's castle, and Maximus himself stood on the top shelf, his shoulders tense, baring his teeth as if ready to rip someone's throat out. Each shelf had a strong lieutenant guarding it, ranging from the stupid but strong troll Magnus to Maximus's right-hand man, a fully armored black knight named Arius. Cody picked up Colonel Winters and positioned him in front of his group of friends. They were lined up in front of him to hear his speech before the big battle. "There's no time, friends. We have to stop Maximus before he can regroup for another attack," Colonel Winters said through Cody's voice. "We will fight and win, or we will die like heroes." The colonel's group cheered loudly in unison. Cody gave the command to charge, and the group began breaching the gates of the undead land, with the colonel in front. Their companion, Brutus, the friendly giant, breached the gate with the tree trunk he used as a club. And once that was done, they were inside. They began slaughtering the countless enemies that stood in their way, and as they moved through the city they got to Maximus and his lieutenants stood on the floor, just in front of the imaginary moat that protected his castle. Cody stopped and looked toward the bookshelf. It was emptied, with only one guard remaining at the lowest shelf. "I told you Maximus wouldn't leave his castle to fight," Cody said frustratedly as he stood up and waltzed toward the band of enemies. "He wouldn't risk his life out in the open like this." As he picked up Maximus and two other lieutenants, he realized that the cardboard box gate leading to the castle was wide open. Guys, this isn't funny, Cody said. If you want to play with me, then we'll play by my rules because I own the toys. A thud sounded behind him. He turned around and realized that Colonel Winters was on his back, and a bunch of zombies were on top of him, seemingly biting him. Oh, Colonel Winters can't die. He's the main character, Cody said almost hysterically. He thought they were his friends, but they were making him angry right now. He wanted to play on his own terms, but he realized that it probably wouldn't be possible at the moment. At least, not until he talked to them. He neatly placed Maximus and his lieutenants on the shelves and went over to the nightstand next to his bed. He grabbed the nightstand by the edge and as slowly and quietly as he could, pulled it so that the wall behind was visible. There was a tiny, barely visible hole in the wall. Cody squeezed his head between the wall and the nightstand and peered into the hole, squinting on one eye. At first, he saw nothing but darkness. It didn't matter. He didn't need to see anything. He just needed to hear them. He turned his ear to face the hole and listened. There was a low hum, coming from inside like a breeze in a tunnel. But then, he heard something else as well. Playful footsteps, and then some whispering. He heard the other children in there, whispering and occasionally giggling. Were they laughing at him? Did they find it amusing that they were messing with him the way they were? He peered through, and now he started to see more. The tiny hole was nestled between the fridge and the wall in apartment 401 and opened directly to the living room couch. Cody partially saw Julia sitting on the couch with a laptop in her lap. He couldn't see her face, but he could tell it was her by the slim legs and the jeans. A small bowl sat next to her, from which she plucked grapes, one by one, while staring at something on the laptop screen. She placed the laptop on the coffee table and stood up, moving out of sight. First, silence ensued, and then another giggle. Cody saw a hand grabbing the bowl and snatching it out of sight. He gasped as the footsteps and giggling occurred again, much closer now. A minute later, Julia returned, visibly confused. She was standing in front of the couch, swiveling left and right, before confusedly taking a seat back on the couch. "Cody?" Cody heard his mom's voice calling him. He immediately pushed himself away from the hole and shouted back, "Yes, Mom? Lunch is ready. Come on," Mom's voice announced from the kitchen again. "Coming, Mom," he said, and quickly stood up. He pushed the nightstand back against the wall. He cast a furtive glance toward the door before getting closer to the wall and whispering, "We'll talk later, guys. My mom is calling me." Chapter 6. "Do you think we should have invited some of the other neighbors as well?" Julia asked. She had just removed the lasagna from the oven, allowing the savory aromas to fill the living room and kitchen. Aside from the lasagna, she also bought some cookies that she would serve to the guests after dinner. And in case anyone wasn't a fan of sweets, she thought of Travis. She had a few cans of Budweiser and peanuts for snacks. For all she knew, he and Brad might click really well and talk about man stuff, but she was sure she'd have some common interests to discuss with Raquel instead. Who knows? Maybe Raquel would even be able to tell her about her company and potential position openings. Both Julia and Brad were wearing their casual clothes, intending to make this evening more informal. "I mean, we could have, but we don't know any of them," Brad shrugged from the couch. "Raquel will come with Cody, and Cody will probably get bored quickly. Well, we have that old video gaming system that we could hook up to the TV for him to play." "Oh, you mean PlayStation 2? We need to buy an HDMI cable first, since this TV doesn't have a place to plug in the composite cable." Julia stared at him in confusion for a moment before muttering an, "Uh-huh." "There are some other ways we can entertain him, though. Cell phones these days have a lot of good games, so we just gotta find the right one for him." "Wouldn't mobile games be bad for a kid his age?" "Nah, why would they? A little bit won't hurt, right?" "Well, let's see first what Raquel says to that." The food is ready and on the kitchen counter, but Julia continued buzzing around the apartment to make sure everything was as clean as she would like it to be. Whenever she finished a patrol around the apartment, she'd find something wrong or out of place. Either something that needed to be removed or something that was not clean enough. "Jules, relax. We're not welcoming the Queen of England," Brad jeered. "I know, but I want to make sure that everything is okay. Imagine what they'll think if they see that we have a dirty apartment. They'll never want to come back here again." "This is exactly why our things go missing," Brad said. Julia gave him an angry look, so he quickly added, "I'm sure they won't think that. This place is so clean that a surgeon would envy you." Julia couldn't help but let out a chuckle at that. She knew that the apartment would most likely seem spotless in the eyes of other people, but it wasn't spotless to her. But then, another thought occurred to her. What if it was too clean, and the guests felt like they had to be too cautious out of fear of dirtying or breaking something? Suddenly, she wanted to add some items here and there just to make it seem like it wasn't flawless. But then she stopped herself. It was a rabbit hole, and just like with writing, no matter how many times she revised what she did, she'd never find it perfect. When she first started doing copywriting, she spent way too long editing and proofreading her texts. Now she only did 2 rounds of edits and 2 rounds of proofreading, to avoid falling into the trap of constantly going back and forth to change things. A knock on the door had Brad standing to answer it. Julia would have gone with him too, but then there'd be too many people in the foyer, and they'd be pressed together like teenagers in a nightclub. She heard Brad greeting Raquel and speaking in a patronizing tone to Cody before inviting them to come in. Raquel was wearing jeans and a blue shirt, which made Julia wonder if she should have put on something fancier. Cody wore a t-shirt with a cartoon character on it and a pair of jeans. His hair was neatly brushed, and Julia couldn't help but think how cute he looked, like a little boy going to his friend's birthday party. "Hi, Raquel." "How's it going, Cody? You managed to beat that evil army?" She bent down to speak to Cody, but he shyly looked down. "Hey, Julia," Raquel said and moved in for a hug. Julia noticed that Raquel had a rectangle-shaped box covered in colorful wrapping paper in her hand, which she promptly handed to Julia. What is this?" Julia asked as she tentatively took the box, staring at it in surprise. "Just a little housewarming present," Raquel grinned. "Oh, come on, you shouldn't have." Brad entered the living room by then and began speaking to Cody. Cody was even less responsive to Brad, and Julia assumed it was because he was scared of Brad's height and authoritative manner of speaking. In the end, the kid retreated to the corner of the couch and watched something on his cell phone. In the meantime, Julia continued to entertain Raquel, offering her appetizers and drinks. Raquel said no to everything except a glass of wine. Later, when he noticed Cody switching to playing a mobile game, Brad approached him and tried to talk to him again. He asked him questions about the game, but Cody shyly gave him one-worded answers to everything. Brad watched and listened in fascination, often adding comments like, "Wow," or "That's so cool," but Cody couldn't care less. Julia was listening to Raquel talking about her day. The cacophony of voices that filled the room was so loud that Julia almost didn't hear another knock on the door about 10 minutes after Raquel and Cody arrived. "I'll get that," Brad exclaimed and shot to his feet. "Wait here, buddy," he told Cody as he strode out of the living room. Cody reticently looked up at Brad for a brief moment. Half a minute later, Travis walked in, looking fancier than the last time Julia had seen him. When they first spoke, Travis was wearing a green sweater and oversized jeans. Now, he wore a plaid dress shirt with jeans that fit him much better. Julia wondered if he followed today's fashion or if he simply had someone helping him pick out the right clothes. "Hi, Travis," Julia greeted him. Like Raquel, he also brought a gift, although his was not wrapped. "Evening, folks. I apologize for being late. Here's something I bought for y'all," he said as he handed the bottle of wine to Julia. "What is with all the gifts, people?" Julia asked in a pretend upset manner. "Those are the rules, ain't they? Somebody moves in, you buy a little something for them." Travis greeted Cody, and the boy's mood suddenly went from quiet to overly enthusiastic about seeing the old man. He started showing him the mobile game and telling him about the characters and what special abilities they had, while Brad jealously stared at them. Julia couldn't help but chuckle at that. Travis had a great way of communicating with Cody without making it obvious that he was patronizing him and, at the same time, adding remarks to keep the kid interested in the conversation. The group spent around half an hour talking to each other. Travis, in particular, had a lot of funny stories to share from his lifelong experience. Julia felt envious at the thought that the old man who was retired had a more exciting life than she did. But then she remembered what Brad once told her. Everyone can tell a funny story if they're imaginative enough. Taking out the trash, breaking a plate, watching the paint dry. All of those can make a good story if you structure it well. Brad was really good at storytelling too. Julia felt that she, herself, wasn't. She didn't even know that storytelling in social settings should be structured until she met Brad. Pretty soon, it was dinner time, and Julia served the lasagna to everyone. She wanted to bring in an extra chair for the 5th person, but Travis insisted they eat at the dining table, while he ate at the coffee table. Brad joined him, and soon the cacophony of voices that previously permeated the air was now replaced by the sound of silverware clattering against plates and chewing. Julia urged everyone to eat, carefully scanning their faces to see whether they liked the lasagna or were, by any chance, eating it out of courtesy. Travis was even kind enough to praise her for her cooking, warning Brad not to let her out of his sight, because other guys may try to steal her. After eating the lasagna, Julia served the cookies to everyone, and she was right. Travis didn't have a sweet tooth. Cody, on the other hand, ate more cookies than he did the lasagna, even after his mother warned him not to stuff himself so much. They spent more time talking, men and women separated into two groups, while Cody spent the majority of the time entranced in a mobile game that Brad managed to convince him to try during their short conversation. Julia had a chance to talk to Raquel about work, and much to her excitement, Raquel mentioned that they would soon have a job opening for one content editor in the company. She promised to refer Julia to the position. The night was getting late, and soon it was time for Raquel and Cody to leave, since Cody was getting visibly tired. When Raquel asked him if he was getting sleepy, he shook his head, with droopy eyes, causing his hair to sway back and forth. "Thank you so much for the hospitality," Raquel said from the foyer with a wide grin, holding one hand on sleepy Cody's shoulder. "Thank you for stopping by," Brad said, as he put a hand around Julia's shoulder. "Hey, maybe we should organize board game nights on the weekends. I had a coworker from somewhere in Southern Oregon who said he does that every weekend with his neighbors. What do you think, Cody?" Brad looked in his direction. Cody looked up at him with bloodshot eyes before looking back down. "Sounds like a good plan," Raquel said. They said goodbye and Brad closed the door. For the first time tonight, silence filled the apartment. At least, that was what it sounded like at first. But then Julia heard Travis's voice coming from the living room, soft and muffled. "He's probably talking on the phone," she thought to herself. But then she stopped halfway through the hallway, because what she heard from the living room wasn't a normal kind of speaking. Brad heard it too, because Julia felt him stop just behind her. Travis was speaking in a very low, hushed tone. Julia exchanged a glance with Brad, who had a perplexed look on his face. She tiptoed one step forward, the thick socks she wore muffling her footsteps. Travis continued speaking, and it sounded more erratic now than a second ago. His sentences were repeated quickly, and there were pauses between them, after which he responded as if he was asked a question. He raised his tone, and Julia heard him say something that sounded like, "No, and they're good people," among the jumbled-up words he uttered. This is ridiculous. Travis was probably speaking to someone on the phone about some things that he didn't want Brad and Julia hearing. Suddenly, standing here and eavesdropping felt very wrong. Julia strode forward, stepping into the living room with a smile already formed on her face. But then her smile drooped down in surprise and shock. Travis was kneeling next to the sofa on the left side of the living room, facing the corner of the room. He was hunched over, and Julia saw the side of his face focused intensely, his eyebrows raised so high up that they looked like they would fly off his face. He must have heard Julia entering because, at the next moment, he grabbed the side of the sofa and clambered up to his feet as quickly as his age allowed him to. He turned to face her and smiled, but that smile was anything but genuine. She could see it in the labored breathing that he was trying to hide and in the sweat that decorated his forehead. "Hey, Travis, everything okay?" Brad asked as he entered the living room. "Yeah, all good, Travis dismissively waved. "Just thought I saw something moving down there. This building once had a cockroach problem, you know." He cast a brisk glance toward the corner. Julia gasped. She hated cockroaches. "Oh, don't you worry none. No cockroaches here, all's good." He flashed them another grin. "Well, listen, this has been a great night, but I really should get going. It's getting kind of late, and I got an old friend who I promised to help load in chopped wood in the morning." "You sure? You could stay a little longer, Julia said. No, I appreciate it, darling, but I really need to get going. Thank you all for your hospitality. I really enjoyed it. Been a while since I spent a fun night with someone like this." He shook Brad's and Julia's hands. Julia felt how sweaty his palm was, and how nervously strong his grip was. Still smiling, Travis gave them a nod of approval. Julia just then realized how daunted she might look, so she forced herself to smile. "Okay, well, thank you for coming. Let me pack you some lasagna to take home." "Oh no, it's fine, darling. You really don't need to. Please." "I insist." Julia packed most of the lasagna for Travis in a Tupperware, much to Brad's silent frustration. He probably wanted to eat the lasagna over the next few days, but she was doing him a favor this way. He would be forced to eat healthy instead. "Here you go," she said as she handed the plastic to Travis. "Thanks a bunch, Julia. I'll be sure to bring you some of my famous pigeon stew," he said. Julia tried to hide the disgust on her face by thanking him. Travis turned to face the hallway, and Julia noticed him casting one final, furtive glance at the corner where he had been kneeling before heading to the foyer. He thanked them once more, and stepped out into the hallway. Brad closed and locked the door, and then turned to face Julia. They shared a look of bewilderment. "What the fuck was that?" he asked. Julia opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Sinatra's song blaring through the apartment. Chapter 7. Brad wasn't getting enough sleep. He'd often wake up in the middle of the night at the sound of those footsteps upstairs. Sometimes he'd hear them in his sleep and open his eyes, wide awake with bullets of sweat coating his forehead. Other times, he'd wake up even before hearing the noise. He'd have trouble falling asleep after that. The footsteps were always brief, maybe 3 or 4 thuds, as if someone ran from one side of the apartment to the other. But they were always loud enough, and always right above his head. Julia never woke up, much to Brad's surprise. She was a light sleeper, and these footsteps were thunderous. He even thought he heard voices from time to time, but they were too low and muffled for him to discern what they were saying, or even what kind of person the voices belonged to. Then one night, when it all became too much, he decided to visit his upstairs neighbors and complain. This was around a week after they moved in, and he was particularly frustrated since he had early work in the morning and it was 3 a.m. He quietly put on his pants and exited the apartment without waking Julia. He used the stairs, thinking along the way about what he should say to the apartment owner. He was angry and wanted to start with a stern complaint. But then he realized that it would most likely wouldn't work. These people probably had kids, and they couldn't control them 24/7. So he decided on a politer approach. He was no stranger to these kinds of conversations. He had them often at work, either to reprimand an employee for his bad performance or to listen to their complaints about their teammates. And one time, he, unfortunately, had to fire someone. But all of those unpleasant conversations could be made pleasant with the right words. He stopped in front of the apartment. Number 501 hung on the door. He heard more voices coming from inside, muffled speaking that he still couldn't discern. Brad rang the doorbell and put his hands on his hips as he took a step back, waiting impatiently. The voices inside the apartment resumed for a moment or so before going entirely silent. Brad waited a bit longer and then took a menacing step forward and rapped on the door. The knocks came louder and angrier than he intended them to. Silence ensued, even more deafening than a moment ago. Up until then, he heard the low whirring of something in the building that he had grown accustomed to, like the computer or refrigerator producing a hum that you didn't even notice until it was gone. Brad knocked once more. "Hello? I can hear you in there," he exclaimed, now starting to feel rather frustrated. Still, nothing. He assumed that the kids were pretending not to be home and the parents may have been sound asleep. Brad reached to ring the doorbell again when he heard the lock echoing loudly in the hallway. The door of apartment 501 opened in front of him, and Brad was faced with the squinting, withered face of a skinny, old woman. "Yes?" she asked timorously. Hi. My name's Brad. I live downstairs in apartment 401. The woman's face changed from perplexed to outright dumbfounded. She produced an sound and then said, "Wait," with her index finger raised before closing the door. Brad distinctly heard her accent in the words she uttered. A moment later, the door opened again, but this time, instead of the woman, a shriveled old man, wearing thick glasses that made his eyes look twice their normal size, stood there. He exchanged a few words of a Russian-sounding language with his wife before turning to face Brad. "Hello? Yes?" he asked with a prominent accent. It was visible from his face that he had just woken up. "Hi. Sorry to bother you so late. I keep hearing noise from your apartment. Would you mind keeping it down a little?" "Noise?" the man asked. "Yes, noise. You know, like footsteps." Brad used 2 fingers to portray legs walking. The man continued staring at him with his mouth agape. Sorry, we sleep, no noise, he said a moment later. Are you sure? Do you have any kids running around or something? No kids. The man was visibly uncomfortable and trying to end the conversation. Before Brad could say anything more, the foreigner slammed the door shut in his face and locked it. One of the neighboring doors opened, and a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair poked her head through the crack, squinting at Brad. Brad gave her a vague smile and nodded before turning on his heel and leaving. He didn't want to be perceived as a hostile neighbor. Not yet, anyway. He returned to bed next to Julia, who was still snoring. He was wide awake now and assumed he wouldn't fall asleep for another hour or so. The footsteps didn't come again that night. Brad spent more time hanging out with Travis ever since they met. Although they were at least 30 years of difference between them, Brad felt like he could speak to the old man as normally as he would to anyone his own age. He had no need to talk in a condescending or slow explanatory tone, since Travis seemed to understand everything clearly, even when it came to technological things. Travis even had one of the newer smartphones that he used with ease, despite it being a touch-based phone. Brad remembered how his late grandfather couldn't use a cell phone to save his life. He had an older model phone, the one that didn't even have a colored screen, and he could never remember how to do the simplest of things, like texting or calling. He tried memorizing what buttons to push in order to get into the call log without even looking at the screen, which, of course, never worked. Sending messages was out of the question. And then there were times when he butt-dialed random numbers and then blamed Brad for screwing something up with his goddamn phone. Travis would either visit Brad and Julia for half an hour or so, a couple of times a week, or Brad would stop by for a beer or two. Overall, they had a lot of common interest, and the more Brad got to know him, the more he felt relaxed with him. They shared dark humor and oftentimes sexual jokes among them, or Travis would spend his time speaking about his days when he was a player. This was before he met his late wife, Adrian, and he claimed that he never looked at another woman ever since he met her. He always spoke about her with the utmost respect and care. To top it all off, Travis wasn't just a good talker. He was also a great listener, and seemed to know exactly when to just listen and when to give advice. It was one particular night, on a Wednesday, almost 2 weeks after Brad and Julia first moved in, that Brad spent some time at Travis's place, drinking beer and watching a game. It was around 11 p.m. when he decided to go home, figuring that Julia must be feeling lonely. He thanked Travis for his hospitality, feeling a little tipsy from the amount of beer he drank, and walked across the hall to his home. Julia was at her laptop when he returned, transfixed by whatever was on the screen, her face illuminated by the bright glow. She said something about finding a client for her copywriting freelance job, and Brad dismissively praised her, trying to sound as sincere as possible. "Are you drunk?" Julia immediately noticed. "No, of course not," Brad said. "Okay, maybe just a little, but with all due respect, I think I can allow myself a break from time to time. No, relax, I'm not accusing you. You should go to bed earlier, though. You've got work tomorrow, babe." Brad turned to pour a glass of water when the usual music blasted once again. Sinatra's Strangers of the Night started so abruptly that Brad almost dropped the glass. "Jesus fucking Christ," he swore. The music hadn't been playing every night, but it progressively played longer and louder when it did. Suddenly, feeling angry, Brad finished pouring water into his glass, took a big gulp, and slammed it on top of the kitchen counter. "That's it. I'm going to fucking dismantle those neighbors." His temper was particularly short tonight, probably due to the combination of not sleeping well enough and drinking. "Brad," Julia started, but he raised a finger. "Jules, no. They need to learn some goddamn manners," he said as he strode out of the apartment without another word. The music was still audible in the hallway, but less so than inside the apartment. Brad tentatively strode to the right, trying to determine if the music was getting louder or quieter. When he stopped in front of Raquel's apartment, he leaned his ear closer to the door. The music was even quieter here, but it was definitely coming from Raquel's place. He rang the doorbell and waited. He heard the muffled pattering of footsteps inside the apartment before the lock clicked. The door opened a crack, and Raquel peeked through, leaning so that only her head and shoulder were visible. Her hair was tied into a bun, and she had some sort of cream on her face. She was wearing a t-shirt and was probably without a bra, hence her hiding behind the door. "Hey, is everything okay?" "Hi, Raquel," he said politely. Now that he was in front of her, he couldn't decide on what stance to take. She looked genuinely confused, and being hostile toward her would probably not be the right approach. It was then that Brad realized another thing. The music was no longer playing. He had no idea when it stopped, but it wasn't abrupt. He was sure of it, because he would have noticed the music cutting off in the middle. So, he started, suddenly feeling awkward under Raquel's unblinking stare. Do you happen to hear that music every night? Raquel looked nowhere in particular before locking eyes with Brad again. What music? She asked. Well, there's a song playing almost every night, from 9 p.m. in one of the apartments. It's not coming from your place, is it? He realized that his question sounded accusatory, but the words had already left his mouth. No, not from my apartment. I have a 5-year-old, so I can't play loud music, you know. Her remark sounded ironic, but Brad ignored it. Well, someone is playing it very loudly. Do you really not hear anything? Raquel slowly shook her head, giving Brad a cautious glare, as if she were standing in front of an unpredictably dangerous animal that might lunge at her any moment, at any sudden movement. But Brad wouldn't give up. Well, what about the couple upstairs? I think it might be them since I often hear footsteps, so... Upstairs from your apartment? Yeah. You mean apartment 501. That's the number above mine, right? It was his turn to be sardonic now. Raquel looked down for a moment, as if she were pondering something. She then shook her head and said, No, definitely not. I mean, is the music you're hearing Polish? No, it's Frank Sinatra. Then you're probably hearing it from somewhere else because Mr. and Mrs. Blaskowitz barely speak English, and they use every opportunity they can to complain about the guys on the floor above them having gaming and drinking nights on the weekend. There's no way they're making any noise. Brad scratched his chin. I see. I'm sure I'm hearing something upstairs late at night, though. The footsteps, at the very least, if not the music. Raquel shook her head. Listen, I know Mr. and Mrs. Blaskowitz, and I've seen their apartment. Not only are they old and weak, but they also have thick carpeted flooring covering every inch of their apartment. There's no way they're running around the apartment causing that noise. Not to mention they go to bed very, very early, like 8 p.m. I see, Brad said. All right, well, sorry for disturbing you. You have a good night. Raquel politely said goodbye, but he could tell that she was irked. As the door closed, he turned around and made his way toward his apartment. He was looking down the entire time, and suddenly, the lights went out, leaving him in pitch black. Brad stopped in his tracks to regain his balance. He outstretched his left arm to the side to fumble for the wall and, once he found it, slowly made his way forward in the dark with a hand against the wall. The lights should have been coming back on, but they weren't. Well, either way, the door to his apartment should be right He stumbled forward and fell face forward, reaching his hands out in front of himself, barely in time to protect his face. He cried out in pain when he felt the debilitating pain in his knee upon hitting the floor. Son of a bitch, he groaned. For a long moment, he stayed on the floor, unable to stand up. And then he heard the pattering of footsteps right next to him before they proceeded somewhere down the hallway, followed by a playful, childlike giggle. This made him stop groaning immediately and hold his breath in anticipation. Hello? He asked, but got only silence as a response. He strained his ears to make out any potential noise in the hallway, and then a loud click resounded and light blinded him. Brad shielded his eyes from the light. Brad? It was Julia. She solicitously ran to him and asked if he was okay, and he confirmed that he was before getting up with a groan. His knee was still crying in pain, but he assumed that it wasn't anything serious. Hopefully. You drank way more than you should have, huh? Julia asked with a giggle. Yeah, I guess I did. He returned the chuckle. But as Julia entered the apartment, Brad cast one last glance at the hallway. He retraced his steps, and there was no doubt about it. The way he felt some pressure on the back of his legs, the way his legs just buckled. That fall wasn't caused by the alcohol. Chapter 8. Brad woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. His eyes shot open, and he felt his heart rapidly drumming in his chest. He was overcome by an inexplicable, cold sweat. Did he have a nightmare? Is that what woke him up? He looked left at Julia's side of the bed and saw her figure bundled under a thick blanket, only her hair sticking out at the top. Even her face, although turned toward him, was covered by the blanket. Brad turned to the side and slid his arm under Julia's blanket, wrapping his arm around her. She felt cold, unnaturally so. He opened his eyes, and now her face was uncovered. showing not Julia's face, but a zombified, shriveled face, with 2 black orbs for eyes and a mouth slightly open in a crooked manner. Brad wanted to scream, but he was frozen. Julia opened her contorted mouth and produced a piercing shriek. Brad felt every drop of blood in his body turn to solid ice. He opened his eyes, darting them around the ceiling and panting. Just a nightmare. That was all it was. As if realizing that maybe it wasn't actually a nightmare, he turned his head left and looked at Julia. She was sleeping, peacefully under the blanket. Soft, steady breaths intermittently left her mouth. Brad gently placed one hand on her cheek and stroked her face with steady motions while staring at the ceiling. The sound of footsteps made him stop. God damn it. Not again. Thud. 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 Only this time, it wasn't coming from upstairs. No, it was never coming from upstairs. How could he be so stupid to even think that? It was coming from the living room. Brad shot up into a sitting position, all senses suddenly alert. He quieted his breathing, listened closely, and then heard it again. The soft thud, thud, thud coming from the living room. Slowly, holding his breath, he tossed the blanket aside and swung his legs off the edge of the bed. His feet touched the ground silently, but as soon as he put weight on them, his ankles produced a loud, snapping noise distinctive to joints that haven't moved in hours. He hoped that the intruder didn't hear him, so that he could have the upper hand. He swiveled his head to the left and saw Julia still sleeping. Good. He didn't want to cause her to panic. He looked around the room for any item he could use as a weapon. Nothing on the nightstand except his cell phone. Thud. 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 Brad jerked his head toward the door, letting out a shallow gasp. He stood up from the low, creaking bed and tiptoed to the bedroom door, ignoring the still fresh swelling in his knee. He placed his ear against the door, listening. No sounds were coming from the living room right now. Brad placed his hand on the cold doorknob and, as slowly as he could, turned it. It turned all the way to the end without producing a sound, much to his relief. He pulled the door open ever so slightly, peeking through the crack. He saw a tall, dark silhouette staring directly at him. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt his legs cutting off instantly until he remembered that he was staring at the hallway mirror. He would have hysterically laughed had he not heard another thud, thud, thud from the living room. He slowly turned the knob back into its natural position and grabbed the door by the edge. He further opened the door and took a step forward, peeking to the right toward the living room. No one was there, as far as he could see, so he looked left instead. Still nothing. He dared to step out and sneaked across the wooden flooring that felt unnaturally cold to his bare feet. Now that he was getting closer, he no longer heard a thudding sound. Instead, he heard something that sounded like steady scraping. Back and forth, and back and forth it went, with slight pauses in between. It wasn't coming from the living room. No, this sounded like it was in the kitchen. Brad stopped dead in his tracks, listening to the sound. When it didn't stop, even after what felt like a whole minute, he decided to proceed forward. The entire time, his gaze was fixated on the counter on his left, and then a terrifying thought occurred to him, that the threat may actually be on his right inside the living room. He stuck to the right-hand wall as he assessed the kitchen first. It didn't look like anyone was in there. He decided to peek around the corner into the living room. It was dark, but he saw the room clearly. It was empty. The scraping was still coming from the kitchen, now a little louder and faster than before, as if sensing his presence. Brad was half convinced, more than anything now, that it was a rodent or an insect making that noise. He flipped on the light switch impatiently, illuminating the kitchen in a bright mixture of Operation Room-like lights. If anyone was in there, they probably would have stepped out by now, and if not, then the scratching would have stopped. But it didn't. Now, more confident, Brad strode around the counter, his eyes fixated on the floor. A kid. A fucking kid. Sat in the middle of the kitchen floor, facing away from Brad. Brad saw the top of his head, neat strands of clean hair falling against his scalp, almost as if it had been licked to stay that way, and untarnished, deep blue, almost black clothes that resembled a school uniform. Catholic school uniform was the first thought that occurred to Brad when he saw the white collar around the neck, the socks stretched almost up to the knees, and the shiny shoes. The kid had a toy train that he was rolling across the floor between his widely spread legs. Back and forth it went, over and over, slowly and steadily, producing a loud scraping, no squeaking, from the fact that the wheels were probably displaced or damaged or rusted. Brad opened his mouth but had no idea what to say. The scene in front of him was so dumbfounding that he found himself wordless. A kid no older than 6, sitting on the floor of his kitchen in the middle of the goddamn night, playing with a toy train. So many questions raced through his head, and yet he had no logical answer to any of them. He wondered if he was still dreaming and would find himself back in bed next to Julia any moment now. But the prominent cold that he now felt, permeating the very marrow of his bone, told him that this was real. "Hey!" he called out to the child finally, his voice cracking in the process. The kid continued rolling the train across the kitchen tiles, not giving any indication that he heard Brad. At least, not at first. But then, he stopped rolling the toy, the squeaking sound suddenly coming to an abrupt halt. The kid continued holding his hand on the toy, but was now motionless. The air suddenly felt heavy, as if the windows in the room hadn't been open in weeks, and still, it wasn't stuffy and hot. It was cold. So cold. A little boy was in front of Brad, a kid who couldn't possibly be a threat in any way. And yet Brad, for some reason, felt the hairs on the nape of his neck stand straight as he stood there on the cold kitchen tiles. "How did you get in here? Where are your parents?" he asked, with a little more authority in his timbre this time. The kid slightly straightened his back, letting go of the toy. He placed his palms on the floor and kicked his feet up, slowly clambering up into a standing position. He still didn't turn to face Brad, but stared at the cabinets in front of him. The feeling of panic that swirled inside Brad up until now was slowly reaching a tipping point, and Brad's instincts suddenly screamed at him to get Julia and get the hell as far away from this place as possible. But he couldn't move, nor look away. He was entrenched in one spot, forced to stare at the boy, his eyes wanting to close, but refusing to even blink. Slowly, the child began turning, as if in slow motion. Brad saw his ear, then the neatly cut sideburn, one big eye, thud, 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 just above his head. Brad instinctively looked up, and he wished he hadn't. It took his brain a moment to process the anomaly on the ceiling that stared back at him, and then he realized that it was the kid, holding onto the ceiling like a fucking fly, staring down at him from an upside-down position, his face disturbingly calm. Brad widened his eyes, muttering, "Oh shit," as he felt himself stumbling backward and losing balance. The moment seemed to last forever. Brad wanted to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. He was overcome with a sense of zero gravity for a split second, and then he hit the floor with his back, and then his head. He felt pain jolting through his skull like an electric shock, and the images in front of his eyes began spinning in circles. He thought he saw a figure above him, staring down at him, but when he blinked, it was gone. He groaned, but what came out of his mouth was instead a muffled sound. He heard a voice somewhere next to him, but it was like hearing it underwater. "Brad!" The voice became clearer, and he realized it was Julia. He looked left and saw his wife kneeling next to him with a panicked expression on her face. She asked him a million questions, all boiling down to the same thing. "Are you okay?" Brad put his hand on the back of his head, feeling the throbbing slowly dissipating. Yeah, I'm fine," he said. "What happened?" Julia asked in a panic. "The boy." Brad suddenly came to his senses, as if just waking up from a long sleep. He propped himself on his elbows and stared into the kitchen between the cabinets, darting his eyes in random directions. He jerked his head toward the ceiling. No one was there. Brad further propped himself up and peeked above his feet, expecting to at least see the toy train, but it wasn't there. "Boy? What boy?" Julia asked. "There was a boy here just now," Brad confusedly said. "He might still be around." He tried getting up, but felt himself losing his balance. Julia gasped and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Wait here. I'll call an ambulance. I swear to God, you're never drinking again," she said. "Julia, wait!" He called out, but was unable to raise his tone properly. It was too late. Julia was already on the phone with the ambulance. The whole thing turned into a commotion. Brad getting up to look around the apartment for the creepy fucking child. Julia warning him to sit down, him telling her to get off the phone with the ambulance, her ignoring him. Brad snatched the phone away from her. Sorry. Everything is okay here. No need to send anybody, he said as he ended the call. Brad, Julia shouted. You could have a serious head injury. I'm fine. You don't know if you're fine. You might have some damage there that you wouldn't know about until it's too late. I'm fine. Listen, we need to... He stopped mid-sentence, not knowing how to say what he was about to say. Julia stared at him in anticipation and confusion. We need to what? There was a kid in here. I know it sounds crazy, but just hear me out. He managed to interrupt Julia before she opened her mouth to disagree with him. I know what I saw. There was a little boy sitting on the kitchen floor, and then... He didn't know how to say the next part. Julia stared at him sheepishly when he mentioned the boy on the kitchen floor. If he mentioned the boy on the ceiling, she'd hound him until they went to the doctor. And then, Julia looked over her shoulder. What happened with the kid? I don't know. He's not in the apartment. Brad hesitated. We need to call the police. No, there's no need. Brad didn't want to involve the police over something that may make him look like a lunatic. I mean, you know what? Maybe I just imagined the whole thing. Julia stared at him as if she were looking at a crazy person. He noticed this, so he got closer to her and said, Listen, I'll go to the doctor in the morning, okay? Make sure nothing serious is going on. Promise? This seemed to calm her down slightly. Promise. He gently turned her toward the bedroom, and she did so as if she were operating on autopilot. But then she turned back to face him. She stared at him for a long moment, maybe trying to detect any lies on his face or something that may confirm to her that he had a serious injury. Brad's headache had already somewhat faded by then, but the throbbing was still there, coming in short interval pulses. You said you saw a boy in here, Julia said. It sounded like she was speaking to herself and not to him. Yeah, it was my imagination. Triggered the light or something. What really happened, Brad? Why were you awake? Brad pressed his lips into a thin slit. He shrugged. I slipped. You slipped? Yeah. I actually got up to get a midnight snack because I was hungry, and I probably spilled some yogurt. Julia sleepily nodded. For a moment, she looked like she was going to add something else, but then she turned around and walked toward the bedroom. Come on, let's go back to sleep, she said. Brad's mouth formed an O as he exhaled as silently as he could behind her. He dodged a bullet here. If Julia thought there was some creepy shit going on in the apartment, she'd want to leave immediately. One thing was for sure, though. The kid on the ceiling was not the same one as on the kitchen floor. Chapter 9. That's so, Travis asked with a frown. It was 7 p.m., and he and Brad were in a nearby bar called Cackling Corner. It was called that way because it often had stand-up comedy nights, although Travis found that there was rarely any cackling involved. He visited the bar once or twice every week with some friends, but the older he got, the less strength or will he had to do so. Although the bar was only a block away, dragging his ass to it proved to be bothersome, and he didn't have the drinking stamina that he used to have in his younger days. He also felt constant pain in his back and joints whenever he made any sudden motions, so he learned in time to take it slow and steady. Right now, he and Brad were sitting in a dark corner of the bar, away from the murmuring crowd, even though said crowd wasn't large to begin with. Yeah, it sounds crazy, I know, Brad said. Not crazy at all, Travis interjected. It did sound crazy, but Travis believed every word Brad said, about being pushed in the hallway, about seeing a kid dressed in a school uniform in his kitchen in the middle of the night, and then another one on the ceiling. But he couldn't tell Brad what was going on because Travis wasn't sure himself if he had the answers. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind, Brad said as he took a sip of his beer. Travis nodded. He brought the large beer mug to his own mouth, mostly to hide his facial expression. Brad leaned back in his chair and said, Anyway, forget it. How are things on your end? Travis nodded and put the mug down. Nothing new ever happens to me. I'm an old, retired man and don't have nothing to share, you know. That's not true. You have plenty of good stories to share. You always crack Julia and me up, Brad said. Travis laughed courteously before looking down at his mug. He thought about Brad and Julia. They were good people. They had a baby on the way. Although Travis didn't want them to lose the property they just bought, they probably wouldn't be able to stay. He looked up at Brad and said, "Hey, Brad, listen. Hold on, give me a sec, Travis." Brad raised a forefinger just as the buzzing on the table started, and his phone screen lit up. Brad picked up the phone and swiped the screen with his thumb before putting it against his ear. "Hello? Hey, Jules, I was just about—" His eyes widened. "What? Hold on, I'll be right there." He lowered the phone and tapped on the red button to end the call. "What's wrong?" Travis asked solicitously. "It's Julia. Something's wrong." Both Brad and Travis shot up to their feet. Julia had just finished making a warm cup of coffee for herself in the coffee machine that she bought a few days ago. Steam billowed up in the air from the mug, and although the pleasant redolence filled her nostrils, she knew she couldn't sip it yet due to the warmth. She went over to the dining table and placed the mug next to the open laptop. She was feeling particularly good this morning because she found her first client as a freelancer. It was a guy who wanted to run ads on Facebook for a small local business. Julia wasn't bothered by the fact that a first-time ads runner contacted her about it. Plus, beggar freelancers can't be choosers. First, it would be the small businesses. Next would come the big shots. Julia believed that keeping happy and positive thoughts in your mind rewarded you with happy and positive outcomes. So far, it hadn't failed her too terribly. As Julia pulled out the chair and sat by the table, she heard a clatter behind her. In the silence that permeated the air, it was loud enough to nearly make her jump out of her skin. As she spun around, she scanned the room with a fervent darting of her eyes. The framed photograph of her and Brad that stood on the shelf next to the wall-mounted TV was on the floor, face down. Julia stood up from her seat and simultaneously spun around to face the photograph. She walked over to the photo and, without giving it a second thought, placed it back on the shelf, a little further back this time. She glanced at her and Brad's smiling faces in the photo. It was a picture they took in the park a few years ago, only a few weeks after they started dating. Julia got a warm, nostalgic feeling all over her for a moment. She returned to the dining table and pulled her chair closer. She grabbed the mug by the handle and slowly raised it to her mouth. She glanced down at the steam that still billowed up in the air from the dark liquid, deciding it was time to take crack. Julia almost dropped her mug of coffee. She pivoted her head quickly, and immediately her eyes fell on the photograph, which wasn't on the shelf anymore. She looked down, and lo and behold, the picture was face down on the floor again. Julia stood up, staring unblinkingly at it, her throat suddenly dry as if she'd swallowed a spoonful of sand. She looked around the room just to make sure she was alone, but deep down, she already knew that the photograph couldn't have fallen on its own. She walked over to the picture with hypnotized steps and looked left and right once more before slowly bending down. She picked up the photograph and felt her breath getting caught in her throat. The protective pane of the frame was cracked, leaving shards of glass sticking inward like sharp pillars. A few fragments detached and fell onto the floor with a quiet cacophony of clinks. The breath that was caught in Julia's throat escaped her mouth in the form of a timorous, half sigh, half gasp. The faces in the picture were scrawled out with repetitive, circular black marks. Whatever this was, it couldn't have been from the fall because, first of all, it was done with a marker, and secondly, this seemed too meticulous, too surgically precise. The scrawls were two perfect ovals on Julia's and Brad's faces, not a single feature remaining inside the oval, and not a single line jutting outside of it. It's ghosts. They're gonna what? What do ghosts do? Break things in the apartment? Possess people? No, that was demons. Are demons inside the apartment? Julia stood up, holding the photograph in her hand, feeling a sudden shiver run down her spine. It was cold in the apartment suddenly, much colder than it was a moment ago. She heard her own trembling breath as she slowly spun around, expecting any moment to see a monstrosity like from the movie The Ring standing right in her face, staring at her with vacant eyes. What she saw on the kitchen counter equally terrified her. A bowl of rotten grapes. Julia took a tentative step toward the kitchen counter, staring wide-eyed at the bowl. White mold caked the surface of the grapes, the ones that weren't shriveled and black already. Tiny fruit flies buzzed around the bowl, and Julia thought she saw something small wiggling inside the bowl. "You have to leave." A childish voice came from behind her. Julia screamed, dropping the photograph on the ground. She turned around, but saw no one there. "Leave." A slightly different voice came again, this time from the opposite side. Julia spun around, and still, no one was there. The voice now turned into a cacophony of voices all around Julia, always sounding like they were in her ear, but no matter how quickly she spun around, she saw no one standing there. She felt like she was losing her mind from the drowning voices of what sounded like tens of children. And then, just like that, they stopped. Julia continued spinning for a few more seconds, panting in panic, and darting her eyes around every corner of the room. "Get out!" A deep, guttural voice boomed in her ear so loudly that Julia fell on her rear. She scooted backward until her back hit the couch, the panting now turning into whimpering. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The demonic voice from just before reverberated in the room, and still, Julia couldn't tell where it was coming from or see anyone. She clambered up to her feet and sprinted down the hallway toward the foyer. She stopped and screamed when she thought she saw the silhouette of a person disappearing into the bedroom with a casual stride. A bang came from behind her, causing her to jump once more. No choice. Either she could stay in the living room with whatever was in there, or she could risk her way past whatever just entered the bedroom. She opted to risk running the hell out of there. She ran faster than she ever thought she could, swung the door open, and jumped outside. She didn't look back. Instead, Julia rushed to apartment 402 and banged on the door with the root of her palm, whimpering, panting, crying, all at the same time. She kept her gaze fixated in the direction of apartment 401, incessantly banging on the door over and over. She heard the door open a moment later and saw a perplexed Raquel standing in front of her. "There's someone in my apartment!" Julia hysterically exclaimed. When Brad arrived in front of the building, he saw a police cruiser parked in front. A wave of panic rose inside him. He ran inside, not bothering to see if Travis kept up with him. One of the elevators was on the ground floor, so he took it as quickly as it would take him to floor 4. Almost as soon as he exited the elevator, he saw the door of apartment 401 open. "Julia!" he shouted as he made his way to his home, his heart leaping in his chest. He rushed into the living room where he saw Julia sitting on the couch and 2 police officers standing in the middle of the room. He didn't even fully register the police officers at first. Julia was safe, and that was all that mattered. She jumped up and rushed to him. He embraced her tightly while she silently held her head buried in his chest. One of the police officers met Brad's gaze before looking at his partner. "Julia, are you hurt?" Brad grabbed his wife by the cheeks. "I'm fine, and just shaken up," she said. "What the hell happened?" he asked when Julia finally pulled away from him. He darted his eyes from the cops to Julia, unsure who to expect an answer from. "Your wife claims someone was in here with her," the cop who looked at Brad said. "But we didn't find any signs of anyone being inside the apartment." Brad glanced down at Julia, who had the look of a scared child. She shook her head distressfully and said, "I saw someone here. I know it. They broke the photograph and shouted at me to get out, and then this bowl." "Who did?" Brad asked. I don't know. I didn't see them." "Is anything missing from the apartment?" Julia looked offended by this question, but Brad didn't mean it like that. He was simply trying to determine what Julia saw. Somehow, he knew that what they were dealing with could not be logically explained, but his mind refused to acknowledge it. "Brad? Julia?" Travis's voice boomed from the foyer, followed by the earthquake-like footsteps. Travis's towering figure appeared in the living room, panting with sweat on his forehead. He exchanged glances with everyone in the room and then looked at Julia. "Darlin', you okay?" he asked, gently putting one hand on her shoulder. She nodded timorously. The police officer from before cleared his throat and said, "Well, listen. We didn't find any signs of intrusion here. No forced entry, no missing things. But we can open an investigation case." "That's all?" Brad asked, feeling slightly frustrated at the lack of the officer's assistance. The cop raised an eyebrow. "We will also leave a patrol car in front of the building, so in case anything happens, we'll be right here." That was better. "Thank you," Brad said. "All right. If there's anything else that you need, feel free to give me a call. Here's my number." He jotted down his number on a piece of paper and handed it to Brad with a blank stare. Brad thanked him once more, and the 2 police officers were out of the apartment. The room felt less crowded now, and Brad wanted to know what exactly happened while he was gone. Julia showed him the photograph they kept on the shelf next to the TV. The glass protecting the photo was shattered, and Julia's and Brad's faces were scratched out with something. "What is this?" he asked with a frown before handing the photograph to Travis. The old man looked at the picture with a reticent expression on his face, before gently placing it on the shelf face down. "I was about to start working, and I heard the photo fall off the shelf. I placed it back up, and when I turned around, it fell again." Julia sounded like she had a lot of trouble speaking about this. And then, "It's okay, baby." Brad put a hand on her cheek. Julia's eyes welled up with tears, and she put a hand over her quivering lips. "There were voices," she said. "What kind of voices?" Travis asked. He was standing with hands on hips, looking down at Julia with his mouth agape. "Children. There were many voices." "What were they saying?" Travis asked, nearly in a whisper. Julia turned to face Brad, her lips no longer quivering, and her face calm and collected. "Leave." Cody poked his head through the door and looked left. He was staring toward apartment 401. Brad, Travis, and Cody's mom were standing in front of the door, speaking in tones that were reduced to loud whispers that echoed through the building. When Cody first heard the loud banging on the door, he got scared. But then, when his mom opened the door and he saw Julia standing in front of it, hysterical and tear-stricken, he knew what had happened. She rambled incoherent sentences about someone being in her apartment, and although his mom probably didn't comprehend a word she was saying, Cody understood everything. Still, he couldn't tell her anything. When he once tried convincing his mom that his friends weren't imaginary, she dismissed what he was saying. She didn't say she didn't believe him, but he wasn't a dumb kid. He knew what she thought. Once Cody's mom figured from Julia's half-clear sentences that there was some trouble in her apartment. She grabbed her phone and called the police. She gave the police officer on the phone their address and only just then noticed Cody standing in the middle of the foyer. She uttered some meager words of comfort, which had no meaning to Cody since he wasn't distressed in the first place. He got scared from the knocking, but that was it. Cody continued to observe the situation with rapt fascination. "How's Julia?" his mom asked Brad. The policeman already left, and the panicked voices had died down. "She's sleeping. I gave her a pill to calm her down," Brad said with a somber timbre. "Thank God," she said. "I didn't know what was going on when I heard the banging, but it scared the crap out of me. And then, when she said that someone was inside, I don't know what happened." "She must be under a lot of stress," Brad said. Cody's mom made a sour look on her face before saying, "That didn't seem like stress to me. She was really scared. I mean, inconsolable." Brad nodded, and Travis looked down at his feet. "The police officers checked the apartment and found no traces of a break-in," Brad said. "She swears that she saw someone in there. You don't get into that state by just thinking you saw something. Travis?" Both Cody's mom and Brad were fixated on Travis now, who jerked his head up at the mention of his name. He cleared his throat and shrugged. "I believe that she believes she saw something. I do. But you don't think someone was actually in there?" Travis looked toward apartment 402, right at Cody. They were locked in a staring contest for a long moment before Travis looked back at Raquel and said, "This building is as safe gets. Ain't nobody coming in here without permission." Silence filled the air for a while. Cody held his breath in anticipation. He wondered if anyone would suspect that his friends were the culprits of the whole ordeal. Brad and Raquel stared at Travis for a moment, and then Brad broke the silence. "Well, listen, I've got to go look after Julia. Raquel, thanks for calling the cops." He gave a brusque nod to Travis and turned around. Travis and Raquel started making their way to their own apartments, as well as when Brad's voice boomed again. "Oh, Travis." "Yeah?" Travis turned around and looked at Brad with undivided attention. "You wanted to talk about something earlier. At the bar?" Travis raised a hand and scratched his chin, his mouth hanging slightly open. "You know what? I forgot. Old age, sorry," he said with a chuckle. Brad returned the chuckle and said goodbye once more before returning to his apartment. "Come on, sweetie. Let's go and play inside. What do you say?" Raquel said to Cody as she gently grabbed his shoulder and spun him toward the apartment. Cody knew what was going to happen now. He wouldn't be allowed to play on the stairs anymore, and it was all because of his friends. Chapter 10. Ever since the incident with the photograph, Julia had been on edge. She spent more and more time outside the apartment while Brad worked because she didn't want to be alone. She'd bring her laptop and go to a nearby cafe where she spent hours working. She contemplated visiting Raquel from time to time, but she didn't want to be a burden to her. On top of all that, Julia also experienced inexplicable night terrors or nightmares almost every night, which caused her to lose out on her much-needed sleep. The apartment she was so excited to move into, and which she called home, now felt anything but. If that wasn't bad enough already, she couldn't help but be more aware of the strange occurrences in the apartment. It was mostly noises, pattering of footsteps, dull, thudding sounds, sometimes even something that sounded like whispering and giggling. But then, there were also the scarier occurrences that Julia couldn't rationalize, no matter how hard she tried. Items mysteriously disappearing from one place and appearing in another, or outright going missing. Scratch marks on the wooden flooring that Julia was sure weren't there just a day ago. The doorbell ringing, only to find no one there. She tried talking to Brad about it, but whenever she opened the topic, he'd dismissively make an excuse about what she was seeing or hearing. He didn't look concerned, but it was impossible to tell what he really felt. Brad was really good at hiding emotions, so for all Julia knew, he was doing it about this too. At one point, she almost started to believe that she was losing her mind. Almost. But when she sat one afternoon to read one book and found the childlike scrawling of the word "leave" on the first page, she knew that it wasn't her. It was the apartment. Julia wasn't superstitious, and she definitely didn't believe in ghosts and the paranormal, or, at least, she didn't actively think about the topic. But, now that she had experienced it firsthand, she was more of a believer. She decided that she had had enough. Once Brad was back from work, she would talk to him about moving out. Brad's mind was plagued with a myriad of worrying thoughts. He had a baby on the way, work to think about, and on top of that, he lived in a haunted apartment. Julia firmly believed it too. He knew that much, but he didn't want to further worry her by confirming her suspicions. At first, he wasn't sure if the things he was seeing were real or not. But now that Julia experienced similar things, he was sure that apartment 401 had something unnatural about it. It didn't stop with Julia being attacked either. He'd wake up in the morning, exhausted from the vivid nightmares, and sometimes he'd see bruises or scratches on his forearms or legs. He'd also feel like someone pushed him or deliberately left a wet splotch on the floor for him to slip on, or a toothpick on the carpet for him to step on, etc. He hid those things from Julia, of course, just as he hid his injuries. She was pregnant, and worrying her with these things could only harm the baby. He knew that he couldn't just wait for things to get better, though. Something was wrong with the apartment, and he was determined to find out what. While having a quiet moment at work in the break room, he dialed Stephen's number, the realtor who sold them the apartment. "This is Stephen from Live Better. How may I help you?" the realtor's perky voice stated after just one ring. "Stephen, hi. This is Brad Napier. You sold us an apartment." "Hi, Brad. Yes, I remember. How's everything going?" Brad wasn't sure what to say exactly. "Well, to tell you the truth, not so great." "Oh?" Stephen sounded surprised. "Yeah, listen, I think there's something wrong with the apartment we bought." "Mm-hmm. Wrong how?" Stephen asked with a distinct, patronizing tone in his voice. Brad scratched the side of his face. "It's difficult to say, actually. I think we have a rodent problem, a pretty bad one. If you have a problem with the apartment, you can contact the super, and he will take care of everything for you, free of charge." "Yeah. Actually, my wife and I don't think we want to stay here anymore. You know, with her being pregnant and all, we just think that this environment may not be safe for her." "Okay," Stephen tentatively said in a tone that indicated Brad should go on with the explanation. "So, is there, like, a way to reverse the purchase of the apartment, or do something of the like?" Stephen went silent on the line for a moment. Brad knew he was still there and that he heard him from the low exhale that came from his end. He just probably wasn't thrilled with what he was hearing. A moment later, he finally broke the silence. "See, the problem is once the papers are signed, I submit them to where they are needed. The papers were already processed, so you're already the owners of the apartment. So there's no way to effectively reverse the process." The only thing you can do is arrange to sell the place." "I see," Brad nodded. He expected to get that kind of answer, but he was still disappointed to hear it. "I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, Brad. I wish there was something I could do," Stephen said. No, I understand completely. If there's anything else I can help you with, feel free to give me a call." Brad went silent for a brief moment, trying to decide if there was anything he could ask Stephen. He felt like the questions would come to his mind later, after the conversation, and he didn't want to bother with another call to the realtor. "Actually, there's one thing," Brad said. "Ask away," Stephen enthusiastically responded. "Can you tell me if apartment 401 has already been occupied in the past?" Stephen went silent. He hadn't intended to do that, but he wanted to buy some time before he answered Brad's question. He was sitting in his office, staring at the glass pane of the door and the shadowy silhouettes of his coworkers passing by. He said, "It has been occupied, actually, but it was only one tenant renting the place." "Oh? How long did he live here?" Brad asked on the line. "I'm afraid I don't know. I was given that apartment as a responsibility only a few months ago, and by that time the tenant was already out, so I never really looked into it." "Is that something you could do for me? Look into the info of the previous tenant?" Stephen made a show of sighing loudly. He didn't like Brad's persistence. "I'm afraid not. See, the thing is, apartment 401 was in the hands of a different company at the time the building was first erected. And then when our company, Live Better, took it over, some of the data got lost. Our higher-ups decided to keep only the relevant info and start from scratch." He grinned a PR grin, even though he was on the phone. It was something he often did when he tried convincing people of something, especially if that something was a lie. He had rehearsed most of the possible scenarios by now, so there was practically no way that he could get cornered with questions such as these. "Is there no way you can find out who the previous tenant was, anyhow?" Brad refused to give up. "Sorry, I'm afraid not. It's strict company policy. Even I'm not allowed to go snooping around for previous tenants' information if they weren't under my jurisdiction. I could lose my job." Stephen lied smoothly. The first few times he lied about it, the people who were listening to him looked unconvinced. But Stephen followed their reactions and slowly learned where to improve, when to say the right things, when to stop speaking, when to offer assistance or show regret for his inability to help them, etc. "Okay, I understand. Thanks anyway, Stephen," Brad said somberly, without further complaints. "All right, well, I'm going to have to go for now, but if there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to call," Stephen said as he kicked his feet up on the desk with a complacent smile. They said goodbye, and Stephen put the phone in his pocket. He placed his hands behind his head as if sunbathing on a beach on vacation. He wondered if he would be having any more problems with the Napier couple. Even if he did, it wasn't something he wouldn't be able to handle with ease. Brad and Julia were not the first residents of apartment 401 who suspected something was wrong, and they definitely wouldn't be the last. Chapter 11. As soon as Julia heard the door open, she sat upright on the sofa. She heard the rustling of Brad's jacket, and a moment later, he waltzed into the living room. "Hey, babe. Something wrong? Did something happen again?" he asked, immediately noticing the concern on her face. "We need to talk," she brusquely retorted. She felt a cold shiver envelop her. Her feet and hands were ice cold, and this time, it wasn't from the paranormal stuff. It was from the conversation she was about to have. Brad nodded and sat on the sofa opposite Julia. He leaned with his elbows on his knees and intertwined his fingers, giving Julia an intent stare. "So, what's up?" he asked, and loudly swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed up and then down. Julia cleared her throat and looked at the coffee table cluttered with dirty plates, her laptop, a decorative lamp, and 2 empty glasses. "I think we need to move," she finally uttered, and it took a lot of strength to do so. Only after saying that did she look up at Brad, who retained the same grievous facial expression. He didn't say anything. "There's something very wrong with this apartment, and I think it's dangerous to stay here, for us and for the baby." She made a gesture of gently putting her hand on her stomach. She was only 2 months pregnant, but she wanted to be out of the apartment before she entered the first trimester. She didn't care where they had to live, even if it was in a motel, but any place was better than apartment 401. Brad scratched his nose and looked down momentarily. "You're right, Jules. He responded a moment later and looked at Julia. "You're right." That came as a relief to Julia, but then the next sentence crushed her hopes. "But we can't leave," Brad said. "Why?" "You know why. Because this is our home now. We can't just pack and leave. We have nowhere to go. There's no one close who could take us in while we look for another place." Julia's mind raced to find a desperate solution to the situation. "Well, maybe we can return the apartment. Maybe the agent. Stephen? He might." Brad shook his head mournfully. "I'm sorry, Jules. I already tried talking to him. He can't help us." Julia felt her heart sinking to the bottom of her stomach. That was it. They were going to stay trapped in this apartment forever. They would have to learn how to live with the paranormal bullshit, no matter how inconvenient it was. Once that thought settled in, Julia began to rationalize that she may get used to the strange occurrences after a while. She imagined a scenario in which her parents came for a visit and they saw a figure walking into the bedroom. "Who was that?" her mother would ask. "Oh, don't worry about that, Mom. It's just the ghost of the Native American whose land this building was constructed on." Julia would have laughed at the thought if she didn't find the predicament they were in so horrible. "Brad, this apartment is not safe. Do you understand? It's dangerous." She emphasized the final word. She was starting to get angry with Brad. How could he just sit there and do nothing, so calm and lethargic, when their lives were possibly at stake here? Brad was already assaulted by whatever the hell lived in here. It was only a matter of time before it was Julia's turn. And if that happened, they might not get a chance to protect the baby. "Jules, listen. We have nowhere to go. We can try and sell the apartment, but then we'll have nowhere to go. And even if we do sell it, we'll get less cash for it than what we bought it for. But we can't just stay here. It's not safe for the baby." "What do you want to do?" Brad sighed and ran his palm down his face. "I want to go back to my parents' place," Julia wanted to say. But she knew that it would be impossible. Her parents lived 4 states away, and Brad couldn't afford to lose his job now. Not when they had to pay for the apartment. They had no one in Oregon who they could stay with until they got back on their feet. "I want to hire a priest," Julia said. Brad stared at her with raised eyebrows. He probably wasn't sure if she was joking or not. "What? A priest?" he asked. "Julia, you aren't even religious." Julia took a deep breath and swallowed. "I think this apartment is haunted." She expected Brad to burst out laughing, but he kept staring at her with the same reticent stare. "You believe there are ghosts here? Ghosts? Demons? Something. I don't think we're alone here. Julia, this building is pretty new. I would understand if you said this about an old building where people may have died. Hell, I'd believe that too. But this building is new. Only one tenant lived in the apartment before us. Well, maybe he died." Brad opened his mouth but said nothing. It was clear that he wanted to poke holes in Julia's ideas, and naturally so. He was as much an unbeliever in the paranormal as she once was, but that didn't reduce her anger nonetheless. "Okay, listen. I'll get you some holy water and candles. Let's try to purify the place ourselves," he said. "Don't patronize me, Brad. I'm not. I swear." He raised his palm toward her. "You may be right. I won't get into whether there are ghosts inside the apartment, but if you really believe there are, I'll get you some things to purify the apartment. And if it doesn't work, then we'll call a priest." Brad felt the apartment walls closing in on him, and not just figuratively. He started liking workdays more than the weekends because he didn't need to bother staying in the apartment for so long. He wanted to make excuses about staying overtime since he dreaded going home so much. But the only thing that kept him going back was the fact that Julia and the baby were there. He texted or called her often while he was at work just to make sure everything was okay. For the most part, Julia was doing somewhat all right, but she seemed to retreat into a shell and refused to talk openly about how she really felt, ever since the incident with the photograph. Once Brad brought home Catholic Church incenses, white sage, and holy water that he filled up his plastic bottle with from the holy water font in a nearby church. Julia immediately began working on the house. She lit the incenses and placed them around every corner of the apartment, making the place look like a Buddhist temple. The smoke that filled the air smelled somewhat sweet and reminiscent of the churches that Brad used to visit with his parents when he was a kid. He hated going to church, and the smell that now permeated every corner of the apartment didn't bring any pleasant or nostalgic memories. Next, Julia lit the white sage and went around the room, spreading the astringent, herbaceous smell that it carried with it. Soon the entire apartment looked like a hookah bar. Brad's eyes stung, and he could hardly see Julia from the heavy smoke that billowed and revolved in the air. Once she was done, Brad told her to open the windows, but she shook her head. "We have to let the smoke purify the apartment first," she said. "But what if the evil spirits can't leave because all the windows are closed?" Brad interjected with a preceding cough. That seemed to knock some sense into Julia, and she immediately opened every window, leaving the apartment to vent for some time. It took a while until all of the smoke was out, and by the time she was done, she was coughing too. Before the entire process started, Brad had insisted that he purify the apartment while she was out, stating that it would be bad for the baby if Julia stayed, but she wouldn't hear of it. Once all the smoke was out, Brad sighed in relief. However, Julia wasn't done just yet. She grabbed the bottle of holy water and uncapped it. She put a thumb over the top so that only a tiny gap remained, and then she began pouring droplets in various spots of the apartment. She did it sparingly, and although a lot of the surfaces of the floor and furniture ended up being visibly wet, Brad didn't mind so long as it made her feel better. He just hoped that the paranormal stuff would stop after this. Julia sprinkled a few droplets on Brad, and he grabbed at his face, screaming, "It burns!" and clawing at the place where the droplet touched him. Julia didn't find it particularly amusing, and simply continued sanctifying the apartment without a word. After what seemed like almost an hour later, Julia returned to the living room where Brad was sitting and watching TV and closed the bottle. It was nearly empty, but she refused to throw it away. Rightly so, Brad thought. "But Jules, how is this even going to work if you're not religious?" "I don't need to be religious for it to work, and if it works, I'll become religious." She put her hands on her hips and scanned the apartment aptly. "That should take care of this. I'd like to see those ghosts get past this line of defense," she said proudly. "Yeah, all you need now is a line of salt to stop the ghosts from entering," Brad remarked jokingly. She looked at him with rapt attentiveness, and he immediately tried to fix his mistake by saying that he was only joking, but it was too late. Julia had already started researching what kind of salt she'd need for that, and Brad knew that she wasn't going to let up until the apartment was entirely ghost-free. Chapter 12. The apartment wasn't getting any better. In fact, things seemed to be getting worse. It was as if the purification caused whatever inhabited the place to become even more aggressive. Brad found more and more bruises on his body, sometimes in the distinct shapes of fingertips. He didn't even bother hiding it from Julia anymore. They discussed what they should do, and got into a heated argument about their disagreements. Julia wanted to leave, but Brad wanted to stay. That was why, when Brad entered the living room, exhausted from work around a week after the purification, he wasn't happy with what he saw. Sitting on the couch was a skinny, middle-aged, bald man with a shiny head, dressed completely in black. A priest was the first thought that crossed his mind. One glance at the person debunked that thought. He wore a black shirt, buttoned all the way up to his neck, tightly squeezing his Adam's apple, and black jeans, but he was no priest. That could only mean one other thing. Some kind of medium. He and Julia had discussed the possibilities of calling a priest or medium, and although Brad was adamantly against the idea of a priest, he didn't even want to hear about a medium. Julia had brought a cup of coffee to the medium and put it on the table in front of him. He thanked her with a polite smile and nod before standing to greet Brad. They shook hands. Brad couldn't help but notice how much he resembled a famous, bald, porn actor whose pictures he often saw around the internet. He would have laughed if he hadn't been so upset right now. "Good evening. I'm Abraham, but you can call me Abe. A pleasure to meet you." "Brad," said, already determined that he was not going to call him Abe. Abraham sat back down and continued staring at Brad with a creepy smile, perhaps in anticipation. Brad looked at Julia, who was in turn staring at the medium. "So as I was saying, Abe, we've been having all these horrible things happening to us in the apartment," she said. "Mm-hmm," Abraham attentively said, and nodded as he intertwined his fingers and put them in the lap of his crossed legs. "Tell me more what kind of things you've been experiencing." He gestured from his wrist, and the first thought that Brad had was that Abraham only resembled the porn actor in looks and nothing more. The actor was very manly. Abraham was everything opposite of that. Julia continued. Well, it started off mildly. Noises here and there, misplaced items, that kind of thing. But then, they got more aggressive. Brad even got attacked. Show him your bruises, Brad. Brad had no intention of showing his bruises and scratches to the stranger, so he just dismissively waved it off and shook his head. It's nothing. She's exaggerating, he said before turning to Julia. Jules, can I see you for a minute? Julia didn't look at all pleased by this sentence, but Brad could tell that she was trying to put on her happy face, at least in front of the guest. She was this polite to someone only when she felt like she really needed the person who she hired and couldn't afford to lose them. She turned to the medium and said with a big grin, Excuse us for a moment, Abe. Of course. Take your time, Abraham politely said as he reached for the coffee. Brad and Julia entered the bedroom. As soon as Brad closed the door, he got close to Julia, mere inches from her face. Jules, what the fuck were you thinking? He said in a hushed tone, but it came out louder than he expected. Shh. Julia raised a finger to her mouth and shushed him. Quiet. That irked Brad even more. He put his hands on his hips, bursting at the seams with an intense desire to raise his voice. Seriously, Julia, a fucking medium? Without even talking to me about it? You know what? You refused to do something to get these ghosts out of our home. Our home. You let them torture us like this apartment belongs to them, and not us. Maybe it does, Brad thought, but said nothing. Besides, what's the big deal anyway? Julia continued. He's just going to fix our apartment and chase away any negative things from it. He's a fucking quack. Shh! Julia raised a finger again. Brad sighed, mostly just to calm himself down. What if this doesn't work? Then we'll find another way. We are not going to have this discussion right now. Before Brad could say anything else, Julia brushed past him and opened the door. He heard the angry stomping of her footsteps, followed by a polite apology to the medium. Brad tried forcing himself to smile, but he may as well have been trying to teach a raccoon how to ride a bike. Instead, he tried to erase the frown from his face when he walked back into the living room. When he entered, Julia proceeded to explain to the medium what kind of paranormal activities they'd been experiencing. The entire time, Brad wanted to jump in and interrupt her or tell Abraham that she was just imagining some of the things, but that would only make this ordeal longer. The sooner the medium does his thing, the better. Who knew? It might even work on dispelling the black magic or whatever the fuck loomed in the apartment. The entire time, Abraham listened attentively to Julia, nodding and producing sounds like, aha, right, etc. When Julia finally finished dumping all the information on the medium, he continued listening, probably waiting to see if she had anything else to add. He then looked at Brad and asked, What about you, sir? Brad was taken aback. He tuned out halfway through Julia's explanation, so he had no idea what the question referred to. Abraham seemed to notice this, so he added, What were your unnatural experiences living in this apartment? Have you felt any negative energy? Brad shrugged. Everything she said. And no, I haven't felt anything negative or evil, if that's what you mean. Abraham nodded with a concerned look in his eye. Is there a particular spot in the apartment where these occurrences are more common? He asked Julia after taking a deep breath. No, it's all over the apartment. There isn't a single place where I can pinpoint the activity, Julia forlornly replied. I see, Abraham nodded. You see, paranormal activity, especially negative energy, usually gathers in one spot. That is usually a spot in one particular room, or sometimes the entire room. In rare cases, though, the entire apartment is occupied. That almost means that more than one bad thing happened in the haunted place. Julia and Brad exchanged glances. Abraham swiftly stood up and said, Now, I may not be a priest, but I am an expert in demonology, possession, communion with the dead, and anything of the like. So you made the right call by calling me here. So, where's your paranormal activity gear? Brad asked. Brad! Julia hushed him with a look of embarrassment on her face. No, it's fine, Abraham said. I can understand that a lot of people don't believe in the paranormal, even when they call me. They're just so desperate to get rid of the evil that haunts their homes that they're willing to do just about anything. That's why advertising my services would do no good in my line of work. He guffawed, but only got a meager smile from Julia. Abraham darted his eyes from Julia to Brad and asked, "Would you mind if I looked around the apartment a little?" "Not at all. Feel free to look as long as you need," Julia said. "Thank you. This may take some time, so feel free to resume your daily activities. Don't mind me." Brad narrowed his eyes, immediately suspecting that this guy was a con man who had in mind to steal something from the apartment while they weren't looking. He hoped that he wouldn't be stupid enough to try something like that. "Do you need some privacy?" Julia asked what Brad was thinking. "Not necessary. I just need to look around, see if I can feel anything." "What exactly are you going to be trying to feel?" Brad asked, still unconvinced of this medium's bullshit. "Anything out of the ordinary. Usually it manifests itself as negative emotions, sadness, anger, hate, anything of the like." Brad nodded. Abraham excused himself and started from the corner of the living room. Brad couldn't help but notice that it was the same spot where Travis was kneeling and whispering that one night. If this so-called medium really had the expertise he claimed to have, he would definitely notice something there, right? Brad slumped into the sofa and brought out his cell phone, pretending to browse Facebook, while sneaking furtive glances at Abraham to see if his reaction would anyhow indicate there was something there. The medium stood facing the corner, his head hanging down. He was motionless like this for at least a few minutes. Brad knew it was at least a few minutes because Julia asked him what he wanted for dinner, and he asked if he could get mac and cheese, but Julia said that he didn't want to disturb Abraham with the sounds of cooking. In the end, she made him a ham and mayo sandwich, and by the time he finished it, Abraham was still standing in the corner of the room. Just when Brad was about to ask him if everything was okay, Abraham moved to the middle of the living room and stopped there, lowering his chin just like he did in the corner. He stood frozen like a statue, with his eyes closed. Brad stared at him in awe and amusement. He waved to Julia, who stood behind the kitchen counter, and jeeringly pointed at Abraham, making a confused facial expression as if to ask, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" Julia didn't find this gesture amusing and instead raised a forefinger to her mouth to shut him up. Brad rolled his eyes and swung his legs into a lying position on the couch to continue browsing social media, but relaxing proved to be impossible, with the human statue of the medium creepily standing in the middle of the room. Eventually, Brad decided to go into the bedroom where he continued surfing the internet. A few times, Julia asked herself if hiring Abraham was a good idea. It wasn't that she didn't believe in the powers the mediums had, but she wasn't sure if Abraham could be trusted. Maybe he was just lying to her the whole time, and would later spray some holy water, take his $500, and call it a day. Julia was sure that the financial compensation was another thing Brad would not be pleased with. And if Abraham really did turn out to be a quack, Brad would never let her live that down. But right now, she didn't care. She just wanted her peace back. Abraham moved to various spots of the living room where he remained motionless, sometimes for a few minutes, sometimes less, before moving to the next spot. When he got to the place where the couch was, he raised one finger, and with his eyes closed said, "I feel something here, but it's not anything serious. Some minor energy, but it's impossible to even tell if it's negative or not." Julia looked around the spot where he was standing, focusing intently in the hopes of seeing something that wasn't visibly there. Abraham stood there for a moment and then moved toward the kitchen. Julia stepped out of his way and moved back to the living room to give him some space, and because he made her a little uncomfortable, standing in a trance like that in front of her. Abraham continued to do this, moving through various spots in the kitchen, until he finished up and reached the hallway. Once he was there, he asked if it was okay for him to enter the empty room on the left. They'd cleared the meeting room of all the furniture. Julia gave him the go-ahead, and he thanked her politely before entering. Since Julia figured he'd need another hour or so to finish everything, she decided to give him some space while she spent some time working on her clients' work. She had managed to get 4 clients who were paying her well, so at least she had that going for her. If it weren't for the paranormal things going on, she would have been able to focus more on the work. Abraham had spent much longer in the nursery than Julia thought he would, and when he came out, beads of sweat coated his forehead. "Everything okay?" Julia asked. "Yes," he smiled. "Mind if I use your bathroom?" "Not at all. It's the second door to the right, down the hall, Julia pointed. He thanked her and proceeded to use the bathroom. Afterward, he continued going into his trance down the hallway in the remaining spots he hadn't checked out yet. He checked out the pantry, the bathroom, and the foyer, and by the time he reached the bedroom, Brad had to get out and join Julia in the living room. "I think this guy is fake," Brad whispered to Julia while Abraham was in the bedroom. Julia hushed him just in time for the medium to walk back into the living room. He grinned, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Good news. I'm not sensing much negative energy in the apartment." Julia didn't know if she should be glad or concerned. "So then, why are we experiencing this paranormal stuff?" Brad asked bemusedly. "I'm afraid I'm not able to determine that fully yet. Based on what I can feel here, the threat shouldn't be severe. I'm feeling a lot of energy, especially from that room." He pointed to the would-be nursery. "Both good and bad energy. I believe we should have a séance to see what exactly is going on. If that's okay with you, of course." Julia wasn't sure what he meant with the word séance. "A séance?" Brad asked. "You mean summoning ghosts?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. If there is a spirit or spirits occupying this apartment, we want to find out what happened to them and what they want. And then," Brad persisted, "first, we see the circumstances of their death." "Wait, death?" Julia interjected. No. Nobody died here. This is a new apartment. If there is a lot of energy trapped in here, then something must have happened. I can't tell what, but either someone was very emotional in here and their energy lingered, or a person died in here and their spirit remains trapped. Abraham made a mournful look on his face. "When do you think we can do this séance?" Julia asked. "Right now." Abraham smiled. Chapter 13. The room was darkened from the blinds that were pulled down, the only light remaining from the dim glow of a candle on the floor. Abraham, Brad, and Julia sat on the floor of the nursery, impatiently awaiting Abraham's next move. On the floor between them sat a Ouija board positioned in a way that it faced Brad. Abraham did some preparations before placing the board on the floor, which Julia wasn't there to see. She felt so nervous that even being in the same dark room as the board felt ominous and wrong. When she entered the room and saw what state it was in, shivers ran down her spine. It was at that moment that she realized this was real, and the paranormal stuff she experienced thus far was actually something out of this world. That overwhelming realization terrified her. Abraham took out a planchette, a small, heart-shaped piece of wood with a hole in the middle, and placed it in the center of the board. Brad didn't seem as agitated anymore either. The way he attentively followed with his eyes every move Abraham made told Julia that he was as apprehensive as she was. "Usually we can use a small glass cup for this, but since we have a planchette, why not make it easier, right?" Abraham said with a grin. "Sir, I would like you to be the one to hold it." Abraham presented the wooden piece to Brad. Brad looked at him with a stare of suspicion, but instead of disagreeing, he silently nodded and took the planchette. Perhaps Abraham was trying to make a point to Brad, show him that ghosts really existed. "Can you please move the planchette to the word hello on the board?" Abraham asked. Brad put a forefinger on top of the planchette as if disgusted to touch it too much, and slid it across the board with a shuffling sound to the big hello in the middle of the board. Abraham thanked him and straightened his back, placing his bony hands on his knees. "Gently hold the planchette, please," Abraham said to Brad. Brad complied. "Hello," Abraham said a moment later, his gaze focused in front of him. He looked around for a moment before continuing. "Is there anybody here with us? Is anybody here in this apartment? If someone is here with us, say yes." Brad and Julia exchanged glances, Brad shooting a suspicious glare and Julia a concerned one. Abraham continued repeating the questions calmly, giving ample time between each question for whoever was in the room to answer. Julia nervously looked around the room, expecting to see something standing behind Brad or Abraham or stuck on the ceiling. And then she looked down, completely forgetting that maybe whatever stalked them would be on the floor, hidden in a corner of the room, The hairs on the nape of her neck stood straight. "My name is Abraham," he repeated. "Is anyone with us here?" Brad suppressed a chuckle at Abraham's ridiculous attempts at impressing the couple. He had been holding the planchette with a gentle squeeze of his forefinger, and was just about ready to let go when he felt something. Under his finger, the planchette moved. Slowly, it slid across the board all the way to the upper left corner. Brad wasn't moving it. He was sure of that, because he even tried gently pushing it in the opposite direction, but it was as if the planchette was guided on its own. Was this some sort of mechanism that Abraham used to trick gullible people into believing him? The planchette stopped at the word, "yes," where it ceased moving entirely. "Brad!" Julia scolded him. "What? I'm not doing anything," he defended himself. He looked at Abraham to see if there was anything that he was perhaps doing, but there was no way that he could, since his hands were on his knees. Either the board itself had some kind of mechanism that moved the planchette, or the second, less appealing thing. There really were ghosts in the apartment. "Who are you?" Abraham calmly asked. Meanwhile, Julia's eyes were wide with terror and confusion as she darted her eyes around the room, to Abraham, to Brad, to the planchette on the board. Silence hung in the air for a painfully long moment. "What is your name?" Abraham asked again. Nothing. Brad expected the planchette to start moving any moment again, so he held his finger pressed a bit more firmly on it this time. "Is there more than one person in here with us?" Abraham asked. Nothing happened. Not at first, at least. And then the planchette moved again, slightly away from the "yes" on the board, before returning to it. Again, Brad felt like the planchette was guiding itself rather than him guiding it. Julia let out a terrified gasp, but Brad was so focused on the board that he didn't even look at her. "How many of you are there?" Abraham asked. Brad thought he was prepared for the planchette to start moving again, but he was wrong. When the wooden object began sliding across the Ouija board again, he was startled. It moved all the way down to number 1, where it stopped, so that the number was inside the hollow circle of the planchette, and then it moved to the right until it stopped on number 4. 14? Julia asked, looking at Abraham for confirmation. He gave her a slight nod. Julia turned back to Brad and said, "Brad, I swear to God, if you're pranking us right now, I'm not. It's moving on its own, all right?" "Who are you?" Abraham asked, clearly emphasizing every letter of the question. The planchette started moving immediately this time. It slid to the letter K, where it lingered for a moment. Then it moved to the letter I, followed by D, and finally S. It stopped moving after that. "Kids?" Brad was the one who asked the question this time. If this was a trick used by the medium, then he was doing one hell of a job. "Did you die in this apartment?" Abraham asked. The planchette slowly slid to the yes on the board. Brad heard Julia audibly gasping in horror, but continued staring at the board out of fear that he might miss something. "No, that can't be true," she said, shaking her head. "This apartment is new, yes, but it's possible that there was a building here before where the terrible things may have happened." "So you mean, like, a burial ground?" Brad asked. "Not quite. Burial grounds would be much worse than this. These are just a number of unfortunate souls lost in limbo. You see, souls of the dead often linger in places where they died, especially if the circumstances of their deaths were tragic. If we are speaking to children here, then their deaths were most likely very tragic." Brad saw Julia biting her lip nervously. "Did someone kill you?" Abraham asked. The planchette moved from yes, and Brad found himself chanting over and over, "Please, go to no." His hopes of that happening died when the wooden piece moved back to yes. Julia clasped a hand over her mouth and stared at Brad with tears in her eyes. "What the fuck do we do with him now?" Brad asked. Abraham continued staring silently at the Ouija board. A prolonged moment later, he finally spoke up. "What do you want?" he asked. The planchette remained still. After a long moment of silence, Abraham opened his mouth to ask another question, but the planchette began moving again. This time, it formed the word justice. Abraham sighed. Under the candlelight, he looked much older, much more tormented. For a moment, Brad believed that maybe he wasn't a quack after all, and that this job took a toll on him to make him look so gaunt. "I can't give you justice, but I can give you peace," Abraham said. "Would you like that?" The planchette moved to the word yes. Abraham complacently nodded. "If I give you your peace, do you promise to leave this apartment?" The planchette moved away from yes, and Brad prepared himself to follow the finger on the planchette back to it. Instead, however, the planchette moved all the way to the other end of the board to the word no. Brad felt a pang of concern forming inside him. Julia looked like she was about to cry. "This apartment now belongs to this couple. You have to leave," Abraham said. The planchette moved from the no and returned right back to it. "Why not?" The wooden piece darted much faster from letter to letter now, the shuffling on the board loudly resounding in the room. "Justice." Abraham, for the first time since the seance started, raised a finger and scratched his bald head. "I can release you from your limbo, but I need your word that you will leave the apartment, no, the building, alone." The planchette slowly moved toward no on the board, where it eventually stopped. "If you refuse to leave, then I will have no choice but to banish you, and I do not want to do that. Please, leave them alone." The planchette began vibrating all of a sudden. Brad pulled his hand back as if he got burned and stared at the board in awe. The wooden piece vibrated so intensely that it was visibly shaking. For a brief moment, Brad suspected an earthquake, but he dismissed that thought immediately when he realized that only the wooden piece was shaking. It was clattering against the board, and then it began sliding across the board in various directions, stopping at certain letters for split seconds before moving to the next one. Before Brad could spell out the word that the planchette formed, it flew in one direction toward Abraham like a slingshot-propelled pebble. Julia screamed, and Brad instinctively ducked. Abraham wasn't fast enough. All three of them looked at the wall behind the medium and saw the planchette embedded in it. The candle's flame was suddenly snuffed out, leaving the trio in complete darkness. An ear-piercing crash came from the living room, causing Julia to scream louder this time. Brad had his cell phone with him, so he whipped it out and turned on the torch. He approached the light switch and flicked it on, much to the relief of at least two of them. Abraham seemed indifferent. As Brad grabbed the doorknob, Abraham raised a hand to stop him. "We need to end the seance properly," the medium said. "What does it matter?" Brad shrugged. "If we don't say goodbye, the spirits can possibly latch onto someone in the apartment and feed off their energy. It's all theoretical for now, but trust me when I say that if it's true, that's the last thing you'd want right now." Reluctantly, Brad sat back down. Abraham pulled the planchette out of the wall, apologizing for the damage their apartment had sustained. He placed the planchette back on the board and told Brad to hold his finger on it. Brad kept a close eye on the planchette, skeptical that it might get sent flying again and, this time, seriously injuring or possibly killing someone. "Whoever you are, we thank you for your time. Goodbye," Abraham recited hastily. The planchette didn't move for around half a minute, but then it swiftly slid to goodbye, leaving Brad's finger hanging in the air. Both Julia and Brad were startled, but Abraham didn't so much as flinch. They strode into the living room and saw the mess in front of them. The chandelier had somehow fallen from the ceiling and crashed onto the coffee table, sending fragments of glass everywhere around the room. "Oh, my God," Julia whimpered when she entered the living room. "What the fuck did you do?" Brad asked Abraham. Abraham still looked indifferent, not guilty in the slightest. It made Brad want to punch him in the face. It's common to anger the inhabitants of certain places. Well, great, but we're the ones who have to live with them. Brad suddenly found himself wondering how he went from not believing in ghosts to casually talking about them like he would about any normal topic. "Calm down, sir. This isn't as bad as it seems. I can banish these apparitions from your apartment. I just need to retrieve some things from my car. But I have to warn you that this costs extra, since the materials used are quite expensive. If you do not want to proceed with this offer, I completely understand." He was looking at Julia now. Brad was flabbergasted. This medium didn't really think they'd pay him for the shit job he did he? He locked eyes with Julia for a moment. She gave him a scared look before turning to Abe, and Brad immediately knew what she was about to say. "Money is not a problem for us. Just please get them out of our home." Brad gritted his teeth but refused to object. He could try talking Julia out of it, or telling her that what Abraham was doing was not ethically correct, or even professional, but why waste his breath? Julia wouldn't listen to him. He hated thinking this way, but if he proved to be right about the medium, and he hoped to God he was wrong, then he'd be able to choose the next method of cleansing the apartment if it came to it, without Julia objecting to it. Abraham left the apartment to retrieve some things from his car, and take the Ouija board away, visibly much to Julia's relief. Left in the silence of the apartment, Julia decided to sweep the shards of glass from the chandelier. "I still think this guy's a phony," Brad said. Julia ignored him, but only because she was distressed, most likely. Still, he knew that it was not time for him to add negative comments. 10 minutes later, Abraham returned with the backpack. The living room was shard-free by then, but without the chandelier, the room's dimness made it depressing and, dared Brad think, somewhat scary. Abraham sat on the couch and unzipped his backpack. He pulled out some very familiar objects and placed them on the coffee table. "Is that sage?" Brad asked. "Yes," Abraham nodded. "It chases spirits and negative energy away." "We actually tried that," Julia interjected. "And you've chanted the Latin words?" Abraham asked with a grin. Brad and Julia exchanged confused glares. No?" Julia finally said with a sour look on her face. Abraham whipped out a lighter and said, "There's going to be a lot of smoke in the house, so if you're sensitive, I suggest you leave the apartment for around 20 minutes. "I'm good," Brad retorted, "but my wife is pregnant. She should probably leave. What do you say, Jules?" Julia hadn't heard Brad when he called her the first time. "Jules!" he shouted louder this time. "I'm sorry, what?" she asked as she looked at him. "I said the smoke is going to be bad for the baby. You should leave the apartment." Julia absent-mindedly nodded, not even caring at this point. Her mind was focused on the seance as she replayed the events in her head. What the hell had happened during the communion with the spirits, if it was even real? She believed it was real. Either that or some really advanced tricks were used by the medium. As she picked up her jacket from the coat hanger, Brad stepped up to her and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No, it's fine. I just want to take a walk around the block. You don't need to worry about me." "All right. I should probably keep an eye on him anyway." He jutted his head toward the living room, in case he tries to steal something. "Sure." She bent down to put on her sneakers. "Hey, you okay, Jules? Did the seance scare you?" Brad cocked his head suspiciously. "It was a little weird, yeah, but I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about." Julia forced a smile as genuinely as she could. "All right. Bring your phone with you, and call me if you need me to pick you up." Julia agreed on the phone part, but told Brad that she wouldn't need him to pick her up, since she'd be close by. She heard Abraham chanting something in Latin that disgustingly reminded her of religious sermons, even though she only attended those a couple of times. She opened the door, grateful that she didn't need to be inside the apartment, at least for the brief period during her walk. It was chilly outside, and Julia saw her breath billowing in the air in front of her with each exhale before dispersing into nothingness. The sky was overcast, matching Julia's current mood. Car horns blared on the streets, and the cacophony of murmurs filled the air. But Julia didn't pay attention to any of them. Her mind was focused on the seance, reflecting on the distressing moments with the Ouija board and the planchette moving on its own. Julia thought hard about what Abraham could have been doing to make the planchette move like that, and whether he was really a con artist, like Brad suspected. Something unnatural was happening in the apartment. There was no doubt about it. But was Abraham using the couple's predicament for his own profit? She fished her phone out of her pocket and Googled Ouija board, along with various questions like, "Is the Ouija board a scam?" and "How do scammers use the Ouija board?" As expected, she found a lot of results, indicating that the Ouija board was not an item that could connect to the spiritual world, but something that con artists used to trick people. There was a lot of mention of something called the ideomotor effect, which was essentially a psychological phenomenon in which the person unconsciously makes motions based on the mental image they have in their minds, or, in some cases, hypnosis. A car drove past her at high speed, the driver sitting on the horn the whole time, causing Julia to stop dead in her tracks. She was so transfixed on her phone that she almost walked over the pedestrian's cross while the traffic light was still red. She had only made 2 steps onto the road and then retreated back to the safety of the footpath. She continued, reading the articles about the Ouija board, going deeper into the rabbit holes of research, and becoming more and more conflicted with each sentence she read. There were experiences of other people who claimed it was a hoax. Then there were others who swore on their lives that what they experienced was genuine, some of them even sharing experiences similar to Julia's. Then there were even more worrisome ones, the ones who told about badly messing up their own lives with the Ouija board. Feeling more worried about having demonic presences summoned into her apartment on top of the evil spirits that already hounded them, she decided to exit out of the browser and return the phone to her pocket. It had been around 20 minutes since she exited the apartment, but she had already had enough. She wasn't even supposed to be here right now. She was supposed to be in her new home, cozy on the sofa, either watching a TV show with Brad, or reading a book, or finishing up her freelance projects, or reading about what to expect in the upcoming months of their pregnancy. She wasn't supposed to be an outcast from her own apartment. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she blinked them away. It was all going to be okay. She was sure of it. They would get rid of the things that haunted their apartment, and they'd finally start living the happy, cozy lives they deserved. She suppressed a chuckle at the thought of her greatest worry being unemployment when they first moved into apartment 401. With no place else to go, she turned around and made her way back home. Home. She was anxious to see what Abraham had managed to do in order to ward off the spirits. During her walk home, she couldn't help but think about the seance they had back in the nursery, the way the planchette rapidly darted across the board, forming a sentence. She couldn't tell if Brad managed to catch what it said, but she was so distressed by what she saw that she was scared to even think about it, let alone utter it. It was as if speaking about it made it more real. If she ignored it, then it would go away, and nothing bad would come of it. The words that the planchette formed before flying up in the air still lingered in Julia's mind, like letters written in blood on a mirror, the bottom parts of the letters sliding in droplets. You are in danger. Chapter 14. Julia smelled the sweet, yet disgusting smell that pervaded the air as soon as she opened the apartment door. White fog steadily weaved and danced in the air. Julia's reflex kicked in, and she felt her throat closing when she tried to inhale. She coughed in response and put one hand over her mouth. "Brad," she called out. She heard murmurs coming from the living room, and prudently took off her shoes and coat, listening to the voices. She couldn't tell what they were saying, but something at the back of her mind told her to be careful when entering the apartment. She peeked down the hallway toward the dining room, seeing more white smoke gyrating in the stiff air. She cautiously made her way toward the living room, tiptoeing so that she could try to discern the voices. For a moment, she thought that she had stepped into another dimension, that the demonic spirits had somehow pulled her into a wretched world of their own, where she would remain trapped forever. She took a long stride into the living room and glanced toward the coffee table area. Relief washed over her when she saw Brad and Abraham jerking their heads toward her. Abraham was explaining something to Brad, who looked like he was just about ready to start puking from the thick fog in the living room. "I was just explaining to your husband what to do next," Abraham said with a grin. "So, anyway, the apartment should be clear of any negative energy now. You should have no more troubles. I sensed a lot of anger from whatever was in here during the ritual, but they're gone now." Julia looked at Brad. He looked back at her with an unconvinced facial expression. "So, just like that, they're gone?" Julia asked as she crossed her arms. "Yeah. Let the sage smoke stay in the air for around 10 more minutes, and then you can open the windows. If you do happen to experience anything else out of the ordinary, feel free to call me, and I'll do another ritual, free of charge." "Thanks," Brad said, although with a somewhat sardonic timbre. "How much do we owe you for this pleasure?" Definitely sarcastic, Julia thought to herself. She would have laughed had the situation been a little less disheartening. "That will be $650, Abraham said. Julia expected the price to be in that range because, when she found Abraham on Facebook, Or rather, the well-tailored ad found her on her newsfeed. She knew that the basic price for cleansing the apartment would be $500. But that didn't include the seance. She looked down, mostly to avoid seeing Brad's shocked face. Any minute now, he was going to object to Abraham or, somehow, voice his surprise at the steep price. Instead, she just heard him mutter an, "All right, and let me get my wallet." He paid Abraham and thanked him for his help, making sure to ask him what some of the preventative steps were that they could take to secure their apartment from future hauntings. Abraham answered all of the questions and was out of the apartment in less than a minute, much to Julia's dread. Now Brad would start berating her for calling such an expensive medium. She knew that she couldn't avoid getting scolded by him, so she stood in the middle of the living room like a child who was being grounded. Brad walked up to her and put his hands on his hips. He raised one hand long enough to scratch his head and asked, "You think this is going to work?" I hope so," Julia answered tentatively. "If it doesn't, we can call him again. Unless he skips town. I think he lives here." Brad nodded. "Right. Well, let's give it some time, and see if his mumbo-jumbo actually did anything useful." He took a step toward Julia, and grabbed her by the back of the head. He gently pulled her closer and kissed her on the head. Then he put his hand on her stomach, where he kept it for a moment. Finally, he went over to the couch and slumped onto it. Julia wasn't sure what just happened, and whether the whole medium thing would be held against her in future arguments, but she was glad Brad didn't say anything today. Days went by without a hitch, much to Brad's relief and to Julia's, he noticed. She was more jovial than usual. The first few days since Abraham's visit, she seemed cautious, as if she didn't want to allow herself to feel safe. She was probably expecting the paranormal shit to return any moment. But when almost a whole week went by without a single occurrence, she gradually began relaxing. Brad continued his routine of going to work and occasionally drinking with Travis, while Julia stayed at home, finding short-term projects as a freelancer and applying to various companies. She was discouraged since none of the companies called her back, but Brad encouraged her not to give up. "I don't see the point, Brad," she said one afternoon when he came home from work. "I don't think I'll ever be able to work full-time as a copywriter again." She was sitting on the couch with a laptop in her lap and her arms crossed as if she were angry at the computer. "You don't know that, babe," Brad said as he sat next to her. "Just keep trying. One of them is bound to answer." Julia sighed. "Honey, I was fired from my job under suspicion of sending pornographic content to a client. There's no going back from that." Brad sighed. They talked about this many times. Julia told him that she got called into the office by the manager one day, who presented her with screenshots of his correspondence with the client. It must have been a really awkward conversation to be there in his office and listen as he went through the things that were sent to the client. Julia swore that it wasn't her, and that she hadn't spoken to that client in months, but the manager had proof, black and white. She was out of the office by the end of the day. Brad never once second-guessed Julia's proclamation of innocence, and tried to be as supportive as he could, but she was right. It would be hard coming back from that. Maybe some startup would be happy to take her, thanks to her skills, but it was a long shot. He couldn't tell her that and stress her out, though. Not right now, when her health was of the utmost importance. So instead, he urged her to continue looking, just so she could feel like she was doing something. He hoped that he wasn't creating an unhealthy obsession. "I'm gonna go to Raquel's for a bit. She invited me over earlier." "Want to come with?" Julia asked. "Nah, I need a break. I talked to too many people today." "Tell Cody I said hi," Brad said. "I think I'm going to buy him a chocolate bar or something first. If you buy gifts for our kid as often as you do for Cody, he's going to be really spoiled." Brad chuckled. "Well, maybe it's not a he at all." Julia raised her chin defiantly. Brad thought about that for a moment, although the impending responsibilities of being a father were looming just above him. He hadn't thought about it too much lately. With the busy lifestyle they'd been leading, plus the paranormal problems that came with the apartment, he pushed the whole thing to the back of his mind. He still thought about it daily and couldn't wait to be a father, but he didn't think about the future scenarios as he did in the first month of Julia's pregnancy. Julia was almost 3 months pregnant now, and it would probably be a good idea to go to the doctor, just to make sure the stress didn't do anything harmful to the baby. He suggested that to Julia, and she agreed, without a moment of hesitation. She kissed him goodbye and left the apartment. but not before telling him that there was some food in the fridge that he could heat up in case he was hungry. Suddenly, becoming aware of the exhaustion that crept up on him from nowhere, he relaxed on the sofa and closed his eyes, allowing the sweet embrace of sleep to take him. He was floating in limbo, neither sleeping nor awake. He saw himself half sitting, half lying on the sofa, his head slumped to the side, mouth slightly agape. There was a sort of mist in the apartment, and it took him a moment to realize that it was actually the smoke from the burning sage that Abraham lit up days ago. He looked around the apartment and saw a black, shapeless figure, standing behind the corner leading to the living room, peeking at the sleeping Brad. It stared at the floating Brad with a pair of tiny white dots for eyes before turning its gaze back to the sleeping man. Brad tried to move, to make himself wake up, but the harder he tried, the more he felt like the grips of dreamland were tightening on him. The black figure jumped into the living room and dashed across it, directly at Brad. Brad's heart leaped into his throat, but the black creature stopped just in front of the sofa before going into a sumo squatting position, its thin arms between its legs. It continued to stare up at the sleeping figure like a gargoyle statue on top of a pillar. Brad heard some scratching noises and realized a moment later that they were coming from the creature, gently clawing at the floor. It raised one clawed hand and brought it down on Brad at an incredible speed. Brad woke up with a jolt, defensively raising his hands. He looked around the room with a thudding heart, but of course, he was alone. No dark shapes peeking around the corner or coming at him. He could still hear the pattering of the creature's bare feet against the wooden flooring, and the scratching reverberating in his mind. Just a dream. That's all. Relieved, he allowed himself to slump back onto the sofa. But then, a terrifying thought occurred to him. He opened his eyes, suddenly wide awake. He propped himself up, using the sofa's armrest, and leaned closer to the floor in front of the sofa. It was scratched up badly, as if someone took a knife and dragged it across the floor with the tip, over and over, hundreds of times. Deep in the center of the scratches, where the protective layer was completely peeled off, there was a carved message. It said, "Justice." This wasn't accidental, and it wasn't here earlier, before they called the medium. Brad stood up in a panic, looking around the room again. He checked every room in the apartment, making sure to double-check any potential hiding spots and ceilings. Once he made sure everything was secure, he pulled the carpet backward in order to cover the scratches in the floor. He couldn't tell Julia about this, no fucking way. But he couldn't hope that it would go away either. So what could he do? The medium didn't solve anything. A priest probably wouldn't either. The answer came to him almost instantly. His neighbor knew a lot more than he was letting on, that was for sure. Brad needed to talk to Travis. He barely had enough time to finish that thought when Frank Sinatra's "Strangers in the Night" began blaring in the apartment. Chapter 15. Travis. Brad hadn't thought about him until then, but the more he reflected on the conversations he and the old man had since they first met, the more suspicious he got. Brad wouldn't say that Travis was lying to him, but he believed that he was hiding something from him. Specifically, something about apartment 401. He could tell that from the fact that Travis always dodged talking about the apartment, especially if it was about the days when he just moved in. He'd start with the story and then suddenly get an expression on his face that looked like he just realized that he'd said something wrong and would somehow steer away from the topic. Other people may miss it, but not Brad. Communication was his job, and he knew how to read people. It was like the analogy one of his coworkers gave him once. He grabbed a pen and theatrically hid it behind his back, before telling Brad that he had nothing hidden there. The same thing happened with Travis. He had a pen he was clearly trying to hide. But Brad was determined to find out what the pen in this case was. From what he was able to tell so far, there used to be a tenant renting apartment 401, but for some reason, he didn't stay long. The reason for his departure was obvious, but the question was, how much did he know? It was 7 p.m., and he had returned from work 1 hour earlier. Julia was out buying groceries, so it was the perfect time to relax with his neighbor. Brad knocked on the door of apartment 405 gently, trying not to convey a sense of urgency. Travis was pretty fast for his age, and before Brad knew it, the door opened. The old man grinned when he saw Brad. "Hey, Brad, come on in. Don't be shy," he said as he stepped aside, allowing Brad to come inside. "Hey, Travis, you busy right now?" Brad wanted to sound courteous. "Not at all. I got nothing to do anyway, so you coming here is perfect." They sat in the living room, and Travis brought out 2 cans of beer. For the first time since meeting Travis, Brad politely declined the beer, taking in the old man's confused glare. "What's the matter? You cutting back on the booze?" he asked. Brad chuckled. "Not at all. Just taking it easy tonight is all." "Well, don't go too long without drinking. The body don't like getting shocked." Travis opened his can of beer and slumped into the sofa opposite Brad. "So, how's work going?" he asked. "It's fine. A little hectic around this time, but that's normal. Should get back to normal in a month or 2. Just don't work more than you got to. I got a motto that kept me sane during all those years in the mining industry, and that's, don't lift nothing heavier than a spoon if you ain't paid for it." He took a sip of his beer, and then continued. "Back in my day, I saw all these dumbasses busting their asses off, going above and beyond for the company, hoping to get promoted. Or not even hoping for it, just doing it, because they felt like it was their damn duty. Real stupid if you ask me, because, in the end, those people end up in the same place as me. No thanks from the company, no bonuses, and certainly no lucrative retirement." He took another sip. Brad nodded silently. To an extent, he agreed with Travis. He himself wasn't the kind of guy that would do the minimum amount of required work, but he definitely didn't go as above and beyond as in the past. He learned that dedicating yourself to the company and sacrificing personal time never paid off, even if the monetary compensation was high. "Yeah, I hear what you're saying," Brad briskly responded to Travis. "Hey, Hold that thought, Brad. Gotta turn off the stove." Travis interrupted him as he placed the beer can on the coffee table. He clambered up to his feet with as much finesse as an old man could muster and strode into the kitchen. "I'm cooking some pasta for dinner. Want to eat with me?" he called out from the kitchen loudly enough for Brad to hear him. "No thanks. I already ate. Gotta watch my weight." "Life's too short for that, son," Travis said, still in the kitchen. The sound of clattering and other kitchen-related noises echoed throughout the apartment as Travis raised his tone again. "You know, one time, years ago, my friend Mac and I ran into an anti-smoking campaign downtown. Mac's a huge smoker, been smoking for over 40 years. And he comes up to the lady in charge of the anti-smoking thing and he says, 'Ma'am, do you know what the difference is between you and me?' And the lady says, 'No, I don't.'" By this time, Travis had returned to the living room. He continued with a normal tone. "And Mac tells her, 'You're gonna die healthy.'" He erupted into a peal of bellowing laughter. Brad tried to mirror his enthusiasm, but the laugh came out meager at best. Travis laughed some more before slumping back into the sofa and sighing with a loud "hoo-wee." He sniffled and suddenly looked at Brad with a serious expression on his face. "I know why you came, Brad." "Oh?" Brad raised an eyebrow. He felt uncomfortable under Travis's gaze but refused to look away. He had to show him that he wasn't going to back down. "You want to know about your apartment, ain't that right?" Brad slightly opened his mouth, taken aback by this. When he first stepped inside Travis's place, he planned on dancing around the topic and slowly trying to relax Travis before opening that can of worms. But now that he was exposed, he would need to ask him head on. Brad leaned forward and stared at the coffee table. Then he met Travis's unblinking gaze and nodded. "You're right. That's what I want to know." This seemed to relax Travis slightly. The old man grabbed his can and took a sip of beer. The way he reeled his head back with the can above his mouth told Brad that the can was already empty. Travis gently placed the empty can on the coffee table with a hollow thud. "I'm going to tell you about Larry," he said as he leaned back on his sofa, causing it to squeak slightly under his weight. Brad nodded. He was tempted to jump in and ask him who Larry was, but now that Travis was on the brink of opening up, he didn't want to interrupt him. Travis looked down, his face contorted into what Brad could only describe as a somber, facial expression. The old man opened his mouth and started. "Larry moved into the building a little after I did. He was a middle-aged man, Worked as a security guard in the mall. Real laid-back guy. He and I used to share a beer, too. Not as much as you and I, but still enough to talk from time to time. Travis paused momentarily. He tapped his fingers on the sofa's armrest repeatedly, from the little finger to the forefinger like a wave. He finally met Brad's gaze, and suddenly, he looked 10 years older. Anywho, Larry didn't spend too much time in apartment 401, either because he was working or was out somewhere, I don't even know where. But after just a couple months, he started acting weird. He looked down again, squinting this time as if trying to remember something. Weird how? Brad couldn't resist asking. He was on the edge of his seat, holding his breath at Travis's story. Travis put his oversized hand on top of his thinning gray hair and tousled it back and forth a few times before continuing. He looked tired all the time, and I don't mean tired like from work tired. I mean, he looked like he was about to fall apart, you know? And he looked worse every time I saw him. He stopped being friendly with me and barely mouthed a hi in passing whenever I saw him coming and going. The neighbors were starting to get worried, too. Usually, people don't care. It ain't their business. But Larry, we'd hear him in there, talking to himself often, as if he was arguing with someone that wasn't there. He started complaining about the neighbors playing loud music. Went from door to door and demanded they turn that shit down. He even got to my door once and told me if I didn't turn that shit down, he'd call the cops on me. Strange thing, it was always this one song, according to him. Strangers in the Night, Brad nodded, listening with rapt fascination. Travis's eyes widened briefly, just for a split second, before he tried hiding it. Brad hadn't even realized he was holding his breath until he felt the need for a sudden inhale of oxygen. Travis cleared his throat and continued. Yeah. Strangers in the Night, he confirmed. I didn't get angry at him, of course. It was obvious that he was losing his mind, and at the time I thought he might have been taking drugs. So, one day, I tried talking to him, see what was going on. I didn't want to see him falling apart like that, you know? So I wanted to see if I can't help him. So I knocked on his door and waited. But he never answered. Now, I knew he was home because I saw him entering just a few minutes earlier in his uniform. I knocked some more, but again, no one answered. Travis looked down at the coffee table again. Brad thought he detected the old man shaking a little bit. And then I heard it. A scream, coming from inside 401. Not like he got scared or something. No, this was screaming bloody murder. It was like someone was peeling the skin off him. He cleared his throat again. So, naturally, I did what any normal person would do. I barged inside his apartment. I called out to him, but he didn't respond, just kept wailing. I got inside the living room and immediately knew that something was wrong, because there were droplets of blood on the floor. Travis scratched the top of his head, staring nowhere in particular. Brad noticed how much his hand was trembling. What happened? Brad asked in a whispering tone. When I got to the living room, I saw him there, on his knees, holding his hands over his face, crying and rocking back and forth. He had blood all over him, and a puddle of blood was on the floor beneath him. There was also a bloody ice pick next to him. I didn't register at first where the blood was coming from until I saw it flowing from his eye, between his fingers where he held his hands like a goddamn fountain. Brad's heart was racing. He felt his eyes burning from a lack of blinking, so he blinked the tears away and continued focusing on Travis. The old man went silent for a moment, looking focused, as if trying to find the right words or, maybe, the strength to talk about this. I kept asking what was going on, thinking he got into an accident or something, but he just kept screaming. I called an ambulance, and as soon as I was off the phone, I tried helping poor Larry. Though hysterical, he finally removed the hands from his face, and that's when I saw what almost made me sick, but also relieved at the same time. What is it? His eye had been gouged out. I saw right away that there's no saving the eye. It was so badly damaged that, well, you don't want me going into no details about it, son. Trust me. But the reason why I felt relieved was because he still had one good eye remaining, and that's all that mattered. The ambulance arrived shortly, and then the police. Larry kept rambling on about. He stopped for a moment, tapping a finger on the sofa's armrest. Brad waited, but when Travis didn't continue even after 10 or so seconds, he prodded him. "About what?" he asked. Travis looked at Brad, as if just now remembering that he had an audience that was listening to him. He stopped tapping the finger on the armrest and cleared his throat. "Something about kids, wanting to hurt him. No one could get more out of him. He was determined that he dug his own eye out. He was monitored for a while in the hospital before being released, and he refused to set foot inside the apartment ever again. Apartment 401 had been emptied of Larry's things in less than a day, and I never heard from him again. I tried contacting him, mind you, since I had his number. I just never got a call back or even a message. He's alive, I know that much, and he's living with his mama on the other side of town, but he don't work security no more." Brad ran a hand through his hair, feeling his hands trembling slightly. What really happened to him? Travis blinked a few times, took in a deep breath through his nose. After exhaling dramatically, he upturned his palms, shrugged, and made an, I don't know, facial expression. "Don't bullshit me, Travis." Travis gave Brad a stern look and said, "I don't know what happened to Larry. If you had told me that Larry's eye was gouged out by a bunch of ghost kids, I would have called you crazy. But now that I've been inside the apartment," he shook his head with pursed lips, "something weird is going on in your apartment. There's no denying it. I felt it myself. Maybe you and Julia don't feel it. Hell, maybe even Raquel doesn't feel it, but I sure as hell do." "What do you mean by that?" "You can feel this sort of presence in there whenever you enter, something that makes my blood run cold. Maybe you just feel that way because of what you saw happen to Larry. I thought about that too, but I ain't just feeling things. I'm seeing things too." "What kind of things?" Brad asked, with a barely under control quivering breath. Travis intermittently looked at Brad and the coffee table. He sighed and fixated his gaze on the table before saying, "Kids." He looked up at Brad. "Little kids, dressed in school uniforms. But not just any uniforms. These kids got crosses and other things that look like a religious school uniform, you know? Sometimes I hear 'em in the hallway. I peek outside and see one of 'em sitting in front of the apartment, either drawing something or playing with himself. Sometimes I see them in the apartment." "In the apartment?" "Yeah. That day when Julia called the cops, I saw one of 'em standing in the corner of the room, just staring at us, silently. Why didn't you say anything? Would you have believed me, Brad? Besides, I didn't want to upset your wife no more than she was already upset." Brad leaned back against the sofa and said, "So that's what you saw that night, when we had dinner at our place? You mean when you found me talking to myself in the corner of the living room like a goddamn lunatic? Yeah, that's what I saw. When you and Julia went to see Raquel and Cody out, I saw her with my peripheral vision just standing right next to me like a goddamn statue, staring at me with her big eyes." "Her?" Travis nodded. "It was a little girl, no older than 7, dressed like she was ready for church on Sunday. She just kept staring at me, and I knew better than to be surprised. I knew right away that she wasn't natural, because I felt this sort of cold emanating from her, you know? Like when you reach your hand toward a frozen ice cube and you feel the cold before you even touch it." He contracted and extended the fingers on his hand. He sighed and continued, "I thought these things ended with Larry, but I was wrong. Anyway, at first, I just stared at her, because I didn't know what to do. But then when I snapped out of my trance, I asked her, I said, 'Little girl, you okay?' And she didn't respond, just kept staring at me. I got up and knelt in front of her, trying to be as quiet as possible while you guys were out in the foyer, because I knew she weren't a normal kid. I kept asking her questions like what her name was and what she was doing here, but she wouldn't answer nothing." He took a moment to regain his composure by looking around the room, nowhere in particular. Brad noticed that Travis's gaze lingered on the picture of his late wife. He turned to Brad a moment later and said, "Anyway, I told her to leave you folks alone. Told her you was good people, got a baby on the way. The next thing I knew, I heard you come inside, so I got up. I didn't want to raise no panic, so I waited to see if you'd see the girl, but you didn't so much as glance there, so I knew that you couldn't. When I looked, she was gone. Vanished. Why didn't you tell us anything about it, Travis?" "Told you already. Didn't want to cause no panic with you and your wife. You could have told me when we were alone." Travis shook his head. "I didn't know how serious those things was at your place. Wanted to wait for the right moment, you know. But now you know. If you want my honest advice, you should leave that place. I'll even let you folks stay at my place for as long as you need. We can even swap apartments for the time being. I really appreciate it, Travis, but that wouldn't work. We can't just run away with our tails between our legs at the first sight of something supernatural. Besides, selling the apartment would be a lot of hassle. Travis nodded in agreement. Maybe so, but y'all are gonna have to make a decision, sooner or later. Actually, I already know what I should do. That so? Brad waited a moment, trying to think of how to phrase the next sentence. I need you to give me Larry's address, he said, breaking the silence. Travis stared at Brad with a reticent gaze, perhaps trying to read his face. He shifted on his sofa, leaning on the armrest with one elbow before nodding and saying, All right, I'll give you his address, but just keep one thing in mind. You're probably going to be wasting your time trying to talk to him. I still need to try. And don't go telling him I gave you his address. You hear? You have my word. It was a start. Chapter 16. How did things go at Travis's? Julia asked from the living room. She paused the movie on Netflix she was watching when Brad came home. Good. Same old stuff, drinking, talking, that kind of thing, he said. He looked haggard, although he smiled at Julia, probably trying to hide his exhaustion. Are you tired from work? Julia asked. Yeah, a little bit. Hey, listen. He turned to face her while leaning on the kitchen counter with one elbow, and his facial expression was clear to Julia. He would either say something that Julia wouldn't like or ask her for a favor. Taylor is in town, he said with a sour expression on his face. Julia raised an eyebrow and lowered her chin. What? Now? Yeah, he called me out for a drink. Julia expected him to say something else, like ask her if she was okay with him going out, but instead, he waited. He probably wanted to let her speak up a little bit before proceeding with the arguments. I mean, if you want to go, I don't mind, Julia shrugged, as long as you come home at an adequate time. He nodded. Yeah, of course. Are you going to be okay on your own here? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I mean, it's not like I'm not alone all day anyway, she said. She didn't mean to be passive-aggressive, but she couldn't contain her anger. Brad worked all day long, then went to Travis's place, and now he wanted to go drinking with Taylor. Between everything that had been going on in the apartment and the crazy amount of work Brad had to put in for his company, they barely spent any time together lately. Come on, Jules. You know I have to work. Yeah, but you barely spend time in the apartment anymore. Or with me. She felt a wave of emotions climbing up, threatening to manifest itself in the form of crying. But she wouldn't allow that to happen. She didn't want Brad to think she was guilt-tripping him into staying home. She gulped and spoke up a moment later, hoping that her voice wouldn't be quivering. Look, if you want to go, just go. I won't hold it against you, all right? But when you're back, we need to talk about things. We have a baby on the way, and you can't expect me to handle everything on my own while you're out drinking all the time. Jules, with all due respect, I work my ass off to put the food on the table, and drinking is my way of unwinding. I think I deserve at least that much, don't you think? Julia suddenly felt guilty. If she hadn't gotten fired, she would have been able to contribute to the household properly. But now, she was entirely dependent on Brad. She didn't realize it up until now, but having to depend on Brad and his income made her suddenly feel vulnerable and weak. What if something happened to him one day? What if she had to fend for herself and the baby someday? Brad probably saw on Julia's face that his choice of words was wrong, so he sighed and sat next to her. Okay, look. He put a hand on her cheek. When I'm back, we'll talk about all of this, okay? I'll do everything for you and our baby to be happy. I promise. All right? Julia hesitantly nodded. Brad gave her a peck on the forehead and stood up. I'll be back in about an hour, he said. Okay, Julia nodded. Brad grabbed his keys and wallet and strode out of the living room. Julia heard the entrance door opening and then slamming shut. She impatiently waited 1 minute before standing up, walking into the bedroom, and picking up her phone from the bed. Brad may be good at hiding his emotions and perhaps intentions, but Julia was a relatively good detective. She suspected that Brad wasn't going out drinking. For the past 2 days, Julia noticed some strange things happening in the apartment again. Mild things, but enough to disturb her. She was sure that Brad noticed them too, and was either trying to avoid staying in the apartment or was doing something behind her back. Julia looked up Taylor's phone number. She had it from back when he and his wife Renata used to hang out with Julia and Brad. Julia hovered her finger above the call button but hesitated. Brad was more clever than this. Instead of calling Taylor, she called his wife. Brad breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he was out of the apartment. He contemplated taking Julia with him, but once again, it all came down to him, not wanting to cause her to panic. If he told her that they needed to speak to Larry, and then Larry confirmed all of the bad shit that was happening to him in front of Julia, she'd probably get out of the apartment the very same night. Brad knew her, and she knew at that point she'd most likely move back to her parents' place, despite them being so far away. But Brad couldn't afford to move and lose his job, and he didn't want Julia to be so far from him. He had an obligation as a future father to take care of both her and the baby. As soon as Brad got into his car and started the engine, he called Taylor. The ring repeated 3 times before Taylor picked up. "Hello? Taylor? Hey, it's Brad." "Brad! Been a while. How's it going, man?" "Good. Listen, I can't talk long right now. I need you to do me a favor. If Julia calls you, tell her you're in Oregon and you and I are meeting up for a drink at the bar, okay?" Okay, I guess," Taylor confusedly responded. "Hey, look, man, if you're cheating on your wife, don't get me involved in that shit." "No, I'm not cheating on her. Listen, I'll explain everything later, but right now I've really gotta go. Can you please do for me what I asked?" "All right, whatever. What should I tell her if she asks me where we are?" "Tell her you don't know. Tell her I'll pick you up and then we'll go somewhere." "Okay, fine. Thanks, Taylor." He drove out of the garage and pulled onto the street, trying his best to fight the urge to speed up. It was raining, a light drizzle that forced him to use his windshield wipers. Larry lived in the less reputable part of town, one that Brad never ventured into. It was a place where strangers were frowned upon and often regarded as a threat, and where you could easily find almost any kind of trouble if you looked for it. Brad wouldn't be taking a stroll among the gangs and meth addicts, park the car in front of Larry's place, jump in, ask some questions, jump out. On the drive there, Brad thought about the questions he might ask Larry once he arrived. According to Travis, he wouldn't want to talk about it, but Brad had to find a way to get him to talk. He would first need to find a way to get inside, and then the rest would come a little more easily. He hoped. Once he entered the area where Larry lived, he slowed down. His GPS told him he was only a few minutes away, and since this part of town was somewhat darker, he didn't want to miss a turn. He expected to see gangbangers, people with pistols tucked in their drooping, below-the-waist jeans, hookers, and high heels, but that was, of course, just a cliché from movies. He found that just like the other parts of town, this one looked normal on the outside. For the most part, the streets were empty, save for a few teens sitting on the stairs of the badly maintained buildings with their hoodies on, or adults walking on the footpath under their umbrellas. It was definitely scarier driving through here than the rest of the city, yeah, but not as horrible as Brad envisioned it before arriving. He assumed that it was like this for the most part until you accidentally stumbled one day into a dark alley where you get a knife pulled on you. "You have arrived," the female voice of his GPS chirped. Brad looked right, expecting to see a rickety old house with paint flaking off and missing rooftop tiles, but to his surprise, the house looked entirely normal. It didn't look modern, sure, but it didn't look bad either. The roof seemed well maintained, the paint on the house old but not peeled off, the porch decorated with various pots of flowers that haven't withered. Brad turned the key in the ignition, causing the car's engine to sputter out of life. He opened the door and stepped out, making sure to lock the doors of the car. He had parked on the side of the road next to the house and hoped he wouldn't find any scratches on the car when he returned, although that was the least of his worries right now. It was dark already, and the street was only illuminated by a few meager streetlights casting orange light in certain spots, leaving the surrounding areas in the dark. The chirping of the crickets filled the air all around Brad, with an occasional shout of words or cackle coming from a street nearby. As he sauntered across the driveway toward the house, he realized that he still had no idea what he would say to Larry, despite trying to rehearse it in the car. He climbed the few steps that led to the porch and approached the door. It had a mosquito net door in front of the actual entrance and a doorbell on the right side. Brad pressed the doorbell, causing a muffled buzz to resound inside the house. He took a step back and looked around himself. He glanced at one of the windows, but saw nothing but blackness through it. Someone may have been looking at him right now for all he knew, but he couldn't see them. The sound of the doorknob rattling caused him to jerk his head toward the door. The front door was open, and through the mosquito net, he saw an elderly woman staring at him. Her dark hair, streaked with strands of gray, was tied into a bun. Her face was contorted into a look of confusion as she held the edge of the door as if ready to slam it shut in case she deemed Brad a threat. She was wearing a long dress of some sort, which may have been a sleeping gown. "Yes?" she asked with a timid, shrill voice. "Good evening, ma'am. I'm really sorry to bother you. My name's Brad. Is Larry here?" "What do you want from my son?" she asked. "I just want to talk. I'm a friend of a friend." He tried to flash his usual first impressions grin, hoping it would work on the old lady. The woman retained a focused stare for a moment, as if contemplating what to say next. "I'm sorry. Larry can't talk right now. He's not feeling well," she finally said in a brusque manner, slowly closing the gap of the open door. "Ma'am, wait!" Brad called out, causing the old lady to become startled. "Sorry, Look, it's really important. I just need 5 minutes with him. That's all I ask for." The woman continued staring at him with the same intent gaze as she did a moment ago. "My wife is pregnant, and may be in danger. I need Larry's help. Please," Brad added in a final attempt at desperation. The woman continued staring for a moment, and then looked over her shoulder. A moment later, she swung the door wide open and pushed the mosquito net door. It unlatched itself from the magnet, holding it in place with a loud pop. Brad had to step aside to avoid getting smacked by the door. "Come in," the woman said with a timbre of animosity. Chapter 17. "I don't know who you are, mister, but let me warn you right away. I have a gun in the house. One wrong move and I will not hesitate to blow your brains out if you try to hurt my son," the elderly lady said. She was holding Brad by the wrist and had a furious look of determination on her face. This sudden change of her demeanor from timidly hiding behind the door to "I will kill you" surprised Brad. He couldn't tell if she was being serious or not, but if she was bluffing, then she was doing a damn good job. He nodded. "I assure you, ma'am, I just want to talk to Larry. No need for violence." She let go of his wrist and reached next to him to shut the front door. The battering of the outside drizzle that was slowly turning into a downpour immediately became muffled. Brad noticed how the house was dimly lit. A lamp that stood atop a foyer shelf barely illuminated the entrance. Brad accidentally stepped on something that he realized were shoes, and he had to strain his eyes to see the floor and avoid stumbling. "Follow me," Larry's mother said. There was a kitchen directly in front of the foyer, but the woman turned left. Brad heard the low cacophony of comical sounds and voices coming from a TV somewhere in the house. Those sounds intensified when he followed the woman into the living room. The lights in the room were off, and the only glow came from the blasting colors of the flat-screen TV. A cartoon Brad didn't recognize was playing. Larry's mom stopped, and Brad almost bumped into her. "Larry, there's someone here to see you," she said. Brad didn't even notice him at first. An old sofa faced the TV, just 2 feet away from it. A bulky figure sat on it, so motionless that Brad almost gasped when he noticed the chubby hand on the armrest moving. The sofa squeaked and creaked as Larry propped himself into a better sitting position. He turned his head in his mom's direction, just briefly enough for Brad to see the side of a round face with unkempt hair and a greasy beard. He then turned back to the TV and continued watching it, as if nothing happened. Larry's mother turned to face Brad and said, "Go ahead. Talk to him." Without another word, she went around Brad and exited the living room, making her way to the kitchen. Brad turned to face Larry, who was still watching the cartoon on the screen. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, vulnerable even. Maybe coming here was a bad idea after all. Travis had warned him that Larry didn't want to talk, but Brad insisted on coming here. "Turn the lights on." A deep, rugged voice came from the sofa, more authoritative than Brad imagined it would be. He didn't even register that Larry was talking to him until the voice boomed again. "You hear me? Turn the damn lights on." He was somewhat louder this time. Brad turned around and darted to the switch he saw next to the living room entrance. He flipped it down, and immediately the room was illuminated in a light barely brighter than the one in the foyer. The orange glow looked depressing, and Brad felt like his willpower and energy were being drained with each passing second in this decrepit place. He turned to face Larry again, and just then realized that the TV was now off. The sudden lack of noises from the cartoon made the deafening silence in the room more noticeable. He also saw Larry's figure more clearly now, despite the dim light. Larry was an overweight, balding man. What hair he had on the side of his head was neck-long and greasy, glistening in the light even at this distance. His beard wasn't long enough to cover the zits on his face, and Brad was pretty sure he saw something that looked like an old piece of food stuck in it. He wore a wife-beater shirt, stained with yellowish and brown stains, undoubtedly from food and alcohol. In the sitting position, his belly incongruously stuck out in front of him. His arms were broader than Brad's head, and not just from the large amounts of fat. There was a lot of muscle there, too. "Come on," Larry ordered, still facing the turned-off TV. Tentatively, Brad took a few steps forward and stopped 2 feet away from the side of the sofa. He smelled a putrid stench of sweat, piss, and other unidentified odors that almost made him wrinkle up his nose. "You wanted to talk? So let's talk." Larry turned his head in Brad's direction, revealing scar tissue over a hole where his eye should be. "You're saying he's there? In Colorado?" Julia asked. "Yeah. I mean, he's got no reason to go to Oregon except to visit you guys, you know? And I don't think he'd drive all the way out there without telling me. At least, I hope not." Taylor's wife Renata chuckled. For a moment, Julia thought that Brad was cheating on her. Could she really have been so blind as to not notice it? Was she so obsessed with the happenings in the apartment that he found someone else in the meantime? Was she not attractive anymore because she was pregnant? "All right. That's all I wanted to know," Julia responded coldly. She was about to end the call when Renata's voice came from the speaker. "Julia, is everything okay?" Julia stood up from the bed. She walked over to the door and opened it. "Yeah, no worries. Everything is..." Julia's words got caught in her throat mid-sentence. She stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes widening. "Julia, you still there?" Renata called out. "Hey, I can't talk right now. Call you later," Julia recited in one breath. Before Renata could protest, Julia ended the call by blindly pressing the red button, her eyes still wide in terror. She was supposed to be looking at the mirror in the hallway, and she was, but it wasn't the mirror as she knew it. She stared at her own terrified reflection, noticing the trembling of her hands, at least the parts that she could see from the rust and stains that heavily decorated the mirror. Behind her was not the bedroom that she just walked out of, but a neatly arranged office. It was minimalistic, with a small desk on the other side of the room, a wooden cross with Jesus nailed on the right-hand wall, and a file cabinet on the left side. Julia was mesmerized, and would have taken a step into the strange office had she not heard a voice coming from the living room. She couldn't tell what the voice said, only that it belonged to a little girl. Julia spun around and tentatively peeked outside the office bedroom toward the living room. The entire layout of the hallway was different. The walls were painted emerald, and she could tell right away from this distance that the kitchen counter wasn't there. "Hello?" she called out. She wanted to hear someone, anyone, respond to her so that she knew that she wasn't alone in this hostile place. Very low music came from somewhere in the living room. At first, she couldn't tell if it was even music. But then, she began recognizing it, the song whose lyrics she had memorized word by now. "Strangers in the Night." "Please, Father Jeremy, I didn't do anything." The voice came again, timid and low, just barely louder than the music. Then, another voice echoed from the living room, a calm and gentle voice of a male adult. Now, Mary, what did we say about lying?" Julia tiptoed toward the living room. The first thing she noticed was the lights. They were sickly and pale. Then, she noticed that the kitchen was gone, and instead there stood an alcove with bookshelves full of thick books, covering every corner of the area, with a crimson loop pile carpet underneath. One glance was enough to determine that most of these books were about religion and spirituality. "But I'm not lying! I'm not!" The voice of the child came again, louder and upset this time. The music was louder, too. Julia craned her neck and peered toward the living room. It was no longer a living room, but rather looked like a waiting room of some sort. the section where the kitchen and the living room met, the crimson carpet ended, and a gray one started, covering the floor of the waiting living room. Where the TV and the shelves were was now a small table with a radio on it. The song was coming from the radio, a little staticky and unclear. There was a leather sofa, where the couch usually stood, and on it sat a little girl, around the age of 6, with curly hair tied into a ponytail and dressed in a church school uniform. Julia felt sick at the sexualization that her inappropriately short-pleated and plait uniform skirt portrayed, wondering how the people in charge of designing such skimpy dress codes got in no trouble with the authorities. The little girl stared at her lap and swung her legs back and forth, showing off her black shoes and white socks. Next to her sat a man in his 40s, bald, wearing a black cassock. It didn't even cross Julia's mind that this was a priest until she saw the distinctive white collar. The priest was sitting next to the little girl, leaning close, turning sideways so that he could face her. "Mary, Sister Becca said you haven't been paying attention in class," he said, and placed one hand on his chest. "Education here is very important for us, for all of us. What do we say is the greatest and most imperative goal of life?" Mary didn't respond, but instead continued swinging her legs back and forth. "What did we say, Mary?" the man asked once more as he gently put one hand on Mary's thigh, a little too high up. Mary stopped swinging her legs and looked at the priest. "Being close to Jesus," she said. "Being close to Jesus. That's right," the priest agreed. "And you haven't been close to Jesus lately, have you?" Mary looked down again. "It's okay," he said. "We all sin, but all we need to do is repent, and our Lord will welcome us back to Him. Come, let's go to the chapel, shall we?" Frank Sinatra's song on the radio stopped, leaving the room in utter silence. Mary jumped down from the couch and began walking toward Julia with her head down. She was about to move out of the way, but the girl turned left and opened the door to the room that was supposed to serve as a nursery. The priest followed her, walking past Julia as if she wasn't there at all, and gestured for Mary to walk inside. She stared at the room, biting her lip before the priest gently nudged her forward, then followed her inside. Julia followed them and stopped in front of the door. There was an altar on the other side of the room, with an enormous cross that held the crucified Jesus on the wall in front of it. Julia couldn't help but notice the wooden, neatly made bed in the room. Mary was staring at the giant cross of Jesus, silently letting out sounds of whimpering. The priest stopped behind Mary and put his hands on her shoulders. Julia felt anger boiling inside her. "Don't be afraid, Mary. Let's pray, shall we?" He gently slid his hands down her shoulders and caressed her. "Don't touch her, you sick bastard!" Julia shouted, unable to contain her rage. She didn't know what she expected. For the priest and the little girl to ignore her? For her to try shoving the priest off the little girl and fall through him like thin air? Instead, the priest slowly pivoted his head toward Julia until his eyes locked with hers. He was staring right at her. Julia saw pure, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. The rage inside her was put out instantaneously and was instead replaced with fear so primordial that she couldn't move a muscle. Before she could process her fear properly, the priest released the shoulders of the little girl and loped toward Julia. It was so quick that she barely had enough time to raise her arms in front of her face with a yelp, firmly closing her eyes and bracing herself for a smack. "Well?" Larry asked from the sofa, looking up at Brad. Brad was so taken aback by Larry's scar in his eye that he was at a loss for words. When he noticed Larry's incessant stare, he finally spoke up. I don't know where to start. This isn't going to be a pleasant conversation. If you're with the IRS, I'll tell you right now that I don't owe the government shit. I did nothing but serve my country, and how do they repay me? By forcing me to find a low-paying night guard job that made me lose my eye? No compensation for it, either? So both you and the government can go fuck yourselves." Brad heard a soft pattering of footsteps behind him. He swiveled his head and saw Larry's mom concernedly staring at the door with her arms crossed. "I'm not with the IRS, Larry. I can assure you I don't care about your money," he said, turning back to Larry. This seemed to calm Larry's mother down because when Brad looked again, she wasn't at the door. "Yeah? Then who the hell are you with?" He suspiciously stared at Brad with his remaining eye. Brad hesitated. I'm not with anyone. I'm the owner of apartment 401. Larry's eye widened in shock. The hostility he portrayed thus far seemed to disappear from him instantly and was replaced by palpable anxiety. He shifted in his seat away from Brad and shouted, "Mama! Mama, come here, quick!" Footsteps reverberated through the house, and Brad looked at the door to see Larry's mom standing there once more. Only this time, he saw a revolver in her hand, and it was pointed right at Brad. "Whoa, whoa, calm down! I'm not doing anything to your son!" Brad raised his arms above his head defensively. "Mama, he's from the apartment. Kick him out of here!" Larry shouted. Larry's mom looked at Larry and then at Brad. "You need to leave now," she said. "Wait, just wait, goddammit!" Brad shouted, now more in frustration than fear. The room fell silent, allowing Brad to speak his mind. He looked at Larry and slowly lowered his arms. "Larry, look, I'm a friend of Travis. He told me what happened to you. My wife and I live in the apartment, and we're expecting a baby. I need your help." "I don't want anything to do with that place. I'm not going back there, you hear?" Larry was hysterical. "You don't have to go back. I just need some answers, that's all. Just 5 minutes of your time, and I'm out of here, all right?" Brad looked at Larry's mom. She was no longer pointing the revolver at him, but the way she stared at Brad told him that she'd have no trouble shooting him up like Swiss cheese if he took one wrong step. He pondered for a moment how stupid it would be to die here, of all the places, shot by a mother of an unstable 50-year-old, while the real danger was at home, where his pregnant wife was. He looked back at Larry, who seemed to have calmed down. Larry craned his neck toward his mother and said brusquely, "It's all right, Mama. Let us talk. I'll call you if something goes wrong." Larry's mom darted her eyes from Brad to Larry and vice versa, before tentatively turning on her heel and heading back into the kitchen. Brad breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew he didn't have time to take a breather. He turned to Larry, who was focused on the TV in front of him. He seemed deep in thought, rather than intently staring at something. "You live in 401, he asked, after what felt like a long time. "I do, with my wife, Julia." Larry continued staring in front of himself. Brad noticed his eye slightly darting in various directions. "Get out of there, right now," he said. "I can't. We bought the apartment and got nowhere else to go." Larry jerked his head in Brad's direction. "Then become homeless," he said. Brad chuckled at his remark, even though he could tell from Larry's reaction that he was serious. "You think I'm fucking with you?" Larry asked. "No, I don't. But I can't just up and leave. My wife is pregnant." Larry continued giving Brad that same blank stare for a moment. "I don't think you understand what kind of danger you and your wife are in. I've got some idea. No, you don't. You don't know shit about that place. Not like I do." Brad put his hands on his hips. "Then tell me." Larry deeply sighed before turning back to face the TV. A moment later, he grabbed the sofa's armrest and, with great effort, propelled himself up into a standing position. He waddled over to a drawer above which a mirror stood. He wheezed as he bent down, showing his ass crack to Brad. He opened the lowest drawer and rummaged through it for a moment before straightening his back while cursing. When he turned around, he was holding an old, red notebook with creased corners. He walked over to Brad, and the stale odor was much stronger at this proximity. He shoved the notebook into Brad's hands and said, "Here." Brad smelled something rotten coming from the other man's mouth but refused to show it in any way. He looked down at the notebook while Larry tottered back to the sofa. He positioned himself in front of it and slumped backward, causing it to squeak so loudly that Brad expected it to collapse under his weight any moment. "What is this?" Brad asked, slightly raising the notebook. "Everything you need to know," Larry retorted. The smack Julia expected to feel never came. She dared open her eyes and, between her defensively raised arms, realized that she was staring at the nursery-to-be room. It was back the way it was before. No giant crosses, no altars, no beds, just an empty room with wooden flooring. Julia looked around, her chest heaving up and down in panic, her heart racing. She was back in her apartment. No, she never left the apartment. She was sure of it. So what did she see just now? The answer came a moment later. When she looked at the nursery again, she saw something in the corner on the floor. She recognized what it was right away. A tiny, beaded rosary with a wooden cross with Jesus. Julia rushed inside the nursery, prudently looking around herself to make sure the priest wasn't still around. As if guided by her instincts, she knelt down and observed the rosary more closely. Nothing particular about it, just a simple rosary. But maybe there was more on it than meets the eye, something on the underside, perhaps. She tentatively reached down and picked it up. It was somewhat cold to the touch, and upon observing it closer, Julia realized how crude it really was. The cross was well carved, but the figure of Jesus was no more than a faceless stick figure. The beads were uneven as well, and the rope that held them together frayed in places. She turned the cross over and brought it closer to her face, scrutinizing every inch, but found nothing interesting on it. She proceeded to examine the beads instead, but again, even after examining every single one, she found nothing on them. What was she even looking for? Engraved names? Maybe the rosary itself was supposed to be a clue for us. As she leaned with her palm on the floor, where the rosary had been resting when she found it, she heard a creak and felt the floorboard slightly sinking under her weight. Julia held her breath. She removed her palm from the floor, causing the floorboard to creak in reverse. She pressed against it once more, and once again the floorboard creaked. This time, she saw the board bending under her palm. Julia groped around the floor, trying to find a feasible place where she could wedge her nails, and tried to at least budge the floorboard, but that proved to be impossible. The flooring was relatively new, and there was no way to do anything more than feel the microscopic gaps between each board. Julia rushed into the pantry, where Brad kept his toolbox. She picked it up from the floor and carried it into the empty room. It was much heavier than she expected. She laid the box on the floor and knelt next to it. After some rummaging through the box, she found nothing that she could effectively use, at least, not with her skill set for using tools. Instead, she grabbed the biggest screwdriver she could find, and took it firmly by the handle with both hands. She raised the screwdriver above her head and drove it down on the floor. The tip of the blade slid off the surface of the floor, practically doing nothing more than leaving an ugly scratch on it. This didn't deter Julia, and she drove the screwdriver down on the floor once more with less force this time. Her intention was to chip away at it until she had a solid wedge in a gap. Splinters of wood under its protective layer flew in various directions, but Julia didn't care. She had just had to get onto the floorboard. The hollow floorboard and the one next to it were badly damaged at the edges, but it was enough for Julia to finally get a firm grip. She drove the screwdriver between the two boards and pushed down on the handle of the tool. The loose board moved a little before returning to its original position. This was all Julia needed to continue her drive of adrenaline. She put her entire weight against the handle with both hands and pushed over and over and over. Inch by inch, the floorboard moved, crookedly sticking upward now. Once it was high enough, Julia wedged her fingers under it and tugged it with full strength. The board resisted, but eventually it came loose with a loud snapping sound that almost sent Julia flying backward. She let out an exasperated sigh laugh of triumph as she tossed the board aside, but her heart sank the very next moment. There was an underlay of wooden flooring covering the floor. Frustrated, she grabbed a hammer from the toolbox, determined not to stop until she found what she needed. She grabbed the hammer so that she could use the claw side on the wooden underlay. With all her might, she slammed against it. The hammer claw went through the wood with ease. Julia struggled to dislodge the hammer from the hole she just created, but once it was free, she brought it down again, and again, and again. When the hole was big enough, and Julia was winded from the workout she just subjected herself to, she tossed the hammer aside and removed the pieces of the wood from the hole. She grabbed her phone and turned on the torch, pointing the light downward. She immediately saw it. Something metallic rested at the bottom of the dark hole. She impatiently reached down with both hands, scratching up the backs of her hands on the splintered and jagged wood along the way. She felt the cold metal upon her fingertips and fumbled to look for some sort of edge or a handle where she could get a firm grip. It became apparent soon that the metallic surface was actually of a rectangular shape, and Julia was able to place her hands on the two opposite sides. She easily managed to lift it, but the hole she busted through was too small to fit the item through. She blindly fumbled through the hole, further scratching her wrist and ignoring the pain. She managed to turn the item, whatever it was, to its side, and then lifted it up from the top with both hands like a claw crane. Her fingers barely managed to hold the metallic object, even though it was light, but slowly she succeeded, in lifting it out of the hole and into the artificial light of the apartment. She dropped the item on the undamaged floor next to the hole, causing it to clank loudly. Julia sighed in relief and stared at the item she extracted. It was a metallic box. It was white, for the most part, although most of its color had been eaten away by the splotches of rust. The latches that held it shut were rusted as well, making Julia wonder if she was going to have trouble opening it. She didn't bother looking for any tags or engravings on the box. Instead, she went for the latches. They wouldn't budge. Luckily, her trusty hammer was right next to her, and she wasted no time turning the box upside down, grabbing the hammer, and smashing the latches until they budged. Once both of them were unclasped, Julia carefully turned the box back over into its original position and opened the top lid. She expected resistance, but it opened with ease, despite the squeaking sound its back hinges produced. What she saw in the box made her gasp in horror. Chapter 18. Saint Maria? Brad asked with a furrowed brow. He held a hand under the notebook Larry gave him and, upon opening it, on the first page, was met with a glued black and white newspaper article clipping. The article included a picture of a building with a cross above the entrance and a short text under. The headline said, Saint Maria Catholic Orphanage to shut down. Below that, the text read, Saint Maria Catholic Orphanage has been and remains, to this day, one of the most renowned religious educational centers and homes for orphans in the state of Oregon. Children as young as 5 and as old as 12 are admitted into the orphanage where they live until the age of 16, in some rare cases, 18. Saint Maria does not only provide religious education, but also extensively educates its assignees just like any other school. Among the learned subjects are math, science, nature, biology, etc. Following an internal investigation by the police, it was concluded that Saint Maria would no longer be operating on the territories of the United States. The orphanage will be shutting down, and all of the children attending will be sent to foster homes, following numerous incidents at the orphanage. The chief of the police, M. Berkeley, stated, It is unclear what caused Saint Maria to shut down, and the staff of the orphanage, including patron Jeremy Myers, refused to comment on the situation. Under the text was the name of the publisher and the year 1997. Yeah, Saint Maria. That's what it was called before, Larry nodded, before they closed it down. I don't understand. Brad looked at Larry. What does this have to do with apartment 401? Flip to the next page, Larry coldly retorted. Brad did as he asked. There was another article here, with 2 pictures side by side. The first picture was of Saint Maria, and the second of a run-down, dilapidated building. Brad's eyes widened. He glanced at Larry, who was transfixed on the spot in front of him. The headline said, Renovations of Saint Maria to begin soon. What the fuck? Brad muttered to himself. He skimmed through the article, but he didn't need to read what it said to know what he was looking at. You see now? Larry asked. The building where I live was actually the orphanage? Larry nodded and looked at Brad with his good eye. Renovations were supposed to start a long time ago, but for some reason they didn't. The sources I dug out said that the incident was still too fresh, and investors figured no one would want to live in a haunted place. People still remembered. The news would spread like wildfire, so they let the place rot. Until recently, that is. What kind of incident occurred? Larry shrugged. Couldn't find much about it anywhere. The guy who ran the school, Jeremy Myers, was a powerful man. Word is he managed to keep the whole thing somewhat quiet. He disappeared from the public image almost as soon as the incident occurred, and the police never disclosed any details. Not to mention that these orphans, and I'm assuming the incident involves something bad happening to them, didn't have any parents to stand up for them, so the whole thing was just forgotten. Brad flipped to the next page and saw the picture of an old, bearded man. It said, Notorious priest dies, aged 89. It was a short obituary of St. Maria's former patron, Jeremy Myers. The article talked about his time in St. Maria, as well as the allegations of an unnamed incident in the orphanage. The page after that had another clipping that said, St. Maria, Refuge or Prison. Below, he read the following. In 1997, St. Maria was closed down due to numerous mysterious incidents, which the police never disclosed to the public. Following an investigation by Your Daily News, we managed to get in touch with Caroline Thompson, a former staff member of St. Maria. I worked as a religious sister in St. Maria less than a year. I was only 34 back then, and it made me rethink my faith toward the Catholic Church. Sister Caroline bore witness to the atrocities Father Jeremy and the other staff members committed on the orphans attending St. Maria. Children would be punished for the smallest things, talking in class, being late, not memorizing scriptures. The usual way they punished children was by taking a ruler and whipping them across their hands. However, if you did something more severe, you would end up locked them in a small box-like room with no food, water, or human contact for over 24 hours until you repented for your sins. That's how Father Jeremy told it. After a while, I just couldn't take it anymore. It is unclear how bad things really were in St. Maria, and no other former staff members have come forward to back such claims. Father Jeremy, the patron of St. Maria, passed away in 2006 in his home in New Hampshire. Whether Sister Caroline's stories are exaggerated or not, one thing is certain. St. Maria was not your typical sing happy songs around the campfire type of orphanage. Brad continued flipping through the pages, but the rest of the info glued to the pages were non-mainstream articles about a supposedly haunted building. People reported seeing ghosts of children, speculations of Jeremy Myers sexually abusing children, etc. Nothing concrete to the case. But why apartment 401? Why just this one? Beats me. I'm assuming that all the negative shit happened precisely in there. So, what exactly happened to you while you lived there? Brad asked, emboldened by the surge of adrenaline. Larry's lip quivered for a moment before calming down. He looked back in front of himself, but, this time, slightly lowered his gaze. Just like Travis, he looked like he was reminiscing. I wasn't even supposed to be there. Mama told me to stay with her, take care of her. She's sick. Can't do everything on her own. But I figured I should move up in the world. Couldn't stay with Mama all my life. My retirement from the military plus the security job I've been doing gave me enough cash to consider renting a nice place. I never had that in life. A nice place to live in. So I decided, fuck it. Why not? As much as Brad knew that this introduction was important for the information he needed, he wasn't in the mood to listen to Larry's self-pitying life story. Interrupting him could only build hostility with him and make the whole thing longer. So Brad instead nodded every now and again, listening silently. Place looked perfect at first glance. Real fancy. I loved it. Of course, I never thought about moving in permanently. The agency only dealt in selling apartments, and it was only thanks to the generosity of that agent, Stephen, that I managed to get a lease for 6 months, though I moved out long before them. Larry went silent for a moment. He scratched his double chin and continued. Everything was fine, at first. But then more and more strange things began happening in the building. Things in the apartment would go missing. I'd hear someone upstairs, all the time. But the more I listened, the more I figured it wasn't upstairs. It was on the ceiling. I'd sleep and hear those goddamn footsteps. And when I opened my eyes, I'd see something scurrying across the ceiling, just for a split second. And when I'd turn on the lights, no one's there. And this music, same fucking music kept playing almost every fucking night, over and over. Strangers in the night, right? Brad asked. Larry looked at him. He looked surprised for a moment, but then his expression turned back to reticent. He shifted on the sofa and said, Yeah, that one. I got fucking sick of it. I thought some neighbors were playing it every night, so I complained to them, but none of them knew what I was talking about. They never even heard the song once. And things only got worse from there. Larry stopped to clear his throat before continuing. The whole time, Brad breathlessly listened with undivided attention. I started seeing them. Every fucking day. Sometimes at night. Just standing there. Staring at me. Who? Those fucking kids. Brad knew who Larry was talking about. His mind raced back to the night he saw the boy with the trained toy playing in the kitchen. Shivers ran down his spine at the thought of him waking up in the bedroom, alone, and seeing a bunch of creepy-looking children with pale skin staring at him at the foot of the bed. Larry sighed and continued. They just stared at me at first. For the first couple of weeks, just stared. Did nothing more. The first time I saw one of them, I asked the little shit how he got inside and tried throwing him out. But they never talked, and somehow they always end up disappearing out of sight. You turn your head for a moment or blink, and they're gone. I thought I was losing my mind, so I didn't tell anybody about it. I didn't want anybody thinking I'm crazy. And since the brats only stared at me, I figured I'd just get used to living like that. I figured it was nice to have a little bit of company from time to time. I'd be watching the TV and see one of them at the corner of my eye. I'd offer him a beer, or talk to him like he was a friend, while he just stood there, creepily staring at me. Eventually, he'd just disappear. Larry raised a hand full of stubby fingers up to his face and scratched his scar tissue. Brad cringed at that. Larry inhaled deeply and sighed before looking at Brad once more. And then, the shit hit the fan. One day when I returned from work, I entered the living room and saw them standing there, a whole lot of them. Must have been at least 10 or so of them, boys and girls. Again, they were just standing there and staring at me. I made a joke about it, asked them what kind of party they were hosting here without me. I turned around and brought out the ice tray and ice pick from the freezer, wanting to fix a drink for myself, and the next thing I knew, I was pulled down on my back. I swore and tried pushing them off me, but they were strong. Too strong for a bunch of 7-year-olds. They were pinning me down by the arms and legs, and Larry stopped, sounding like he was about to start crying. This was undoubtedly difficult to talk about. And one of them took the ice pick. He slowly came up to my face, and I wiggled and wiggled, but someone held my head down firmly, and the kid just hovered the ice pick above my eye there, just an inch from it, and then he kept bringing it down, so slowly that I felt every inch of the needle as he stabbed me with it. Larry began breathing more heavily as he recounted his traumatic experience. I was in so much pain and screaming, trying to move, but I couldn't budge. And the kid, the little boy who stabbed me, kept the ice pick buried in my eye socket, the whole time retaining this facial expression like he was doing nothing more than poking holes in a piece of paper for fun. Brad saw tears streaking Larry's chubby face now. His voice quivered as he continued. And then, when he finally pulled out the ice pick, he hovered it above my other eye. I begged him to stop, but he ignored me, just kept slowly inching the ice pick closer to my face. Then, I heard knocking on the door and someone calling me. That kid above me looked down the hallway, and then the door burst open. Just like that. The kids were gone, and Travis found me crying on the floor. He sniffled and shook his head. If he hadn't arrived, I'm sure that kid would have poked my other eye out too. Jesus, Brad said, realizing just now how much his own voice was quivering. Silence permeated the room for a long time as Brad reflected on what Larry told him, while Larry stared in front of himself, wiping the tears on his cheeks and occasionally sniffling. So, why did they do it? What do these kids want? Isn't it clear what they want? Larry asked, looking at Brad with bloodshot eyes. Brad shook his head in confusion. Whatever happened to them is probably really bad. They want revenge. He turned to Brad and said, Don't you get it? They will never stop until every single person who sets foot inside that cursed apartment pays. Larry's words bore an insurmountable weight that Brad suddenly became aware of, causing panic to boil inside him immediately. Shit. Julia, he said. Julia felt sick to her stomach. She felt like she was in some sort of horror documentary. The box lay open on the floor, all of the contents emptied from it. On the floor were messily scattered photographs, dozens of them. They came from the box, and just one quick glance at each of them was enough to determine they were taken in this very room. Either the cross on the wall from Julia's vision was visible in the background, or the wooden bed, which seemed to be the focus of most of the shots. In each photograph was a different child. Most of them looked frightened, sitting on the bed or standing in the middle of the room. And as terrifying as their gazes were, what appalled Julia even more was the fact that most of these children were nude. Some of them were covering their private parts and crying, Others were lying on the bed in positions that Julia didn't want to spend more than a split second gazing at. As bad as that was, it wasn't the worst of it. Buried at the bottom of the box were the darkest photographs, the ones that the priest, from her vision, probably wanted to keep in a special place. There were pictures of dead bodies, children staring vacantly from the bed with bruises on their necks, torsos, and extremities, blood frothing at the corners of their mouths, on some of them, eyes closed, as if they were sleeping, peacefully, but their faces blue from strangling. It was too much for Julia to take. "Oh, my gosh," she uttered as she placed one hand over her mouth. She got a sudden urge to throw up, but controlled it. Tears formed in her eyes, and she blinked them away, feeling not just the urge to vomit, but a myriad of emotions. Sadness unlike any that she felt in her life, fear so strong that she couldn't stop trembling like a leaf in the wind. There were other emotions there, too, that engulfed her entire being. Disgust, confusion, hopelessness, depression, and she knew right away that those weren't her own emotions. They were the children's. "Oh God. Oh God," she chanted over and over, the emotions that swirled inside her, so potent that she felt like she was going to faint. And then, just as quickly as those emotions came, they disappeared. Julia continued crying, even though the pain was no longer present. Suddenly, the lights in the apartment went out, leaving Julia in complete and utter darkness. Chapter 19. Cody was drawing in his room when he first heard the rain's light battering on the window of his room. It momentarily startled him. He thought it may have been one of his friends playing a prank on him again. Once he realized that that wasn't the case, he scolded himself for getting scared. He was a big boy, and big boys weren't allowed to get scared. He looked down at the notebook on the floor, where a half-finished drawing of Iron Man's head and upper body were. Cody considered this to be one of the better things he managed to draw. If it continued this way, he'd be able to make it his best. Maybe his mom would even hang it on the fridge. He still needed to work on perfecting the shape of the head, the ears, and facial features, but he would learn it in time. He was sure of it. As he listened to the soft drumming of the raindrops, he occasionally grew distracted when the droplets got more intense. In an hour or so, by the time he finished the outline of Iron Man, the rain got so intense that he could hardly even hear the smooth sounds of his crayons dragged on the paper. As he reached for the blue crayon to color Iron Man's glowing eyes, suddenly everything went black. It took Cody a moment to realize that there must be a power outage. He experienced it once in his old home. His mom said something about a fuse and fixed it by flipping a switch. He wondered if she could fix it now, too. He didn't want to wait, though, so he used his orientation to crawl toward his bed. He lightly bumped his head into the bed frame, but it was nothing serious. He reached under the bed and felt the floor under his fingers, groped a small, tubular object. He retrieved it and rotated it in his hand until he felt a ridge. With the push forward on the ridge, he flicked on a button, and the flashlight came to life, sending a bright beam of light straight into Cody's face. Cody turned the flashlight away from himself and scanned the room with it. The beam was so strong that he could clearly see the entire room even though it was weaker than the normal light. Cody swiveled the flashlight around the room and saw shadows of the other children dancing on the walls of his room, with each motion of the flashlight beam. Some of them were sitting on the floor, some were standing, some were playing with some of his toys, making the action figures float in the air, gently chasing them against each other. He could tell from the shadows who each child was. He tried to avoid calling out their names out of fear of being heard by his mom. If he talked to himself, she might think he was just playing. But by calling out their names, she would get worried again over him playing with imaginary friends. "Cody?" His mom's voice called from the living room a moment later. "I'm here, Mom," Cody called out. "Hold on. I'll be right there, sweetie. Don't be afraid." "Okay." Cody wasn't afraid. Why would he be? His friends didn't want to harm him. In fact, he felt safer with them around. So why was his mom so scared suddenly? The door of Cody's room burst open, slightly startling him. The toys that hovered in the air fell on the soft carpet on the floor, the shadows against the flashlight beam disappearing. His mom stood at the door, her phone in hand, sending a bright light from the torch. Not nearly as bright as Cody's flashlight, but bright enough to see something. "Oh, you're here. Are you okay, sweetie?" she asked. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" Cody shrugged. "I just thought you were afraid of the dark." "I'm not afraid of the dark," Cody frowned. The fact that his mom thought he'd be afraid of such a harmless thing as the dark offended him. "You're really brave, honey," she said. Cody felt a warm sense of pride surging through him. "Sweetie, the entire building is without power, so I'm afraid we'll have to wait for someone to fix it. Why don't you come play in the living room?" she asked. Cody thought for a moment. "Well, when is the power coming back?" he asked. "I don't know. This may have been caused by the rain, so it may take a few hours. Can I stay here and draw?" Cody's mom shot him a suspicious glare. He jumped in before she could say anything more. "I won't do anything bad. I'll just draw in my room. Promise. Besides, I always play on the stairs, and nothing bad ever happened to me there." She continued staring at him, probably trying to determine if it was a good idea to let him stay alone in the apartment. Or maybe she was trying to figure out if he was lying. "Are you sure you're gonna be okay on your own, sweetie?" she asked. That was it. He made it. He just needed to confirm that he wasn't up to no good, and she let him stay. "Yeah, I have my flashlight. See how bright it is?" He made a show of pointing it around the room before placing the flashlight on the floor. Cody's mom nodded and said, "All right, honey, just don't draw too long. You'll hurt your eyes, okay?" she said. "Yes, Mom," Cody smiled. "I'll be in the living room. If you need anything, just shout." "Okay, Mom." She closed the door, leaving Cody alone in the room. He heard footsteps and shuffling outside his room momentarily before picking up on the sound of his mom, slumping onto the sofa. Then there were meager, muffled voices coming from her cell phone. Cody grabbed the flashlight and swiveled it around, looking for his friends. At first, he saw nothing, but then he moved the flashlight to the right and saw them. Their shadows were clustered, standing next to each other, staring at Cody. Cody heard voices in his head, a whole bunch of them, all drowning out his own thoughts, overlapping with each other, speaking over each other. "No! Don't hurt them!" Cody shouted louder than he expected, to drown out the blaring voices. The door of Cody's room burst open, slightly startling him. The toys that hovered in the air fell on the soft carpet on the floor, the shadows against the flashlight beam disappearing. His mom stood at the door, her phone in hand, sending a bright light from the torch. Not nearly as bright as Cody's flashlight, but bright enough to see something. "Oh, you're here. Are you okay, sweetie?" she asked. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" Cody shrugged. "I just thought you were afraid of the dark." "I'm not afraid of the dark," Cody frowned. The fact that his mom thought he'd be afraid of such a harmless thing as the dark offended him. "You're really brave, honey," she said. Cody felt a warm sense of pride surging through him. "Sweetie, the entire building is without power, so I'm afraid we'll have to wait for someone to fix it. Why don't you come play in the living room?" she asked. Cody thought for a moment. "Well, when is the power coming back?" he asked. "I don't know. This may have been caused by the rain, so it may take a few hours. Can I stay here and draw?" Cody's mom shot him a suspicious glare. He jumped in before she could say anything more. "I won't do anything bad. I'll just draw in my room. Promise. Besides, I always play on the stairs, and nothing bad ever happened to me there." She continued staring at him, probably trying to determine if it was a good idea to let him stay alone in the apartment. Or maybe she was trying to figure out if he was lying. "Are you sure you're gonna be okay on your own, sweetie?" she asked. That was it. He made it. He just needed to confirm that he wasn't up to no good, and she let him stay. "Yeah, I have my flashlight. See how bright it is?" He made a show of pointing it around the room before placing the flashlight on the floor. Cody's mom nodded and said, "All right, honey, just don't draw too long. You'll hurt your eyes, okay?" she said. "Yes, Mom," Cody smiled. "I'll be in the living room. If you need anything, just shout." "Okay, Mom." She closed the door, leaving Cody alone in the room. He heard footsteps and shuffling outside his room momentarily before picking up on the sound of his mom, slumping onto the sofa. Then there were meager, muffled voices coming from her cell phone. Cody grabbed the flashlight and swiveled it around, looking for his friends. At first, he saw nothing, but then he moved the flashlight to the right and saw them. Their shadows were clustered, standing next to each other, staring at Cody. Cody heard voices in his head, a whole bunch of them, all drowning out his own thoughts, overlapping with each other, speaking over each other. "No! Don't hurt them!" Cody shouted louder than he expected, to drown out the blaring voices. The voices went quieter, reduced to hushed tones. Although Cody couldn't understand every word they said, he understood the main point of what they were telling him. The time has come. Cody knew that there was no use arguing. He simply continued staring at them as they disappeared, one by one. He stared at the floor for a while, wondering what was going to happen next. A muffled scream came from somewhere in the building, just barely loud enough for him to hear it, and to know it came from apartment 401. Cody grabbed the blue crayon and continued coloring Iron Man's eyes. Brad didn't even bother thanking Larry or saying goodbye to him. He raced through the downpour in the driveway to his car and took off as quickly as the law allowed him to. On the drive back to the apartment, he refused to call it home. He called Julia. She didn't pick up. Shit, he cursed, trying again. After 2 rings, it went straight to voicemail. He didn't bother leaving a message. If he had Travis's number, he could call him and ask him to check up on Julia, but they never exchanged numbers for some reason. Stupid, 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 Brad scolded himself as he slammed his palm against the steering wheel. The rain was so strong that he had to slow down to a crawl. His windshield was constantly battered by the new splashes of the rain, which the wipers couldn't wipe off fast enough. He cursed at the weather and the distance he needed to cross, believing that somehow the universe tonight was against him and Julia, that the only reason why the weather was this way was that he would conveniently be slowed down, so that the children could harm his wife. The thought of her, or their baby, being harmed by these ghosts sent a jolt of terrifying panic through him, but he did his best to keep it at bay. The last thing he wanted right now was to cause a car crash somewhere. If that happened, he wouldn't be going home for a long time. He prayed that Julia was safe, and that the rain may have been simply messing with the signal. He picked up his cell phone from the passenger seat and tried calling her again. Still nothing. He went into Messenger to check whether she was online. It said that the last time she was online was around an hour ago. He tried video calling her, but the call wouldn't even start. Fuck! Brad frustratedly tossed the phone back onto the passenger seat. The horn of another car blared past him, and Brad grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, swerving slightly to the right. His car had gone a little to the left lane, and he had to get back into the right one. He ran a hand through his hair, giving his unmatched focus to the road now. Please, be okay, Jules. At first, Julia didn't see anything except the devouring darkness. Her eyes may as well have been removed from her sockets because there was absolutely nothing she saw, not even silhouettes or outlines of any objects. The incessant battering of the rain reverberated on the window, at moments so loudly that Julia expected the glass to break. She heard her own panicked breathing as she fumbled in the dark. Cell phone. Gotta find my cell phone, she thought to herself as she blindly felt around the floor with her palms. She felt the photographs sliding under her hands, and she knew that the door should be right behind her. She spun around and stood up on stilted legs, feeling like her knees were about to buckle from the lack of orientation. Julia put out both arms in front of herself and slowly walked forward, feeling the air with her fingers. She felt the cold wall on her fingertips and placed both palms on it, her panic beginning to rise. Where's the door? She began panting panic breaths, her mind not understanding where the door could have disappeared. She sidled to the left, moving one palm after the other as she went. She soon reached the corner of the wall where she continued sidling further left, and then she felt it. The door frame was right there. She simply must have been disoriented in the dark when she spun around. The moment of relief that she felt disappeared just as quickly as it came, when she heard a crash coming from the living room. Julia held her breath and squinted, both of which proved to be useless. The only thing she heard was the rain and the beating of her own heart against her chest, and the only thing she saw was blackness. Hello? She called out foolishly, not even sure herself if she was expecting a response. Nothing. It didn't matter. She wouldn't be going into the living room anyway. She had to get the hell out of the apartment soon as she could. She figured that she wouldn't need to see in order to get out. If she just followed the hallway, she'd reach the door, and then there would be some emergency lights on in the building. She was sure of it. Julia's eyes began adjusting to the dark now, at long last. She began seeing very vague shapes of objects, and that gave her solace, no matter how meager it was. She put her hands out in front of herself and went through the door, cautiously, taking huge steps over the threshold. Now that she was in complete darkness, she couldn't remember if there was a threshold between the nursery and the hallway, but better to safely step over it than to stumble in the dark, where she could easily lose balance and smash her head open on any number of hazardous edges in the apartment. Julia felt the wall in front of herself. That's it. That's it. Now, she just needed to sidle left until she reached the foyer. She took 4 steps to the side when she heard it. Thud. 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 The footsteps echoed somewhere on her left, filling her with primordial fear and panic. Julia gasped, instinctively hugging the wall closer. She didn't dare call out to whoever was over there. She was tempted to close her eyes, and for a moment, She wished that she still didn't see anything because that would, at least, provide her some false sense of security. Like this, she was forced to focus her gaze down the hallway and pay attention to any sudden movement down there. Thud. 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 The footsteps ran right past Julia. She felt something brushing against her back momentarily, causing her to scream. She hyperventilated, suddenly unable to budge an inch from the terror that petrified her. Julia stood entrenched in that spot, hugging the wall with her face practically against the cold concrete for what felt like an eternity. Little by little, she mustered enough strength to move again, and through great effort, she resumed sidling, taking it slow and steady this time, holding her breath as much as she could the entire time. She expected to feel cold, bony, childlike fingers wrap around her hips any moment, and she felt like she had pairs of eyes on her that could clearly see her despite the dark. Maybe she was staring right back at them. She just didn't see them. Whenever she gave that fear more thought, she felt herself slipping further into a descending madness that she feared would be impossible to escape from, like a black hole that sucked everything inside. Julia blanked her mind and continued sidling. Left foot. Right foot. Left palm. Right palm. She expected to feel the edge of the wall at any moment, but it just wouldn't come. She knew in the back of her mind that it was probably her brain panicking and causing her to think that the hallway was much longer, but the irrational part of her, the part that didn't seem irrational right now at all, was telling her that maybe the apartment was distorted and would cause her to sidle on and on until she collapsed from exhaustion or fear. The fingers on her left hand came in touch with something cold. Julia gasped, but then she realized it was the mirror. Thank God, the mirror. Just a little longer and she'd be out of here. She stopped in front of the mirror with both hands on it to regain her strength. A flash of the outside lightning filled the apartment through the open bedroom, causing Julia to see her tormented figure in the mirror. She saw herself, with wide eyes and open mouth, holding both hands on the mirror, panting heavily, and her shoulders tense. And under her arm, she saw a little boy, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Julia screamed. She couldn't stay another second in the apartment. She fumbled and stumbled in the dark, and eventually she reached the door, almost slamming into it face first. She tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Panicked, she tried yanking the doorknob a few times until her unnerved mind realized it was locked. She felt something tugging her by the sleeve. Julia yanked the door open and jerked free of the apparition that held her, making her way outside apartment 401. Her mind tried conjuring up some victorious phrase that she could utter, but before she managed to do so, she bumped into a tall figure that grabbed her by the shoulders. Julia screamed once more, flailing and clawing at the gigantic hands that held her. "Julia, calm down. It's me," Travis said. Brad could immediately tell upon arrival that something was wrong. The entire building was engulfed in darkness, and upon pressing the button on his remote for the garage, nothing happened. Brad got out of the car and tried to open the front door manually. No dice. The apartment entrance responded only to the electronics, so there was no way to open it if there was no power. What a flawed design. Feeling another wave of panic rising within him, his mind raced to find another way inside. The garage, his mind thought, in a Eureka style. He would need to open the garage with his key since it still responded to something other than the remote. And then, from the garage, he could go directly into the building from the staircase. He wasted no time running down the gradient to the gate of the garage and inserting the key. He pulled the garage shutter up, and it slid effortlessly. He left the car where it was on the side of the road, not caring enough to move it at the moment. There were bigger things at stake. As he entered the garage, he realized just how dark it really was. The lights usually came on as soon as the shutter began opening at the press of a button on the remote. So right now, it was pitch black. Brad pulled out his phone and turned on the torch. It brightly illuminated the garage, and he gave a thankful prayer for the technology that today's phones were able to provide. He took a moment to orient himself and started heading in the direction of the door that led to the basement. Rather than always entering the garage from the outside, the building had a convenient entrance in the basement that led directly to the parking lot. Brad saw the gray door with the green exit hovering above it. He rushed to it and pushed it. It didn't budge. Brad tried again and only managed to push it inward a little bit. Something must have been blocking it. He rammed the door with his shoulder, causing it to open slightly further. He rammed it again and again, making the gap wider with each slam. Once the gap was wide enough, he sidled inside, shining his light around the storage. A heavy shelf was placed face down on the floor in front of the door, and Brad knew immediately whose doing that was. He raised his phone and shone it around the room. The basement storage was essentially a hallway, with mesh wire enclosures on each side, each enclosure belonging to one apartment owner. The enclosures were marked with apartment numbers, and through the mesh, Brad saw various items neatly or messily placed, depending on the owner: bicycles, skateboards, figurines, etc. Most of the items were covered with a piece of sheet or something of the like, probably to avoid grabbing the interest of any potential envious neighbors in the apartment complex. Brad jumped when he shone the light and saw something almost humanoid, covered by a dusty gray sheet, staring directly at him. He realized a moment later that it was just a bunch of inconveniently placed objects that formed the shape of a head and torso. He loped through the storage, doing his best not to look left and right at the enclosures, expecting any moment for something to jump out in front of him and rattle the mesh or try to grab him through it. He couldn't reach the exit fast enough. As soon as Brad burst through the door, he began hopping up the steps, focusing his torch upward the entire time. He felt his foot missing one step and kicking it accidentally, which caused him to stumble forward. He put his hands out in front of him and caused his cell phone to drop out of his hand. He heard the clang of it falling down the stairs and was immediately engulfed in total darkness. He looked down the stairs but couldn't see his phone anywhere anymore. Even the meager light of the torch that would be slightly visible if it was face down was nowhere to be seen. He must have busted his phone. Or maybe someone snatched it. He couldn't look for it now. He had to keep moving and find Julia. Using the torch left him blinded, and he knew it would take his eyes minutes until they got used to the enveloping blackness around him. He placed his left hand against the wall and the right one in front of himself, slowly, taking one step after the other. He scolded himself the entire time for being so reckless and dropping his phone. Every second he wasted here in the basement was a second he couldn't afford to lose. Relief washed over him when the tips of his fingers touched a door in front of him. He fumbled for the knob, remembering by heart where it was. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was no longer surrounded by complete darkness. Tenuous, bluish light came to his left from the entrance door that had glass panels. With his newly restored vision, he rushed to the stairs, only to be greeted by darkness once more. By now, he could at least see the outlines of the steps, so he didn't need to navigate them blindly. Still, he slid one hand up the wall next to him just to avoid losing balance. He made it to the second floor when he heard a loud clatter come from somewhere upstairs. Brad didn't stop. The sound was too far for him to be concerned about his own safety, but too close to Julia. "Hold on, Jules. Hold on. I'm on my way, baby," he kept chanting in his mind to encourage himself. With slightly more hurried steps, he rushed up to the third floor and then the fourth. With each step he took, he felt his dread rising further and further until it began reaching a tipping point. If it continued to grow like that, it would soon take control of him. He couldn't allow that to happen. He would kill any ghost that tried to harm his wife or child, even if he had to do it with his bare hands. Brad stopped as soon as he faced apartment 401. The door was wide open, and inside was a darkness so thick that it looked like it threatened to swallow anyone who stepped inside. But Brad would need to enter the apartment. He had to find out what happened to Julia. He rushed to the threshold and stopped directly in front of the apartment. Only then did he realize how unnaturally dark it was. He felt like he could put one finger inside and cause it to disappear inside entirely. Suddenly, stepping inside seemed like a horrible idea. It felt like staring at a carnivorous plant's gaping insect trap, and knowing that stepping closer would trigger it, and yet, Brad was unable to shake this sense of wanting to go inside, to check on Julia, and, at the same time, running the hell away as far as possible. "Julia? Are you in there?" Brad asked with a voice croaking from not speaking. There was no response. That was what he expected. Brad sighed. "Julia, if you're in there, say something," he called out. Again, there was no "Brad, please help me!" Julia screamed from inside the apartment. "Julia!" Brad shouted. He took a step back to get momentum like a sprinting athlete. "Please, no, not my baby!" Julia pleaded through tears. Someone was attacking her. Just as Brad was about to plunge into the apartment, he heard a voice on his left. "Brad!" He jerked his head to the left and stared in awe at the person who called him. It was Julia. Chapter 20. Julia felt relief wash over her when she saw Brad standing in front of the apartment, safe and sound. He rushed toward her and hugged her tightly, thanking God. Although it was dark, she could tell how distressed he was from his wide eyes and raised eyebrows. "Get in here, kids," Travis called out from behind. Julia turned around and saw a meager sliver of light coming from Travis's flashlight. The light was working well up until a few minutes ago, when it suddenly began flickering and losing its potency. Probably the interference of the ghosts. Just as Julia turned around and started toward Travis, she heard Brad scream loudly behind her. When she swiveled her head in his direction, she saw him staring at the black entrance of apartment 401. Only now, instead of the dark, there were hands grabbing at the edges of the doorframe. Dozens of childlike, pale hands, too innocent-looking, too clean, but still scary nonetheless. Their fingers wiggled like worms in a bucket, dragging themselves further through the entrance, some of them even reaching all the way to the elbows. "Hurry!" Travis called out. Brad was faster than Julia. He grabbed her by her hand and practically dragged her inside Travis's apartment. The old man followed closely behind them, and when Julia turned around, she saw one hand slowly reaching for Travis before he managed to slam the door shut, causing a loud bang. He locked the door with both the key and the deadbolt, and stepped back from it as if he were expecting it to burst open any moment. Julia's, Brad's, and Travis's panting filled the air as they all stared at the door in anticipation. After an unnervingly long moment, nothing happened. Only when Julia saw Travis and Brad breathing sighs of relief did she allow herself to relax just a fragment. The three of them formed a triangle, and Travis pointed his torch at the couple. "You two okay?" he asked. "Jules, are you hurt? I tried calling you." Brad approached her and said, placing one hand on her cheek. She shook her head. "I had a scare in the apartment and had to get out. Where the hell have you been?" Brad frowned, probably at her hysterical attitude. "I was with Taylor, but then I suddenly got a strong urge to come home." "Why are you lying to me, Brad?" "What?" "I know you weren't with Taylor. Renata told me he's not in town." Brad's face drooped at the palpable realization that he'd been caught red-handed. "Okay. Honey, I can explain," he said. Travis cleared his throat. "I'm gonna see if I can find any candles in the apartment. You two take a seat. You okay in the dark?" Brad gave him a brisk nod as he gently turned Julia around by the shoulder and led her toward the couch. They sat down while Travis spun around and left the living room, his light disappearing along with him behind the corner. Julia and Brad were left in the dark, but the miserly light coming from the rain-battered window helped Julia at least see Brad's outline. The dark would be advantageous for him, though, because he could hide his facial expressions in case he wanted to lie about some things. Julia was sitting next to him, close enough to feel the heat of his body, while he held one hand on her thigh. Brad leaned in and said, "I couldn't tell you where I was going, because I knew you'd freak out. There was something that happened just recently, and I didn't want to worry you." "What did you do?" Julia asked with a badly controlled quiver of her breath. Brad went silent, and only a moment later did she realize he was probably pondering how to form his sentence. Before he could say anything, orange light appeared in the kitchen, and it bobbed up and down into the living room. "I had two left in the kitchen." Travis approached the coffee table with a small plate on which stood an upright candle, its flame gyrating before stabilizing itself and continuing to glow normally. Travis placed the plate and one unlit candle on the coffee table. Julia noticed that he melted a little bit of wax into the plate and stuck the candle onto it to help it remain upright without falling over. His phone torch was off, and the light of the candle was much weaker than the light of the phone, but, at the same time, the minor warmth it produced gave Julia a sense of respite. She stared at the shadows the flame cast on Brad's and Travis's faces, causing the creases on them to become more visible. As Travis sat on the sofa across from the couple, Brad asked, "What the fuck do we do now?" Travis shrugged, almost nonchalantly. "I tried calling the cops, but for some reason, there ain't no reception. Not surprising, I think." "So what now?" Julia worriedly intertwined her fingers. "We wait it out," Travis said. "You kids are safe in here. This can't last forever. And once it blows over, I suggest you all leave the building and never come back." "You don't need to say that twice," Julia nervously chuckled. "If we make it out of here alive, we are never setting foot inside this place." She glanced in Brad's direction to see if he showed any signs of disagreement on his face. He looked too reticent for her to tell. "Are Raquel and Cody okay?" he asked. intermittently glancing from Travis to Julia. Haven't seen him today. I think they're okay since only your apartment is the dangerous one. We need to check up on them. No, son. Not now. Too dangerous. Going out there won't do them no good. As much as Julia worried about the safety of her neighbors, Travis was right. Going out there right now would probably be suicide. So, Brad, you were saying? Julia broke the silence a moment later. Brad ran a hand down his mouth and looked at Travis. You're going to want to hear this as well, Travis. I spoke to Larry. Larry, Julia frowned. He was the guy who rented our apartment before we bought it. He had the same experiences as we did and lost his eye in an accident in the apartment. That's when he moved out. He lost his eye? From the ghost? Julia raised her eyebrows. Brad nodded. And you didn't think it would have been a good idea to tell me something about that? She turned to Travis and shot daggers at him. Did you know about this, Travis? The old man opened his mouth, visibly preparing to defend himself, when Brad interjected. That doesn't matter right now, Jules. Listen, this is really important. Julia nodded and placed her hands on her knees, ready to give her undivided attention to what Brad was about to say. Brad started. I spoke to Larry. It took some convincing, and at one moment I was at gunpoint by his mom, but eventually he spoke up. Jesus, Brad, Julia interjected. He ignored her and continued. He experienced the same things as us while he lived there. Footsteps, the song that plays every night, visages of children. He says they just kept staring at him for days until, one day, they attacked him and dug his eye out. Travis, you arrived just in time to save him. Travis was staring at Brad the whole time with a frown. He nodded at the last sentence Brad uttered. So, anyway, Brad continued, as he darted his eyes from Travis to Julia in repetitive motions. Larry actually managed to gather some information about this building. This building isn't new at all. It's renovated. Before that, it was known as Saint Maria, and it served as a religious orphanage and educational center for children without parents. So, what happened to it? Julia asked, suddenly feeling cold, which wasn't from the temperature in the room. She was sure of it. It shut down in the 90s because of some incident. No one knows what happened, but all evidence points to one person in St. Maria being the prime suspect. Father Jeremy. Julia finished his sentence, almost breathlessly. Both Travis and Brad looked at her with wide eyes. How do you know that? Brad asked. Julia looked down. When you left, I had some sort of vision in the apartment. There was a little girl. Her name was Mary, and the priest, Jeremy, was abusing her. Possibly even killed her. I think Mary was trying to show me what happened to the children in this building. Show you? How? There was a loose board in the nursery, and a box underneath. The box had pictures of dead children, mostly strangled or naked on a bed. Jesus H. Christ. Travis made a cross symbol with his hand over his chest. Julia continued, no longer able to contain the quivering of her voice and the tears in her eyes. He killed them. In our apartment. At least 10 of them. Abused them and then killed them. She allowed the tears to flow down her face freely. And now the children want revenge for what happened to them. Brad shook his head. How do we know it's revenge they're after? Julia asked as she wiped her tears. There's a lot that points to that. Why would they attack Larry? Why would they attack us? We didn't do anything to them, and they still attacked indiscriminately. They are ghosts filled with rage from their lives and will probably stop at nothing to make others feel the same kind of misery that they felt when they were... He didn't finish his sentence, and for that, Julia was grateful. Well, there must be something we can do to help them. She looked at Brad, and then Travis, hoping that at least one of them would agree that they couldn't let these ghost children suffer for all eternity like this. We tried everything, Jules. We tried ignoring them. We tried cleansing the apartment. We even tried that stupid medium, and they still came back, Brad said. He's right, sweetheart, Travis interjected. I think the only thing that can be done for those poor souls is tearing this entire building down. All three of them went silent for a long time. Eventually, the silence was broken by a pattering of footsteps, followed by a childish giggle. It all sounded muffled, but still close. You hear that? Brad shot up to his feet. Where was that? Julia asked with fear, pivoting in various directions from the couch. It sounds like it's coming from the walls. Travis looked around, but his body language was still relaxed. A loud shattering sound came from the kitchen. The three of them stared in the direction of the kitchen. Even Travis was no longer relaxed, but had tense shoulders as he looked behind him, gripping the sofa's armrest tightly enough for his fingertips to turn white. "We can't stay here," Brad said. "Where then? This stupid building can't be unlocked during a power outage." Julia looked at him. He pressed his lips into a thin slit and said, "We need to go through the basement." Chapter 21. Brad didn't like the sound of his own suggestion, but he knew that it was the only way out. In here, they were sitting ducks. He quickly changed the self-criticism of his suggestion when he heard another crash coming from the kitchen. The light of the candle flickered and then suddenly disappeared, engulfing the room in utter darkness. Julia screamed, but a moment later, Travis's phone torch came to life, illuminating the room. He swiveled the light around, and this time it was Brad who screamed. Julia was standing between the couch and the coffee table, her eyes wide as plates as she stared at Brad. But behind her, squatting on the floor, was a pale little girl, looking up at Brad with innocent, glinting eyes. Julia must have seen where Brad was looking, and when she turned around, she screamed again, piercingly loudly. She bumped into Brad, who shoved her toward the entrance. "Hurry!" Travis's voice boomed in the apartment. The old man was the first one who reached the door, and then Julia, who got sandwiched tightly between him and Brad. Brad looked behind and saw in the dark the small silhouettes of children standing in the middle of the living room. No, not standing. They were slowly walking in unison, closing the distance with each step they took. Brad felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him backward through the door that Travis managed to unlock. "Come on!" Travis shouted as he motioned with his hand for Brad and Julia to hurry down the hallway. Brad took the lead in order to protect Julia from any potential assaults from the front. If he stayed between him and Travis, she should be the least in the line of fire, whatever the line of fire here was. Brad saw a toy train in front of the open door of apartment 401, woefully, sitting on the floor. He gave it a wide berth on the right side, making sure to keep his distance from the entrance. He spun around to see if Julia and Travis were still following him. When Travis's torch illuminated the entrance of 401 briefly, he saw a silhouette of a child standing there. "Hurry!" Brad spurred them on, not wanting to say what he saw in the apartment. They rushed down the stairs, their panicked tramping loudly filling the building. Brad saw more and more of the children standing in strange places. A face in the window. How the fuck were they at the window of the third floor? A head peeking from behind a corner at a turn in the stairwell. A seated figure on the floor, drawing something with crayons. They were all standing on the side, prudently staring at them, never in their way or doing anything to try to stop them. "They're toying with us. That's what they're doing," Brad thought to himself as he stopped in front of the stairs leading down to the second floor. The effeminate panting and the light from the phone told him that both Julia and Travis were still okay, so he didn't stop to turn around. Once he reached the first floor, he stopped paying attention to the figures surrounding them. They were almost out. "This way! Come on!" He turned around long enough to motion with his arm for Travis and Julia to follow him toward the storage door. He sprinted to the storage and swung the door open, waiting for Travis to catch up so he could illuminate the stairs. The old man was falling behind, but was catching up with them. His light bobbed up and down in tired motions, slowly approaching the door. "Come on, Travis!" Brad called out, and blindly began stomping down the stairs. Julia was right behind him, and soon Travis's torch came into view, partially illuminating the stairs and giving them the much-needed burst of speed. Brad opened the storage door and motioned Julia to step in. Travis was just behind them, so Brad wasted no time jumping inside after Julia. Not a second after stepping in, a loud bang resounded behind him. Brad instinctively turned around and realized the door was shut, leaving him and Julia in darkness. He heard Julia's winded breaths right next to him, which were drowned out by Travis's muffled voice on the other side. "Brad, open the door!" the old man shouted. Brad immediately went for the door and grabbed the knob. He tried, twisting it and pushing the door, but it wouldn't budge. "I can't! It's stuck!" he said. "Damn it!" Travis softly said on the other side. "Listen, you kids go on, and get out of here. Wait, what about you? I'll be fine, but you're the one with a pregnant wife. Get her out of here, goddammit!" Okay, he thought about something to say to defy him, but he knew that Travis was right. "Just find a safe spot. I'll be back for you as soon as I can. Don't talk, just go." Brad turned around and felt Julia brushing against him. He felt her by the shoulders and said, "Come on, Jules. We got ceiling lights in the storage began flickering, emitting pale blue colors that illuminated the room. The light stabilized, and Brad wasn't sure if he should panic or be relieved. His answer came a moment later, when all the mesh wire enclosures suddenly began rattling, and their doors opening so forcefully that they loudly slammed on the opposite side. A cacophony of slamming and rattling filled the air as the doors perpetually opened and closed as if possessed by an invisible spirit, the doors acting as mouths of hungry beasts. Julia covered her ears with her hands, screaming in the process, her voice almost entirely drowned out by the enclosures. Brad's eardrums pulsated in pain from the noise, and he knew that if they stayed in there, things would only get worse. The garage entrance was just on the other side of the room, beckoning them with the promise of safety. Without a word, Brad grabbed Julia by her hand and carefully started down the aisle of the enclosures. The path that was clear to them in the middle was very narrow, even as they sidled step by step, and Brad could feel the gusts of wind coming from both directions from the doors, slamming back and forth, narrowly missing him. Some of them were louder and faster, which startled him, but he didn't care if he got hurt. He just wanted to get Julia out of here safely. He clutched her hand firmly, looking back at her every second or so to make sure she was still okay. She was pale, tear-stricken, and outright terrified, but unharmed, for now. They were closing the distance between them and the garage, but it was going so painfully slowly, like waiting for a meeting with a boring coworker to end. And every moment along the way, Brad expected to feel a slam of the door on his face that would propel him backward and possibly cause him to be crushed by the door behind. No matter. Julia was his priority. Just a little longer, Jules, okay? He looked at her. She didn't answer. She was so traumatized and focused on sidling that she didn't look like she even registered his words. He looked back toward the garage door, which was so close now, and felt the floor disappearing under his feet. He hadn't even realized that something had run into him at full force from the left side, until he felt his shoulder whacking against the wall, and then the cold, hard floor meeting his face. The face slam wasn't that bad, maybe enough to cause his lip to bleed, but the shoulder slam hurt like a bitch. His entire arm vibrated in pain, and it took him a moment to reorient himself. The feminine scream that came from just in front of him helped him to get his bearings faster. "Julia!" he shouted as he shot up to his feet. He saw her standing opposite of him, but something was wrong. He rushed toward her but was stopped by the mesh door that held him, captured like an animal. It was closed. Julia was in the opposite enclosure, trying to open the door and, upon failing, grabbing the wires and rattling them violently. All the other enclosures had stopped moving by now, most of them remaining half open. Brad slid the fingers of both hands between the mesh wires and tried opening the door, but to no avail. He tried harder, but the door wouldn't budge, and all he got, as a result, were painful fingers. He and Julia stared at each other through the caged enclosures, no longer fighting or resisting, but rather accepting their fates. They were defeated. Julia felt her chest tightening, and her breathing became shallower. She wanted to scream, and be anywhere right now but here. Is this what claustrophobia felt like? She never even thought about it, but now that she was trapped in such a small space, with something dangerous lurking just around the corner, she realized what a horrible predicament she and Brad were in. Desperation overtook her at the sudden realization that she, her husband, and their unborn child may actually die here. Up until tonight, whenever she experienced paranormal phenomena, she felt scared, but she never thought about dying. Strangely, she wasn't afraid of her own death. More than anything, her maternal instinct kicked in, and she feared for the child in her womb. The thought of something bad happening to it filling her with unimaginable dread like she'd never felt before. She finally allowed desperation to take her over and began crying. "Julia? Jules, look at me," Brad said. He was clutching the mesh wires, and although he was winded and sweaty, he looked calm. Julia wondered if he was only pretending to be so in order to calm her down, or if he was morbidly coming to terms with her inevitable demise. "It's gonna be okay, Jules. We're gonna make it out of here, okay?" Brad said, but now Julia could hear the panic in his voice. She glanced at the door leading to the garage. They were so close, and yet so far. They probably never stood a chance. The children were playing with them and were probably feeding on their fears, savoring them. The lights suddenly went out, but before Julia could process what happened, they came back on. A group of children stood between her and Brad, all dressed in what looked like religious school uniforms, all pale, and all staring right at her. Julia screamed and bounced back, hitting her back against the hard wall. She darted her eyes from one child to another. All of them had this blank stare, and even though they were looking at Julia, she felt like she was gazing into the vacant eyes of a dead body. "Please, please," she pleaded. "Leave us the fuck alone, damn it." Brad rattled the enclosure. Julia was transfixed on the children. She counted 14 of them, 8 boys and 6 girls. All of them had similar hairstyles, and all of them were neatly combed, so much that Julia could hardly even tell them apart from each other. Brad began kicking the door, trying to get it to open, and despite the loud rattling noise, none of the children flinched or indicated in any way that they heard what he was doing. If they did, they had amazing composure. "I get it. I understand," Julia sobbed as she approached the door. "You were robbed of your innocence. What happened to you was a terrible, terrible thing." She put one hand on the wires and sniffled before saying, "If I had a chance to help you, I would." She sobbed and sniffled for a moment, burying her face in both hands, and then she heard a soft, petulant voice come from in front of her. "We know you would." Julia looked up, immediately stopping her crying. The children were still staring at her, but they no longer stood frozen like statues. A few of them exchanged glances, and the one who was closest to the enclosure opened his mouth and said, "We know you would help us." Julia was flabbergasted. She opened her mouth to say something, only letting out an uncontrollable gasp instead. "Then why are you doing this to us? Why are you punishing us like this? We didn't do this to you," she said in a more hysterical tone than she intended. "We aren't punishing you," a little girl from the back said. Julia locked eyes with her. "We're trying to help you," another girl said. "What?" Julia asked confusedly. A boy put a hand in his pocket and brought something out, but Julia couldn't see from here what it was. He passed it on to the girl in front of him, and then she passed it on to the boy, who stood closest to the enclosure. He pivoted his upper body enough to grab the object and then faced Julia again. It was a photograph. The boy outstretched the hand, holding the photo, and for a long moment, Julia could do nothing but stare at it. The boy hadn't moved a muscle and just stood there, with the photo inches from the mesh fence. Julia wiggled her fingers through the wires and took the picture into both hands between her fingers. It was a picture of a little girl, dressed in the same clothes as the other children. She was kneeling in front of a large cross, an all too familiar cross that she saw in her vision in the nursery. Mary. Her name was Mary. Julia looked up and scanned the faces of the children, but didn't see Mary anywhere in the crowd. She glanced at Brad, who had long since stopped kicking the door and was now staring at the situation in front of him in awe. Julia looked down at the photograph and flipped it over. There was something written on the back. "This will be our little secret, Mary. Father Jeremy." Julia felt disgusted, but still confused. She looked up at the children, silently demanding an answer from them. They said nothing. What is this? Why are you showing me this?" she demanded, new tears forming in her eyes and her voice cracking from the crying. Julia suddenly felt a strong headache come on. She screamed, and her wobbly legs could no longer support her weight. She collapsed onto her knees, watching the image before her getting blurry. She saw the figures of the children standing still and looking down at her. She heard Brad's voice calling her in panic, but it was only a distant muffle, as if underwater. And then everything went dark. Chapter 22. "Go ahead. Knock on the door," Sister Becca said scoldingly. She was staring down at Mary, with an angry expression on her face. Mary didn't want to do it, but she knew that the sister would not let her go until she did as she was told. For a moment, she hesitated, but ended up knocking 3 times on the door, albeit quietly. "Come in," a male voice rang from inside. Sister Becca opened the door for Mary and ushered her inside. Once they were in the waiting room, she pointed to the small chair next to Father Jeremy's office. "Wait here until Father Jeremy calls on you," Sister Becca said. Mary hopped up onto the chair, her tiny legs unable to help her sit properly on it, like all of the bigger kids could. She put her hands in her lap and looked down, trying to avoid Sister Becca's fiery gaze. Much to her relief, the sister turned around and walked out of Father Jeremy's waiting room, closing the door behind her. With nothing but her thoughts to entertain her, Mary thought about what kind of punishment she'd have to endure. If Father Jeremy decided to punish her, it would be Sister Alexia who would carry out his will. She was always the one who did the bad things to the kids. Mary had never been punished herself, but she heard from her classmates about it, and it terrified her. James said he was spanked. Adrian said she was forced to sit inside a small space for more than a day without food and water. Oleg said that he was stripped naked and repeatedly hit across the back with something painful. Marco mentioned feeling something hot being pressed into his forearms. There were many more instances like these, but a lot of the children refused to speak about the punishment as well. They were probably ashamed of their sins. And then there were the ones who, according to Father Jeremy, ran away from St. Maria. Mary's best friend Anna was one of them. They were getting along so well and having fun being mischievous from time to time. And then one day, Anna just stopped showing up at classes. It made Mary sad for a while, especially because she knew that Anna would be doomed in the outside world. Mary didn't understand why anyone would run away. They had everything they ever wanted here. That was what the teachers always told them, that the outside world was cruel, and that the children in St. Maria had it good. Mary had never seen the outside world for herself, except when she looked outside the windows toward the streets. She saw people walking or driving by. Most of them looked particularly sad. They must have been sad because they lived in such a bad world, unlike the children who were safe in St. Maria. Mary tried stepping outside once, just out of curiosity, just for a moment, to see what it felt like living in such a sinful place. But Brother Zach always sat near the entrance and made sure none of the kids got outside. When he caught Mary trying to sneak out, he didn't yell or tell Father Jeremy about it. Instead, he ushered her away from the entrance and softly warned her never to try that again, because her soul could be lost entirely if she stepped outside. Mary didn't understand what that meant, but she figured it was a very bad thing. A few minutes had gone by, and Mary contemplated leaving the office. Maybe she could just leave and tell Sister Becca that she talked to Father Jeremy, lie to her about being scolded, and go back to class like nothing happened. No, Sister Becca would know, and then Father Jeremy would know too. They always knew, and they hated lying. They hated anything that was a sin. More time went by, and Mary entertained herself by making funny faces in front of the rusty mirror across from her. She stuck out her tongue, then closed one eye, then lifted her nose to look like a pig. She suppressed giggles at her own silliness. The door of the office swung open so loudly that it startled Mary. Above her stood Father Jeremy, smiling politely and looking down at the girl. He was always so polite, but he still scared Mary. A lot of the kids seemed afraid of him, but an equal number seemed to love him. They couldn't wait to have scripture and prayers with him. Not Mary. She always tried to be as far from Father Jeremy as she could. She didn't know why he was so scary. She just had a bad feeling whenever she was around him. "Hi, Mary. How are you today?" Mary hopped up from her chair and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Father Jeremy." She wasn't fine, but it was a template answer they were taught here in St. Maria. "Come with me, Mary. Let's go to the study," Father Jeremy said. He put a hand on Mary's shoulder and gently nudged her forward. She walked down the long hallway and, before turning into the reading room, cast a glance toward the bookshelves on the left side where the alcove was. "Please, sit down," Father Jeremy softly said, gesturing to the couch. Mary did as he asked, repeating the motion of hopping up. The sofa's leather creaked under her bounce, and she began swaying her feet back and forth. It was something she often did when she was nervous. Father Jeremy approached the radio on the small table near the entrance to the study and pressed a button. A song began playing softly. She heard that song before many times. Sometimes she'd pass by Father Jeremy's office and hear the song playing louder. It was always the same song, the one about two strangers falling in love. She didn't understand how the father didn't get sick of that song after playing it so many times. Father Jeremy walked past Mary and sat right next to her. She didn't feel good with him sitting so close, but then again, she wasn't sure how to describe that feeling. All she knew was it wasn't a good feeling. "So, Mary, I heard we've been having some problems lately," Father Jeremy said, with that compassionate and yet inexplicably creepy smile. Mary looked down, continuing to sway her feet steadily. "Do you want to tell me about it?" he asked. Mary still didn't respond. Father Jeremy sighed and said, "Mary, If you don't tell me what you did wrong, then I will have no choice but to punish you." Oh no. Mary stopped swinging her legs and looked up at Father Jeremy with pleading eyes, suddenly afraid of what he might do to her. She couldn't decide how severe her punishment would be, but whatever it was, she was sure it would be horrendous. For a moment, she contemplated whether she would prefer physical pain or the other kind. "Please, Father Jeremy, I didn't do anything," she said, while looking up at the priest. He kept looking down on her as well, the weird smile still plastered to his face, and as uneasy as Mary felt, she refused to look away. If she looked away, he would win. Now, Mary, what did we say about lying?" he asked. "But I'm not lying! I'm not!" Mary couldn't contain being upset any more. Father Jeremy sighed, but said nothing. It was the sigh he made whenever he was faced with an unfortunate situation. It was the sigh that said, "I don't want to punish you, but I have to." She saw it a few times when some other children got punished in front of everyone. Mary looked down and started swinging her legs back and forth again. "Mary, Sister Becca said you haven't been paying attention in class," Father Jeremy said and placed one hand on his chest. "Education here is very important for us, for all of us. What did we say is the most important goal of life?" Mary didn't respond, but instead continued swinging her legs back and forth. "What did we say, Mary?" he asked once more, as he gently put one hand on Mary's thigh. Mary stopped swinging her legs and looked at the priest. She wasn't sure if this was a test or not, but the answer to that question was easy and obvious. "Being close to Jesus," she said confidently. "Being close to Jesus. That's right," the father agreed. "And you haven't been close to Jesus lately, have you?" Mary looked down again. "It's okay," he said. "We all sin, but all we need to do is repent, and our Lord will welcome us back to Him. Come, let's go to the chapel, shall we?" The chapel. The place where children who have sinned go in order to pray away their mistakes. St. Maria had a big chapel of its own that everyone needed to attend on Sundays, but Father Jeremy had his own, personal chapel too. Mary hopped off the couch, walked past the alcove, and turned left. The song on the radio had stopped by then. She grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door open, revealing the room inside. It was a very simple room, with a giant cross with a figure of Jesus on it hanging on the wall, and a bed on the opposite side. Mary wondered why Father Jeremy needed a bed inside the chapel to begin with. Maybe he liked sleeping in the room since it helped him stay close to Jesus. Whatever it was, now that Mary stood in front of the room, she had an uneasy feeling. She didn't want to enter the room at all. Father Jeremy approached Mary from behind and put one hand on her shoulder. He gently nudged her forward, and she had no choice but to step inside the room. A horrible sensation enveloped her all over her body, as if she wasn't supposed to be in here. She wanted nothing more than to turn around and bolt out of there, but she couldn't. When she looked back, she saw the towering figure of Father Jeremy blocking her path. Mary turned to face the giant cross and took another step deeper into the room, mostly to put some distance between herself and Father Jeremy. But the priest was persistent, and he approached her yet again, placing both hands on her shoulders. "Don't be afraid, Mary. Let's pray, shall we?" He gently slid his hands down her shoulders and caressed her, causing her skin to crawl. She was petrified with fear, unable to move an inch. Father Jeremy nudged her forward and said, "Get on your knees and start praying, Mary." Mary did as he asked, as if she were on autopilot. She got down onto her knees in front of the giant cross and began reciting prayers immediately, silently, begging Jesus to get her out of the room, to help her in any way he could, just to take this horrible feeling of fear out of her. She heard soft shuffling behind her, and Father Jeremy said, "That's it. You're doing good, sweetie." She heard a snap and saw a flash, which she immediately recognized as the sound photographic cameras make. She knew it from when her class took pictures together, which they later pinned on the board on the second floor in the hallway. Why was Father Jeremy taking a picture of her while she was praying? Mary nearly jumped when she felt Father Jeremy's hands on her shoulders again. He gently caressed her, and she opened her eyes just a crack, unable to hold them closed anymore. She saw that the hands that caressed her no longer had the sleeved cassocks but were bare. showing Father Jeremy's masculine hairs. She felt the priest leaning closer behind her and his warm breath on her neck. She was still reciting the prayers, but found herself whimpering from fear now. "You've been a sinful little girl, haven't you, Mary?" Father Jeremy whispered. Mary heard the door open behind them, followed by a voice. "Father Jeremy, Oh!" She recognized the voice as one belonging to Sister Linda, and right then, it was the sweetest voice Mary had ever heard in her life. Father Jeremy jumped up for Mary and shouted, "Sister Linda, what are you doing here?" For the first time since Mary spoke to him, he sounded furious. Mary looked back and saw the sister looking terrified, out of her mind, standing in front of a shirtless Father Jeremy. "Father, I'm so sorry, I didn't. Haven't you ever heard of knocking?" Father Jeremy shouted. Sister Linda had a hand over her mouth. She looked at Mary, and tears began glistening in her eyes. She outstretched one hand toward the little girl and said, "Mary, come on, sweetie. We need to get you back to class." Mary stood up, too eager to get out of there. "Sister Linda, what do you think you're doing?" Father Jeremy asked, now with a timbre of confusion in his voice. "Come on, Mary, let's go," Sister Linda repeated, motioning with her fingers for Mary to come to her. Jeremy blocked Mary's path with one arm. "Sister, you need to leave." Sister Linda slapped Father Jeremy across the face so hard that he stumbled backward with a groan. It was so abrupt and unexpected that Mary gasped. "Stay away from her, you sick bastard!" she shrieked. She approached Mary and gently grabbed her by the shoulder, ushering her out of the room with such intensity that Mary almost stumbled and fell. Mary heard Father Jeremy calling out to the sister, telling her to stop, and that this was all just a big misunderstanding. "It's okay, Mary. It's gonna be okay," Sister Linda chanted as she hurriedly pushed Mary out of the waiting room and down the corridor. Mary didn't know what the sister meant was going to be okay, but she trusted her. She was relieved to be out of the chapel so immensely that she didn't care if Sister Linda was taking her to the depths of hell. It couldn't be worse than what she felt in Father Jeremy's chapel. Brother Michael was on the same floor, and when he saw the distressed Sister Linda, he stopped and asked, "Sister, is everything okay?" "Call the police." "Don't listen to her, Brother Michael," Jeremy's voice boomed from behind them. "He's molesting little children," Sister Linda shouted before looking back at the still shirtless Father Jeremy. "How could you, Father? You were a man of God." She made a sound, as if she were going to vomit. Brother Michael blocked Jeremy's path while Linda and Mary continued striding down the hall. As they reached the stairs, Mary stopped. "Come on, Mary, let's go," Sister Linda urged her. Mary looked at Father Jeremy, and he looked back at her. They stared at each other, and for the first time, Mary saw some kind of emotion coming out of Jeremy. Up until today, she thought of the father as someone who could only feel compassion, love, and other good emotions. But as she stared at him, she felt something new being directed specifically at her. Hate. Sister Linda nudged Mary forward, and they went down the stairs. Mary kept her eyes locked with Father Jeremy the entire time, until the moment he was out of sight. She never saw him again. Chapter 23. Julia's vision returned. How long has she been unconscious? No, she wasn't unconscious in the first place. She was experiencing a sort of vision, much like the one back in the apartment when she first saw Mary and Father Jeremy. But this one was different. It was as if she saw images in front of her eyes, all happening in an instant. And yet somehow she could clearly and vividly understand and feel everything that was going on. "Jules, what did you do to her?" Brad's voice gradually became stronger and reached a crescendo, booming in the room. Julia groaned, and still feeling her head pulsating with pain, propped herself up. She stood up and looked at the children. She glanced at the photograph on the floor, staring at Mary, praying in front of the big cross in the chapel. Tears welled in her eyes, and she put one hand over her mouth to suppress her sobs. The dreadful feeling from so many years ago came rushing back to her in full force. "You forgot Mary," the boy at the front said. "I'm sorry." Julia shook her head. I'm sorry. Julia, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get out of here, all right?" Brad tried comforting her, but he could not even begin to comprehend what pain she felt right now. "You need to remember," a little girl said. When Julia finally stopped sobbing, she put both hands on the mesh wires and exhaled calmly. She looked at the children and said, I shouldn't have forgotten. I'm so sorry." She scrutinizingly scanned the children's faces once more, one by one. She remembered some of them: Kyle, Tina, Warren, Grace. She used to hang out with them all of the time after classes. Anna. Anna was there too, staring at her from the middle of the crowd with her big eyes. She and Anna used to steal chocolate from the kitchen when Sister Victoria wasn't looking. And then Anna went missing one day. They were told she ran away, but Julia remembered. She spoke to Anna just before she was sent into Father Jeremy's office. Julia looked at Anna's innocent face, the face that never did anything wrong and never wanted to harm a soul. She was only 6, for Christ's sake. Julia suppressed a new wave of tears and composed herself long enough to continue speaking. She said, "I get it. After St. Maria shut down, I forgot all about you, about me. And now you want to punish me for that. I will gladly take your punishment, but please, don't hurt my baby and my husband. They had nothing to do with this, please." The children continued staring at Julia in the deafening silence that suddenly filled the room. Anna was the one who spoke up this time. "We don't want to punish you, Mary," she said. Julia locked eyes with her in confusion. "We needed you to remember, so that you would return here." "But why?" "So that we could protect you and your baby." Julia wiped the tears on her cheeks and squinted. "Protect us? Protect us from who?" The children began pivoting to their right, all of them in unison until their heads were facing Brad. Brad glanced at some of them in confusion and palpable fear, panting, his mouth forming shapes of various letters, but no sound coming out. "Tell her," one of the children said. "What?" Brad confusedly shook his head. "Tell her, or we will tell her," a little girl said. "I don't know what your—" Brad's sentence was abruptly cut off when he screamed in pain, grabbing at his temples. "Stop it! You're killing him!" Julia banged on the mesh wires, but the children ignored her. They stared at Brad as he writhed and screamed in pain, holding the roots of his palms on his temples. Just then, Julia felt pulsating in her head again, albeit very meagerly. She saw images flashing in front of her eyes for split seconds, and yet, clear as day, for her to interpret them. Julia saw her younger self in various places: in the cafe with her friends, shopping in the mall, quietly reading a book in the park, waiting at the bus stop. But in all those images, she saw someone standing in the shadows, always watching her, never approaching her, or talking to her. She was always oblivious to his presence. Even when she was with her ex-boyfriend Keith, he was sometimes there. Brad. He had this creepy look in his eye when he stared at Julia, and often pretended to be doing something, depending on the situation. The images came and disappeared, and then Julia saw Keith on the street, a girl approaching him and forcefully kissing him as she wrapped her arms around him. Brad took pictures of the whole thing from a hiding spot and then paid the girl once Keith angrily left. Julia couldn't hear what they were talking about, but she could assume so. She saw Brad sliding an envelope under her apartment door. She remembered this. It was the envelope that had pictures of Keith kissing the girl. Julia lived with him back then, and she couldn't believe the pictures when she saw them. She was heartbroken. She and Keith were madly in love and were planning on getting married. She could envision her entire future and spending the rest of her life with him. But then, he screwed up by cheating on her. Keith tried explaining to her what happened, but she wouldn't listen. She was out of the apartment the next day, and she never spoke to him again. The next image showed Julia waiting at the bus stop. It was crowded, and Brad was there even though Julia didn't see him due to the hurry she was in. When the bus arrived, the crowd flocked to the entrance, including Brad. When the crowd dispersed and Julia entered the bus, Brad was left standing outside, and in his hand was Julia's wallet. Later that day, she would panic and look through all the places where she could have left the wallet. She even called the bus station and asked for the specific bus driver, begging him to check the bus for any stray wallets. Just when she lost all her hopes, she got a call from a man. He claimed to have found her wallet and wanted to meet with her to give it to her. Julia was so relieved and grateful that she didn't even think about saying no when he asked to go for a drink in a nearby cafe. The image disappeared, and a new one came into view, one of Brad and Julia in their old apartment. This was a few months after they got married. Julia went out jogging and Brad snooped around her laptop as soon as she was out. He uploaded some raunchy images and sent them to someone's email before erasing all of the evidence. Julia would get fired the very next day, and Brad would act all surprised, but he would be supportive 100%, and that would make Julia fall in love with him even more. Losing her job worked out perfectly for Brad, though, because not only was he a big hero who supported Julia through her difficult times, but now he was no longer the one earning less in the relationship. He was the big man of the house, who controlled all the finances. The image disappeared, and a new one appeared. It showed Brad opening the drawers of the nightstand and pulling out their packs of condoms. He took a needle and punctured each of them once before returning them to the drawer and leaving. The next image was the most unsettling one, and Julia saw and heard it with absolute clarity in her head, every moment of it. A young woman around Julia's age, frantically sifting through messages on the phone. Again, the messages themselves were unclear, but somehow Julia knew exactly what they said. They were private messages between Julia and Brad, including pictures they took together. It was shortly after they started dating. The next second, Brad was walking inside, becoming angry at the woman for going through his messages, forcefully taking the phone from her, the woman screaming and crying, asking him how long he'd been cheating on her. Brad telling her that he wanted a divorce. Divorce? Insulting her, telling her that she let herself go and was no longer attractive, that he doesn't need her anymore. More crying, and eventually escalating from a verbal fight into a physical one. Brad slapping the woman so hard that she fell down, instantly stopping her fit, telling her that she would not ruin what he and Julia had, and if she tried to tell Julia anything, the slap would seem like a goodnight kiss. Him turning around and storming out of the apartment, leaving the woman on the floor crying. Then, another image of Julia and Brad in Julia's apartment. Brad looking distressed, getting a phone call but declining it, and telling Julia it was just work. The two of them making love for the first time. The whole thing must have lasted no more than a few seconds, but it felt like hours. When the images finally cleared from her mind, Julia blinked a few times forcefully and looked around. Her enclosure was open, and the children were gone. Brad's enclosure was still locked, and he was trying to force it open. He was close, with the lock badly dented and out of place. Oh my God! Julia clasped a hand over her mouth. Julia, what's wrong? Brad asked. Julia clambered up to her feet and tentatively stepped out of the enclosure. Julia, open the door, Brad said. You lied to me. You lied the whole time, even before we met each other, didn't you? Jules, I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, just open the door so we can get out of here before they return. You ruined my relationship with Keith. And you didn't accidentally find my wallet. And you were married when we started dating. And all the other things. The job, the pregnancy, it was all you. Oh, God. Julia felt like puking. Had she eaten something in the last few hours? She was sure she would. Like this, she just felt slight acidic bile coming up into her throat. Babe, listen. We can talk about all of this once we're out of here, but I need you to open this door. I can't believe you lied to me about everything. Did you lie about loving me too? Am I some kind of toy for you? A sick obsession? Jules, no. I love you. I really do. Baby, everything I did so that we could be together. I did it all for you. Please, Julia, let's talk about this as soon as we're out of here, okay? She stared into his pleading eyes, those compassionate, loving eyes that she knew all of these years. But those eyes were lying. He lied for the things she saw inside his head, and who knew how many other things he was lying about. The love and care that Julia felt so strongly for Brad was suddenly gone, replaced with revulsion and hate. Fuck you, Brad. Fuck you, she shouted and turned toward the garage door. Jules! Julia, wait! Brad was angry. He kicked the door out of the enclosure. It was giving in. He glanced at Julia, who was now just a few feet away from the garage door. He didn't have much time until she reached the exit. If the power was still off, then the garage door would be open, and she'd be free to escape. He couldn't let that happen. Julia! He shouted after her, giving the door another good kick. She didn't even turn around to acknowledge she heard him. That made him furious. He used that fury to kick the door, and finally it slammed open, setting him free. At this sound, Julia immediately spun around, her eyes wide in surprise and terror. He only saw her terrified like this when she saw the ghost. But now, it was Brad who she was afraid of. "Julia, wait! I just want to talk!" Brad shouted, trying his best to suppress his white-hot rage. Julia turned around and began running toward the door. "Julia!" Brad boomed, running after her. He lunged at her like a football player, too angry to even care about the life of the baby. Right now, only one thing mattered. He had to stop Julia so that they could talk. She had to see that he wasn't a bad person. Julia screamed as they both fell onto the floor, but she continued scrambling away from him. He grabbed her by the ankle and used both hands to climb on top of her. He wanted to punch her over and over until she was knocked out and no longer able to resist. Why didn't she just want to listen to him? "Julia, just wait," he tried saying, but a kick to his face interrupted him. He reeled back, grabbing at his face. He felt pain in his nose and tears welling up in his eyes from the kick, and the blind rage he felt up until then intensified even further. He didn't care about her listening to him anymore. He just wanted to hurt her. Brad removed his hands from his face just in time to see Julia opening the door and running into the garage. In her confusion, Julia didn't know which way to go. She looked left and then right, glancing at the spacious garage. The drumming of the rain was much louder here, along with the cars driving by on the street above. Much to her relief, Julia saw that the garage door was wide open, the streetlights illuminating the entrance like a beacon of hope. She was a moment too late, though, because she felt a tug on her shirt a moment later. "Stop, you fucking whore!" Brad spat furiously. She'd never seen him like this. She didn't know what he would do to her, but she knew that it wouldn't be good. He might even hurt her baby. She tried running forward, but was unable to move. She felt the fabric of her shirt tightly pressing against her chest, but she ripped forward nonetheless. The loud tearing of her shirt filled the garage, and she propelled herself forward, free of the grasp that held her a second ago. She heard Brad yelling after her and the pounding of his footsteps closing in on her. In the end, she wasn't even close to the garage gradient that would lead her to her freedom. She felt a big clump of her hair being tugged backward, and she lost balance, falling on her back. She didn't hit the floor hard like she expected to, but instead fell on top of Brad. By the time she was able to regain focus, Brad was sitting on top of her, firmly holding her by the wrists. "Julia, just listen to me," he shouted. Julia shrieked and thrashed against him, managing to free one hand. She tried hitting him over and over, but the best she seemed to manage to do was piss Brad off. Just do," he tried saying while deflecting her hits. He raised one hand and brought it down on her at incredible speed. The slap was so powerful that Julia heard ringing in her ear. Her cheek burned, and she momentarily felt dizzy, losing momentum in her free wrist. She felt something squeezing her throat, and when the image in front of her stopped spinning, she realized that Brad held both his hands on her neck. His forearm muscles bulged as he squeezed, causing Julia's airflow to stop. She tried inhaling and exhaling, but couldn't do anything with the enormous pressure on her throat. "You're making me hurt you," Brad hissed through his teeth. "Why don't you just want to listen, goddammit? I did everything for you so that you would have a comfortable life, and this is how you repay me." Julia tried, punching his elbows with her clenched fist in hopes that they would buckle, but it didn't so much as budge him. The pressure on her throat remained, and it only seemed to intensify by the second. Her vision darkened, and she thought to herself that she only needed one scream. Just one loud scream that would maybe, just maybe, send someone investigating in the garage before she or her baby died. But she couldn't scream, no matter how hard she tried. She kicked with her feet and arms, but that strength seemed to wane with each passing second. "No, not my baby. Please, not the baby." And then, just like that, the pressure on her throat disappeared. She heard Brad screaming, and her vision immediately began clearing. Julia broke into a violent, coughing fit, holding her pained throat, not caring what was happening around her, just wanting to breathe in some air, just to help the baby in her womb stay alive. She gathered enough strength to scoot away from the sounds of screaming, and when she looked up, She saw Brad being held by his arms and legs by children. He swore and continuously tried swatting them off, but their grips seemed too firm. He had at least 2 children attached to each extremity, and more kept coming, jumping on his back and chest. "Get off me!" he laboriously shouted before toppling over. Julia couldn't even see him anymore from the children covering his body. Julia saw Anna, holding Brad by the wrist and staring directly at her with a reticent expression. All of them held their mouths closed and expressionless eyes, just like when they were sitting in a boring class. And then, in unison, the children began dragging Brad across the floor of the garage, too fast for any normal kids. Julia watched as Brad screamed and squirmed before disappearing into a dark corner of the garage, where his screams eventually faded into oblivion. She swore she saw Anna giving her a vague smile before disappearing. For the first time in minutes, Julia became aware of the silence that surrounded her. Her coughing had long since stopped, but the pain in her throat remained. She panted and then screamed when she heard the heavy thudding of footsteps approaching her. She thrashed and tried running away even after she heard the voice. "Julia, darling, it's okay, it's me." Travis consoled her as he held her shoulders with his large, ape-like hands. Julia looked at his concerned face and finally began to sob. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. It's over now," Travis said as he clumsily patted her on the head. He lifted her up as if she weighed nothing and said, "Come on, darling. Let's get you someplace safe." The end. 1 year later. Julia thanked the young man working as a store clerk and grabbed her change. He flashed her a polite, toothy grin before turning to service the next customer. Julia hastily put the change in her pocket, feeling no desire to deal with putting it in the change compartment of her wallet, since the clerk worked way too fast, waiting on the next customer. As Julia picked up the grocery bags and walked toward the glass doors, they slid open, and she was hit by a gust from the cold fall breeze. Something particular about this weather brought back bad memories for her. She'd feel something familiar for split seconds, but she'd never been able to define it. It was like some sort of mild PTSD that she couldn't put her finger on. She walked down the street and felt the stinging of the icy wind on her hands. Whenever she experienced the sensation, she refused to put her hands back into her pockets, because once her hands became adjusted to the initial painful bite of the cold, they went numb, and she didn't feel anything anymore. Still, she couldn't wait to get home, warm up a little bit. Maybe she would silently read a book or just take a nap. Julia was exhausted. Even though it was Saturday, she somehow doubted she'd come back to work rested. She felt drained most of the time. And no matter how long she slept, it was never enough. Even when she did have enough time to sleep for as long as she wanted, nightmares often woke her. She dreamed that Brad was staring at her from the corner of the room, or sitting at the edge of her bed, or she'd find herself married to him again. That last dream was the worst kind. In it, Brad would pretend that everything was okay, just like back when they were together, while Julia would keep thinking that something was wrong, and that she couldn't possibly still be with Brad. She'd wake up drenched in a cold sweat, but relieved. She felt her phone buzz in her pocket. She wanted to fish it out right there and see who it was, but her hands were full. She was sure it was Patrick, the cute guy she met during the team-building event. The two of them had been texting for a while, and although it was clear that they both liked each other very much, even Julia's co-workers noticed it, Julia wasn't ready to start dating. Not yet. One day, she would be, but right now, she had bigger problems to deal with. She turned right and saw her bus leaving. She was too late. "Darn," she said softly. She didn't know how long it would take for the next bus to arrive, but she had no intention of waiting. She placed the grocery bags at her feet, whipped out her phone, and called an Uber. Her ride would be there in 3 minutes. She used that time to check her notifications. She was right. The buzz from before was Patrick. He sent her a link to tranquil music on YouTube that he liked to listen to when working. He was a software engineer and had the flexibility to work whenever he wanted, except when there was a mandatory meeting. Julia didn't open the message, but just swiped down to see what he wrote. She was tempted to talk to him right away, but if she answered now, then she'd have to leave him hanging after every message due to her hectic schedule. Instead, she returned the phone to her pocket and impatiently waited for the Uber. A tall, not very talkative Asian driver pulled up a few minutes later and offered to take Julia's groceries in broken, mistake-riddled English. She thanked him and entered the back seat. The driver said that there was a jam on the route ahead and asked if it was okay for him to take a detour, using much simpler wording. Julia was more than okay with that. She stared out the window at the gloomy sky and the depressing buildings that they passed by. She started feeling sleepy, so she took out her phone and chatted with Patrick despite her previous claim of leaving him hanging. After a few minutes of driving, the Uber stopped at a red traffic light and waited. Julia raised her head and looked right and then left. Her heart stopped when she saw a familiar building. She swallowed through a suddenly dry throat and stared at the entrance as one of the people opened the door and walked outside. She lowered her head and peeked up toward the upper floors' windows. Her heart was beating fast now, and she felt her chest tightening. She must have been breathing heavily because the driver looked at the rearview mirror and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" For a moment, she didn't answer. And then she said, "Yes. Can you please get us out of here?" "Yes, as soon as light turned green." He pointed to the traffic light. Julia looked at the building again as the emotions that she felt a year ago on that fateful day began emerging like a barely contained secret that couldn't wait to get out at the smallest crack that appeared. She saw children standing in front of the building and in the windows, staring at her with that familiar, blank look that they had the last time the car lurched forward, and the building started to move away. There were never any children. It was all in her head, of course. "Miss, should I call ambulance?" the driver asked. "No, it's fine. She thought about an excuse to make that would seem believable, but couldn't. "Are you sure?" She saw the driver raising an eyebrow in the rear view mirror. "It's fine," she said again, forcing a smile. It was. She looked back at the building once more, but it was now just a tiny structure in an array of other buildings. Julia breathed a sigh of relief. She thanked the driver and gave him a generous tip when they arrived at the destination. She almost forgot her groceries until the driver reminded her. She unlocked the door of her building and entered. Although she lived on the second floor, she was too tired, both mentally and physically, to climb the stairs. She called the elevator, which luckily happened to be on the same floor, and entered it. Once the elevator arrived, she sauntered toward her apartment. The friendly lady from apartment 201, Mrs. Walker, greeted her, even offering to help carry her groceries. Julia politely refused, stating that she was almost home anyway. She walked all the way to the end of the hallway to apartment 209 and opened the door. Immediately the air seemed to become heavy as soon as she entered. She closed the door behind her, her hands screaming at her to drop the grocery bags. Julia put them on the kitchen counter and looked at the living room, at the woman standing at the window. "Hey," Julia said. "Hey," her sister Susie whispered as she turned around, revealing the baby she held in her hands. Seeing her sleeping, Julia felt a warm feeling all over her. And it wasn't from the heating in the apartment. Susie walked up to her and let Julia hold her daughter. "Hey, pretty girl," Julia cooed. "Did you give Aunt Susie any trouble?" "Anna was just fine. A real angel, that one. You go on, sit down. I'll take care of the groceries." Julia didn't argue that. She went over to the living room and sat down, unable to stop staring at her daughter's tranquil face, her closed eyes, her slightly agape mouth. As Julia stared at Anna, she felt the weight of the world drop off her shoulders. She felt rejuvenated with each passing second as she held her daughter, completely forgetting about the building, or the flashbacks, or anything else bad that had ever happened in life. The only thing that mattered was this moment, right now. Being a single mother was difficult, but equally to that, it was also the most beautiful thing Julia had ever experienced. Cody proudly stared at the castle he built using Legos. Of course, he didn't build it alone, but he did most of the work. His mom bought him Legos a few weeks ago, and he'd been playing around with them ever since, trying to form various shapes of buildings that would represent actual, real structures and fortifications. He was going to try them out later by putting the evil werewolf Maximus on the top floor, where Colonel Winters and his companions would have the final showdown. For now, Cody decided to watch some TV. He sat on the floor and grabbed the remote, but then felt something. His friends were stirring. Something was going on with them, and he didn't understand what. He saw Anna in his peripheral vision standing at the window, staring outside of it. She was on her tiptoes since she was too short to see outside. Cody stopped next to her and looked outside the window. "What are you looking at?" he asked. She didn't answer but continued staring at something on the street. There were cars lined up in front of the red traffic light, but nothing in particular that Cody could see. He looked at Anna, but she gave no indication of what she was staring at exactly. The traffic light turned green, and the cars started moving again. Anna followed them with her gaze, even as they disappeared out of sight. "You're weird," Cody said, and returned to the middle of the living room. He heard a thud coming from the wall, the one connecting his room to apartment 401. What could that be? He approached the bed and moved the nightstand just enough to be able to squeeze his head inside. The tiny hole was still there, as tiny as ever, but large enough for him to peek inside. Cody knelt and aligned his right eye with the hole. He closed his left eye as he looked inside. At first, he saw nothing but darkness, but then his eye began adjusting to the dark, and he narrowly saw through the kitchen and partially into the living room. A short, breathing sound was coming from the apartment. He saw a figure, seated on the sofa. The figure was motionless for the most part, except for some slight movement here and there. As Cody's eye further adjusted to the dark, he realized that it wasn't just one figure. It was an adult figure with multiple, tinier figures clutching him by the arms and legs like koalas. One of them even hugged him around the neck from behind, holding its face next to the man's. The sound from before came again, and Cody realized it was the man groaning. And then he looked at Cody, but Cody felt no fear. "Kid, help me," Brad pleaded. He managed to raise one hand, but only from the wrist. Cody just then saw the backdrop of the apartment and realized that Brad wasn't the only figure sitting on the sofa. There were others on the couch, by the dining table, on the floor, and in other places. They weren't being held by the kids. Their heads were slumped down, and they were motionless as if they'd been told some really bad news, not responding to anything around them, just sitting. "Cody, lunch is ready!" An effeminate voice boomed from the living room of Cody's home. Cody quickly moved away from the peephole. "Coming, Mom!" he shouted back, quickly pushing the nightstand back into place. He skipped out of his room with a smile on his face. Stephen walked into the waiting room of Live Better. He glanced at the reception and the young, innocent-looking girl behind it. "Good afternoon, sir," she said with a smile. "Hi, Tracy. Remember what I told you? You can just call me Stephen, or Steve. No need for formalities." He smiled. She nervously chuckled before agreeing with him. He made his way past her and toward his office. He felt so much more relieved walking into the waiting room ever since Claudia was fired. There was a whole scandal in the company surrounding her. Apparently, she contacted one of the company's rich clients by copying his phone number from the system, which was already in itself a big breach of Live Better regulations, and tried flirting with him. The client, a successful millionaire businessman, married to an even more successful molecular biologist, wasn't very flattered by Claudia's attempt and immediately told her superiors about it. She was out of the company, and she was out very publicly. Stephen wasn't happy that she got fired, but he believed this might be a very valuable lesson for Claudia. Or not. That slut would probably do the same thing in the next company that hired her if she could find a position higher than cleaning shit in toilets or flipping burgers. Stephen unlocked his office and stepped inside. He turned on the lights and locked the door before tossing the folder he carried all this time on the table. The folder was loose, and many of the papers scattered across the table and onto the floor, making Stephen grouse. He bent down and began picking up the papers when one, in particular, caught his attention. It had 2 pictures attached to it, and as he grabbed the paper and straightened his back, he stared at the young couple smiling at the camera. He thought he had already tossed those documents aside, but apparently not. Brad and Julia Napier. Stephen went around the desk and sat on the chair, not taking his gaze off the pictures. Brad was gone. Missing. Nobody knew what happened to him. Nobody except Stephen, of course. He always saw him, as well as the other souls unfortunate enough to step inside 401 when showing the apartment to potential buyers. They always tried talking to Stephen, at least for the first few months, begging him to help them. After a while, their energy became depleted, and they merely turned into catatonic husks. The clients never saw them. One of the victims, however, got lucky. That security guard, Larry, who was in secret a child pornography enthusiast and well on the path to becoming an actual pedophile, got off the hook too easy, in Stephen's opinion. But the kids managed to get him to pay, at least partially, and that was all that mattered. Stephen removed Brad's photograph and tossed it in the trash bin. He continued staring at Julia. No, Mary. He remembered her when they were kids. She was one of the smartest girls and the most energetic one. Stephen had a sort of child crush on her back when they were in St. Maria, but he never talked to her. Then St. Maria shut down, and he was transferred elsewhere. He always wondered what happened to Mary. He didn't even know who she was until it was too late. But even though he met with her a few times to finalize the sale of the apartment, he never told her that he knew who she was. The last time he checked, Julia Napier had a healthy baby girl and worked for a reputable company as a copywriter. Good for her. She deserved a happy life, especially after what they all had to endure in St. Maria. The worst thing of all was the fact that St. Maria wasn't even a Catholic orphanage to begin with. An entirely foreign, perverse religion was taught there. Before Stephen could become sentimental in remembering his past, he crumbled the paper with Julia's photo, and tossed it in the garbage bin where Brad's picture was. He opened the folder and began lining up the documents on the table. It was time to find a new buyer for apartment 401.